Chapter 495 Reward, that was scary, muttered Wang Wei, thinking how close he was to dying. He cursed Heavenly Dao for involving an Empyrean's projection in this trial. That was too foul. Luckily, his wife's reputation has some weight in the upper dimension, and he acted swiftly. From Jian Wushuang and Lin Fan's trial, he knew the consequences of hesitation. If not for these factors, who knew what would happen? Of course, Wang Wei had to admit his luck also played a role. After seeing Blackheart hiding his face or identity, he instantly concluded that he might be a very cautious individual who values his safety and life above everything else. So, he took the gamble to use his background to scare him and even hint to Blackheart he was dealing with things beyond his capability, things that only big wigs like his ancestor and Empress Wu could get involved in. After thinking about how stressful the few seconds of interaction were, Wang Wei felt his soul sweating and his back cold. So, he took a few seconds to calm down. Then, he remembered something, so he immediately checked his immortal soul to discover the seal and his bright spirit soul was gone. So, he sighed in relief. Then, some information appeared in Wang Wei's mind, telling him that he was now considered a Dao Overlord. Supreme outlaws who pass the trial are referred to as Dao Overlord, while normal outlaws are referred to as Dao Lord, or Overlord or Lord for short. The benefit of these titles is quite interesting. It is a tremendous increase in luck, followed by an increase in natural comprehension talent. However, the main reward is if these people manage to absorb Heaven Will and reach 20%. Then, Heavenly Dao will help a Lord create their Dao Will, so they have more time to comprehend their existence. And if that person has a D realm, they are guaranteed to create their Dao Will. When it comes to Overlords, not only will Heavenly Dao help them cast their Dao Will, but also extend the standard time they have to understand their existence. This title is valid for a cultivator's entire life, meaning even if they die and reincarnate, as long as they retain or awake the memories from the previous life, the title will still be useful. That's it? After all this trouble, that's my reward, muttered Wang Wei with disdain. He had the utmost confidence in himself to become an eternal emperor, so these rewards were nothing but small guarantees for him. So, he genuinely hoped this title had more to it than he knew. While Wang Wei was about to be disappointed, a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind. No, my real reward is from Jin Chao. So, he used the ladder to control the surrounding space. Soon, he found another subspace, and he teleported inside. As expected, muttered Wang Wei as he saw all treasures in the room, he guessed Jin Chao used this space as his space ring. So, Wang Wei began to identify the things that could benefit him. The traveling golden could, an innate treasure to travel between world communities. Well, although not as good as my golden chariot, it's not bad. A high-level innate spiritual herb, Karma Protection Lotus. With this, I can finally complete my karma unbound physique and use it to understand the laws of karma. Wang Wei then saw a fruit glowing with the power of law, to be precise, fate law. He took it to analyze as he had never seen such a thing nor read about it. So, he searched Jin Chaos memory for some information. It was a strange fruit the latter found in one of the world communities he traveled throughout. In that world, a strange tree named the Heavenly Law Tree exists. And the fruit from that tree can help cultivators better understand the laws of heaven and earth. When Jin Chao visited, the tree gave birth for the second time in its life, a fruit with one of the supreme hidden laws. So, a terrifying battle ensued throughout the entire world. But Jin Chao was lucky to take the fruit and run away secretly. So, this would explain how he seemed to know so much about fate. He must have studied it extendedly to develop counters for my techniques. Wang Wei was excited since this fruit would drastically reduce his needed time to understand the law and even create his incarnations. Moreover, he could refine this fruit as the core of one of his incarnations. Then, there is that Heavenly Law Tree. I must get my hands on it one day, or at least, find a way to cultivate one myself. Plus, I could find a way to connect that tree to the Grand Tao source and create a heavenly source tree. It will be much easier for me to understand the source. Thinking about how much such fruit would benefit, he could not help but be excited. If he succeeded, Wang Wei knew he might not have to worry about his cultivation all the way to the Paragon realm. Then, Wang Wei continued exploring as he sensed a few more treasures that interested him. An extreme-level innate time treasure, muttered Wang Wei as he held a clock in his hand. This clock contained a miniature world where time could be sped up, just like the sect's time formation. Furthermore, this treasure provides some protection against time energy invasion, which is the main reason that cultivators cannot spend a lot of time inside the time-forwarding formations. Wang Wei's eyes lit up again. I can use this treasure to understand time laws and create more future Buddha self. And maybe, I can use it to secretly steal time energy from the chrono-chaos realm. Although this plan was a little risky, it is possible with enough preparations and caution. He continued checking Jin Chaos treasures. He found many cultivation techniques from different systems. They should help broaden his mind and maybe inspire him. Finally, he saw 7 treasures floating at this treasure hall's core. 6 Emperor artifacts and a Chaos treasure, said Wang Wei with shining eyes. Chaos treasures did not have levels or divisions. However, the weakest amount of them was equivalent to an ultimate level innate treasure, meaning the weakest of them was at the level of Eternal Emperor. He took the Chaos treasure, which was a mirror. And after checking Jin Chaos memory, his eyes shone again for the 3rd time in just a few minutes. The Oracle Mirror, a treasure that gathers information on people. With it, a cultivator could theoretically gather all the secrets of another. The only restriction is that karmic bonds determine how much information the mirror will reveal. For example, Wang Wei is responsible for Jin Cha's parents' death, and this karma allowed the latter to access 80% of all his information and secrets. From the previous battle, Jin Chao seemed to know at least 95% of my secrets and abilities. So, Heavenly Tao and Di Tian probably made up that 15% gap, thought Wang Wei as he looked at this mirror. Then, he focused on the mirror's second ability, to copy and steal other people's strengths. This mirror is how Jin Chao copied his power, and if the latter had killed him, he would have taken all his abilities and strength. As Wang Wei looked at the mirror, he muttered, this may be how I can defeat Di Tian. As long as he knows his opponent's power level, he can prepare in advance. Finally, he focused on the 6 Emperor artifacts. Immediately, he frowned as he felt the power of luck in 3 of them, which indicated these artifacts were the treasures of certain emperor lineages. After searching Jin Chaos memories, he knew the latter was the next sect master of the martial origin sect created by the martial ancestor. There is no way that sect would give up 3 of their emperor artifacts, so they will eventually track them down. He did not care much since he had a more prominent backer than these people. And when they show up, he will have the sect ask them to exchange resources equal to these 3 artifacts, which can prevent confrontation while not losing any benefit. Nevertheless, he still decided not to spend too much time here if they detected something and arrived on time. So, he appeared in front of Jin Chao, thinking about how to turn him into one of his incarnations. First, he will have to restart cultivating the origin system. According to his calculations, the incarnations are a form of Tao Foundation sublimation. As such, they all must be from the same source or cultivation system. Using other cultivation systems will ruin the purity of this foundation. Nevertheless, Wang Wei still decided to take some time to study the different systems since they could be of great help. Unlike other incarnations, Jin Chao will not need to be baptized by the power of fate. Additionally, he also needs to recultivate the ancient desolate body refining scripture. Although Jin Chaos' fleshly body was powerful, it was because he cultivated a martial arts system that focused on tempering the body. However, Wang Wei was not satisfied with his current level. From the memories he learned, most of his healing and defensive abilities came from this space called a cave heaven, which was blessed by Blackheart as a part of their deal. Wang Wei wants all his incarnations to cultivate the ancient desolate body refining scripture to the peak before fusing them. And all of them have to walk the path of true Tao of power. Moreover, these were not all the plans he had for his incarnations. Some will have unique tasks to accomplish to ensure the final fusion will be perfect. But now was not the time to ponder these things. So, Wang Wei had Jin Chao place away the cave heaven before sealing his body inside his space ring. He plans to use the space inside with the dragon binding grass to temper his body. Then, he hopped inside his golden chariot to head home. End of volume. Next volume name, 9 Fate Incarnation Tao Foundation. Chapter 496 Anomalies Inside the Golden Chariot. Wang Wei was reading about the cultivation system created by the martial ancestor from the world called Martial Haven World. The first stage is called Body Tempering Realm. Albeit cliché, most cultivation systems usually start with tempering the body to some degree. However, this martial exterior system, as the martial ancestor called it, is unique in some ways. The tempering process is quite thorough. Martial artists have to temper their skins, muscles, bones, and blood in the first realm. In the second realm, the viscera realm, they use the blood energy from their fleshly bodies to temper their organs. Right after hearing this part, Wang Wei could see the uniqueness of this system. It is excellent for teaching body control at a very early stage. In the second stage, cultivators already began to control their organs. The third stage of this system is called True Yuan Realm. Martial artists finally condensed energy inside their bodies. This realm is further divided into 2 phases, body purification and meridian opening. The third stage is truly interesting. In the first stage, martial artists removed the natural impurities in the body, which somewhat solved the problem of not having a leakless body. Without impurities, spiritual qi can remain inside the body for an extended period, albeit not as long as a natural leakless body. In essence, this stage is to cultivate an acquired leakless body. And the second stage is not just opening the meridians in the body. No, it is about creating artificial energy pathways in the body that allow martial artists to better sense and control the spiritual qi between heaven and earth. This is similar to the divine veins in the divine altar realm. Most likely, the martial ancestor took inspiration from there, thought Wang Wei after reading the third stage of this cultivation system. Then, he pondered whether it would be a good idea to open his meridian in the new body he would cultivate. However, he decided otherwise, as this was the same as having more divine veins. Previously, he stopped inscribing them in his altar because he reached the energy sensing and control limit they could provide. Then, Wang Wei had another idea. The meridians formed a cycle inside the martial artist's body, and after spiritual qi or their true yuan circled through them, it tempered their bodies. So, Wang Wei calculated how effective a meridian cycle of blood energy from his fleshly body would be. It should increase his overall strength by 3 to 5%. Furthermore, the tempering is permanent and constant increases. Over time, as blood energy constantly cycled through his body, Wang Wei can passively temper his body every day. Additionally, if the meridian pathway is complex enough, it will increase his regenerative speed and overall control over his body. "I'm truly a genius," praised Wang Wei before continuing his focus on this martial arts system. Just by reading the first 3 stages, he could determine a lot of things. The martial ancestor created this because he did not have a leakless body. As a result, this system does not rely too much on spiritual qi between heaven and earth. It does not mean martial artists do not use many resources. On the contrary, Wang Wei could imagine how they have to eat a lot of demonic or spiritual beasts to absorb spiritual qi and blood energy from them. Although they do not rely too heavily on spiritual qi in the early stages, resources are essential. The fourth stage of this system is the martial intent realm. In this realm, martial artists have to comprehend intent, like sword intent, fist intent, etc. And once they reach a certain level, they will use their intent to open their sea of consciousness. In the fifth stage, true soul realm, martial artists fuse their intent with their souls to create a true soul similar to a primordial spirit. In that stage, martial artists can freely fly in the air with no restrictions and attack the mind or spirit. The sixth stage is the acupoint opening realm. They have to use their spiritual strength and their yuan essence, evolved from true yuan, to open the acupoints in the body. In the seventh stage, cave heaven realm, they have to fuse their acupoints, dantian, and sea of consciousness into an illusory world called a cave heaven, which can boost the martial artist's strength and power. The eighth stage is called hollow world realm, where martial artists have to understand the laws to turn the illusory nature of their world into a semi-real and semi-false world. Zhen Chao was in this realm, but he used secret techniques and Blackheart's help to turn his cave heaven into a true world in advance while reinforcing it beyond normal. Finally, he used the karma connections he had with Wang Wei and Blackheart's power to summon him inside forcefully. After a martial artist's cave heaven turned into a real world, it is the 9th realm, the true world realm, which is the equivalent of the supreme realm. In that stage, they have to expand the world to the limit through understanding the law and numerous resources. Finally, martial artists have to fuse their real world into their bodies to reach the quasi-emperor realm. Wang Wei guessed the martial ancestor must have quite the complex feeling for the origin system if he gave this name to this cultivation stage. Then, he focused on comparing the two systems. The later stage of this system is very similar. For example, the domains of Saint is a projection of their divine sea, their sea of consciousness, and their law alter into the outside world to influence it. It is both real and unreal, just like a cave heaven. The main difference between the two is their sturdiness. It is extremely more difficult to destroy a cave heaven than a domain. However, the backlash suffered is more severe for the destruction of the latter than the domain. Additionally, a lot of resources are needed to grow the true world of martial artists, which grants them a higher battle strength on average than Supreme Realm's Dharma bodies, who only have to rely on comprehending the Tao. Then there is the issue of lifespan. One would think martial artists have a higher lifespan since they are the ruler of a literal universe. Unfortunately, the burden of carrying that world drastically affect their bodies and lifespan. So, on average, they can only live between 250,000 to 500,000 years, which is the lifespan of saints in the origin system. Wang Wei pondered the benefit he could get from this system. He did not want to cultivate a cave heaven since he had already consumed so many resources and will even increase his intake with the 9 incarnations. He preferred the domain system since it was less reliant on resources. As for how he will make his domain and Dharma body unique to increase the power of his D realm, he will just use the simple method of fusing the other 9 domains and Dharma bodies from the incarnations. Nevertheless, he thought of creating a technique that could instantly create a cave heaven or an illusory world and detonate it. And in the future, he can advance it to the point of instantly creating thousands of real worlds to use as bombs. After making a preliminary plan, he did not waste time and immediately began to refine Jin Chao into one of his incarnations. First, he had the latter get rid of all the Yuan essence inside his body. He did not waste it but made Jin Chaos' fleshly body absorb it. Next, he sealed the latter's comprehension of all laws so as not to affect the early stages of cultivation. Then, he injected one of his spirit particles into Jin Chaos' true soul and slowly invaded it until it had Wang Wei's aura and soul fluctuation. Wang Wei was satisfied with the final product. Jin Chao will be one of his most unique incarnations. For example, he had the idea of fusing with the Dharma body and the true world to enter the quasi-emperor. However, he has to make sure Blackheart does not leave some hidden power in the cave world. Finally, Wang Wei began to absorb Jin Cha's fate line to acquire the properties of a fateless. He watched as his fate line became vague and mysterious, followed by all the knots or fate nexus disappearing. A smile appeared on Wang Wei's face before becoming stiff. He suddenly felt an unknown power resisting the final transition, trying to leave more knots in his fate line. Then, another unknown power came to resist that first power, and after a brief confrontation, a single knot was left in his fate line. It was a meeting with a woman called Su Jinyao. He did not see her face, but he knew her name. This isn't right. From all I read about Fateless, this should not be the case. Bang! Wang Wei felt the chariot shake a little. He quickly looked outside through the formation, and his eyes lit up. Perfect timing, he muttered as he exited the chariot. I knew you kid would pass the trial, said Wang Wucheng, who teleported Wang Wei back to the sect. Forget about that. Ancestor, what will happen if someone absorbs the soul of a fateless? Weird question. Well, divination will become completely useless to them. Other forms of calculations will drastically decrease, and if that person proves the Tao, he can no longer be calculated by anyone or anything. All their nexus events will disappear and achieve some level of freedom from the control of fate, replied Wang Wucheng after pondering for a while. All their nexus events? Yes, all of them. Wang Wei frowned as he knew his case was an anomaly. By now, he has experienced a few anomalies in his cultivation journey. The first one was when he had Heart Demon before even starting cultivating. The second one was during his battle against the Wrath of Heaven in the 9th Pagoda trial. The third one was his black chi luck after entering the D realm. From what he knew, he was the only one that happened to. No one else who entered the D realm faced this anomaly. The fourth anomaly was another random heart demon in the Divine Altar realm after he slaughtered the majority of the demon races in the Chi Luck trial. Now, a fifth one appeared. Wang Wucheng looked at Wang Wei weirdly but did not say anything. He knew this kid was abnormal, so it was normal for weird things to happen to him. So, he decided not to get involved for his sake and probably the entire Dao opening sect. I know you probably want to see your family, so go see them, said Wang Wucheng. Come see me in a few days, and I will prepare the resources you need to condense your body. Wang Wei woke up from pondering before saying, I want to replace the material for my skin, muscles, bones, and blood with innate treasures. No problem, replied Wang Wucheng calmly. I'll even give you a real chaos flame for your heart. Wang Wei's eyes lit up as that was a chaos-level treasure. So, he nodded before leaving. Chapter 497 Tough Talk, I told you he would survive, said Wang Wucheng. Yes, replied the familiar voice. However, this is still not enough to beat the kid from the D clan. It doesn't matter. As long as he survives the Heaven Will battle, we can search for karma washing water for him so he can compete in the next generation, replied Wang Wucheng. Oh, you want to go that far? I truly believe this kid will be the greatest emperor we will ever cultivate. This sect has reached a plateau and could even be described as declining. No, the entire myriad emperor world has been declining for a long time now. Maybe, this kid is the key to revert the current situation. What about the D-clan brat? Asked Wang Wucheng. Honestly, I have a bad feeling about him. In that case, why don't you kill him? Don't make such a stupid joke. Wang Wucheng smiled but did not say anything else. He knew the consequences of doing such a thing. Wang Wei would not live long. If an immortal tier cultivator broke the Immortal Avenue Pact and attacked a heaven chosen of another sect, they can do the same. And unless Wang Wei decided to spend the rest of his life coop inside the sect, he would not live long even under extreme protection. And even then, all the emperor lineages would band together to pressure the Dao opening sect to hand him over. Unfortunately, the sect cannot fight all the emperor lineages all at once. Meanwhile, after leaving the secret realm, Wang Wei's primordial spirit flew toward the Wang clan mountain. And before he even arrived, 3 people instantly arrived in front. My son, thank heaven, you're all right, said Yu Yan as she tried to embrace him. Unfortunately, her hands passed through his soul, so she had to use her spiritual strength and origin essence to hold him. Look how much of a terrible shape you're in. I swear, every time you go out on your own, you return in worse shape than before. There is no need to thank heaven since it has nothing to do with my safety, said Wang Wei with a smile. I'm glad you're okay, brat, said his grandfather. What's wrong with you? Why are you so pale? Plus, why does the sect look like a tornado had ravaged it? Asked Wang Wei to his father. Well, things got a little complicated, said Wang Tian as he explained the world collision and the confrontation with the blood race. After the initial peace because of his slaughter, the blood race did not stop attacking as he expected. Instead, they regrouped and allied before beginning the second wave of attack. So, Wang Tian had to forcefully heal before going on another rampage. Wang Wei immediately knew this was the method Heavenly Dao used to prevent the sect from helping him in the trial. I have to thank your team, otherwise, the casualties would have been even worse. Oh, what happened? Asked Wang Wei, intrigued. Whether it was Li Jun's slaughter army or Tai Gang's undead army, they ravaged the enemy on the battlefield. Plus, Yang Liling used her new weird cauldron to support most of the sect's need for pills. Oh, she succeeded in creating the automatic cauldron? According to her, it is a half-completed product since so far, it can only make a few heaven-tier pills. Did she get any merit? Quite a bit, replied Yu Yen this time. There was a heaven and earth vision because of her creation. But she said she would leave for you to decide what to do with it since it was your idea. Wang Wei shook his head. It'll just take a small bit to recondense my fleshly body. She can use the rest to complete the cauldron. So, what happened to you? Asked Wang Chang. Your clone disappeared, and we were worried. Yes. Luckily, your soul lamp was still intact, otherwise, your mother would have fainted. Wang Wei was not surprised by this news. When Zhenqiao broke his spirit particles, he could detect the latter used the power of karma to eliminate the secret backhand he placed on the clone. So, Wang Wei explained what happened to him and his confrontation with Zhenqiao. He even mentioned the appearance of Empyrean Blackheart. Thinking about how close their sons came to death, all of them shuddered. It seems we have to thank hunger, said Yu Yen. As smart as they are, both Shi and Wang Tian knew how complicated their son's relationship was because of Wu Hong's identity. So, they still have some reserved because of it, albeit they never voiced them since they understood this was their son's choice. But now, they were delighted because Wu Hong's identity saved their son's life. Wire, you should not let Jin Chaos family's death weigh on you. The Emperor path is a cruel one, and innocent people being collateral casualties is a normal thing. Although cruel, it is how things are since the dawn of time, said Wang Chang, and Wang Wei nodded. He already knew this, so Jin Chaos' words only bothered him a little before he moved on. After a little chat, the family returned home to have dinner together. And not long after they arrived, Li Jun and Yan Liling came to celebrate with everybody. His mother even cooked soul food for Wang Wei so he could eat and enjoy it. Then, after a few hours, the dinner ended, and everyone went to sleep or meditate, especially Wang Tian since he was still injured. As for Wang Wei, he floated to his room, where he sensed a presence a few hours ago. He looked at the beautiful woman waiting for him, and deep longing flashed in his eyes. However, he quickly controlled himself before saying with a sneer, "So, you do know to be a shame." Wu Hong sighed as she knew even time was not enough for him to forget. "I'm sorry, I had no other choice." "Are you truly sorry? Why do I get the feeling you make the same choice if another situation like this arises?" Wu Hong did not say anything. "Li Jun is my family. What made you think I would be alright with accepting his life so I can survive? I figure if you survive, you can find a way to revive him. I understand the logic behind your thinking. What I don't like is the meaning behind your actions. So, in the future, if you have the choice to kill my family to save me, you won't hesitate to kill them?" Wu Hong looked on the floor to avoid his gaze, and she remained quiet. "How would you feel if I had the same thought as you?" "I don't have any family." Wang Wei paused before sighing deeply. "I understand you have lived a long life. And it is to the point you have not only accepted your family's demise, but they are now only fond memories buried deep in your memories. But I am different. Most of my motivation for cultivation is to protect them and experience the vicissitude of time and the great Tao with them. So, no matter the situation, I cannot lose them, especially for survival. I'm sorry, I know what I did was wrong. It's not me you should apologize to." Wu Hong nodded before disappearing to see Li Jun. Although it appeared he made the decision himself, the truth of the matter is she manipulated him. So, she owed him an apology. Wang Wei sighed again as he looked in the distance. He understood the main reason for this disagreement is the thinking process of an immortal and a mortal. As an immortal, Wu Hong has lived too long, so the way she sees and deals with certain things is fundamentally different from a mortal like him. For example, because of her long life, she has a few things she cares about, and she will do anything to protect them. Most immortal beings are like this, fixated on the things they care for and willing to go to extreme lengths to protect them. Well, at least the ones who do not abandon their emotions and become ruthless after living so long and being eroded by time. Additionally, as a higher being, Wu Hong sees death differently from a mortal like Wang Wei. To them, death is nothing but another adventure to samsara or reincarnation. Some powerful immortals can even visit their dead loved ones through reincarnation and watch their next life. Wang Wei has noticed he is slowly becoming like these immortals the longer he lives. So, he emphasized more on family since they are his anchor to prevent himself from turning into one of these cold and indifferent old monsters. Half a later, Wu Hong returned to the room. "How is it?" asked Wang Wei. "I apologized, we talked, and he forgave me." "That's fine," replied Wang Wei calmly, feeling relieved. Meanwhile, Wu Hong could detect he was still not in the best mood. So, she walked next to him and whispered in his ears. "Don't be mad. How about I let you?" Wang Wei felt these whispers were the ultimate temptation of the devil. But he used all his concentration to remain quiet. "How about I add this, you can?" whispered Wu Hong, after not receiving any response. Wang Wei swears he has never faced any true adversity more difficult than the current moment. Nevertheless, he used his terrifying willpower to resist and remain quiet. "Fine, you drive a good bargain. This is my final offer," she said before whispering sweet and delicious depravity in his ear. Wang Wei, who felt he was about to lose his control, quickly said, "If you add this, I will agree to your terms." "Don't push it," said Wu Hong with a warning tone. So Wang Wei quickly accepted the previous offer and hugged her. He could not wait for his fleshly body to recondense. The waiting is about to kill him. And, I received 2 more 500 coins gifts, so here is an extra chapter with another coming later this week. Chapter 498 Anger and Resentment Western White Tiger Continent. Inside a sealed mountain, Di Tian closed his eyes as he looked inside his divine sea, where there were 9 law altars. All the altars were in the form of a black and white wheel, and in the middle of the wheels had different symbols that represented various aspects of samsara. Beside each wheel was a towering golden tree, emanating intense Tao rhymes. If anyone saw this scene, they would be shocked beyond measure. In the void-shattering realm, cultivators plant a law seed that will grow into a tree based on their comprehension of the law. However, the tree is usually all white with no other colors. But Di Tian's law tree mutated because of his deep understanding of the laws and how much time he spends comprehending them in each reincarnation. No matter how much he thinks he has reached the limit of law comprehension, after reincarnating, Di Tian will have a new understanding of the laws that he previously did not. So, his understanding has reached a terrifying level. After today's cultivation, he opened his eyes, full of excitement. The power of the 9th reincarnation is truly extraordinary. It seemed to be a few times stronger than all the 8 reincarnations combined. As he felt the strength inside his body, he knew he could currently defeat middle-level immortal Venerable without yet absorbing the fleshly body strength of his past reincarnation. Di Tian plans to cultivate this reincarnation's fleshly body to the peak before absorbing the strength of his past life. "Once I reach the quasi-emperor realm and absorb the power of my fleshly body, I should be able to defeat and kill some Tao ancestors, thus breaking the gap between immortal and mortals." Di Tian's eyes lit up after thinking about this before calming down. To him, to truly break that boundary would be if he could fight and defeat a 3rd-class emperor, that when he would truly breach the gap between these immortal beings. And the power of his 10th reincarnation might be able to help him achieve this legendary feat. He took a moment to calm down before preparing to temper his body. The ceiling formation was very accommodating. He could receive resources from the outside and even communicate. The only thing he could not do was leave. Suddenly, Di Tian felt something and took out a communication talisman. He activated it, and he could see outside of the mountain, where shadowy figures stood politely. "What is it?" "Master, we have received important news. Sacred Son Wang Wei's real body finally showed up back in the sect." "And?" The shadowy figure paused for a moment. His fleshly body was destroyed, and he had the aura of an overlord. "What did you say?" We have sent people to verify the news, and it appears to be true." "Is that so?" "Well, keep a watch on him and report any important news." Di Tian crushed the talisman in his hand, ending the conversation. Boom! He punched the interior of the mountain with all his strength. Unfortunately, a magic circle came to resist his attack. Boom! 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 Damn it, damn it, damn it, roared Di Tian as he continued punching the ceiling array. Everything started because of that damn trial. If it were not for it, she would have still been with me. No, if only I could have passed. After going on a rampage for a few hours, Di Tian lay on the floor as he reminisced about his first life. Once he began to create the perfect lifeforms, many great emperors came to warn him, telling him the pursuit of perfection was one of the taboos of the universe since only Grand Tao itself is the one and only perfect thing in existence. Back then, Di Tian noticed these emperors acted weird when they told him this and thought they were worried that his creations would affect their powers. After all, his original intention to create such a life form was to have a human talented enough to lead them to victory against the innate life forms. Then, rumors of his actions spread throughout the world. The innate demon and primordial gods learned that humans had created a perfect being of unimaginable talent that could destroy them and end this war. So, they decided to eliminate that life form before she acquired a heaven will and proved the Tao. So, they launched the biggest attack since the beginning of the war. In that battle, numerous emperors of different classes and tier 10 innate demon gods died. In the end, he and his creations also died. Di Tian then understood why these emperors acted weird when they warned him. He was involved in a supreme outlaw trial. Over the years, Di Tian has pondered about that trial and how he could have passed it. And he concluded with two fundamental methods, love and imperfection. If he did not fall in love with her, she would not uselessly sacrifice herself to save him. His emotions for her became the major weakness exploited during the trial. Then, there is the perfect aspect of her existence. When creating her, Di Tian used only the best chaos treasures as the foundation, ensuring his technique was sublime. However, had he given her the tiniest of imperfection, or had he changed his intention to create a perfect life and create the ultimate human to end this war, true heavenly Tao might reward him instead of cursing his very existence even through reincarnation. Di Tian sighed as he knew regret was pointless. Many times he asked himself would he make a different choice if he had the opportunity to turn back, especially knowing the outcome. And the answer was yes, he would not abandon his pursuit of perfection. Di Tian took a moment before calmness returned to his eyes. He knew the advantages that a person who has passed the supreme outlaw trial has, extreme intelligence and swift decision-making. With Wang Wei's intelligence and abilities, he will most likely find a way to fill the gap with me. So, I must reach the strength of the 10th reincarnation no matter what. Plus, time is on my side. Many thoughts flashed across his mind as he analyzed Wang Wei and all his information on the latter. Di Tian concluded the latter had three advantages: heaven-defying comprehension most likely granted by his strange soul, his unnatural willpower, an empress was possible clone. I don't need to worry about her, she seemed to want us to compete fair and square since she did not kill me, thought Di Tian, thinking of the woman who sealed him. He then sneered, how is it fair if he is sealed to protect him? Nevertheless, he did not focus on the small problem and continued strategizing. So, I need to find a way to elevate my comprehension to be on par with him and find a way to nullify or make his willpower unusable during our final battle. After making a proper plan, Di Tian contacted his clone and told him about the change of plan. Then, he looked in the Tao opening sect's direction indifferently and calmly. No one can stop him from proving the Tao in this generation, especially since it was his last chance. The next day, Wang Wei went to check on Li Jun and once again apologized for Wu Hong's actions and ensured everything was all right between them. Big brother, I was so scared. Why? It was just an apology. Yes, but from Empress Wu, he said while quickly lowering his voice and looking around. I feared heavenly thunder would drop on me right after she said these words. You're exaggerating. Am I? Do you think a small person like me can accept the karma of such a bigwig apologizing to me? Since you're fine, it means she controlled herself to prevent backlash. That's not the point. I could not sleep or meditate last night, constantly worrying that a meteor would fall on my house to kill me. You would survive if that happens, so why worry? You're still missing the point. My mind is not at ease, and am in a state of constant worrying. Am worried that my state of mind will be affected after a while. Wang Wei gave him a side-eye look before the two laughed aloud together. Joking aside, how do you really feel? I don't blame her. After all, it was my decision. But she should never place you in a situation to make a choice. True, but I still forgive her since I understood where she came from. Plus, I could not resist her apology gift. Oh, what was it? She promised to wash my child's body with the power of the Tao source to establish a foundation for him. That's indeed a great gift. In the future, the Li clan might have another powerful emperor, replied Wang Wei before the two chatted for a while. Then, a few days later, Ancestor Wuxia summoned him. It was time to recondense his body. Chapter 499. In a secret realm, Wang Wei looked at a green pool in front of him. He could sense the terrifying energy inside. Wang Wucheng, who was next to him, waved his hand to manifest 4 spiritual materials. Just like you did with the supreme materials, you have to find the Tao rhymes of these innate treasures before absorbing them. Alright, are you ready? Wang Wei nodded his head before his primordial spirit jumped into the pool, sat cross-legged, and finally closed his eyes. He regenerated a new body in a few seconds, but it was weak, similar to the ones before he began cultivating the ancient desolate body refining scripture. As he absorbed more energy from the pool, Wang Wei could feel his skin rapidly temper the level before he blew his body. His soul contained an aura that contained information regarding his previous fleshly body and accelerated the process of returning to its peak. So, in a short time, his skin returned to its peak state, so Wang Wei focused on finding the Tao rhymes of the innate treasure called innate steel, an ore perfectly suited to create defensive artifacts. A moment later, Wang Wei found the Tao rhymes before fusing the ore to his skin, temporarily turning it metallic gray. This kid's comprehension is truly scary, thought Wang Wucheng as he looked at the process. Meanwhile, Wang Wei did not waste time and focused on his muscles next. He repeated the same process, and this time, the innate material he used was the muscles of a 2-winged snake, an innate demon known for their strong, durable, and flexible muscles. In ancient times, human emperors who cultivated archery Tao liked to hunt these creatures to refine the string of their bows. For his bones, Wang Wei chose a small piece of the dragon bones he acquired from Lu Meishu. This move also prepares for the future when he cultivates the Fiend God Body 12 Revolution. Additionally, the dragon bone made up for his loss of the devil god bone. When it comes to his 5 internal organs, he did not have to worry about innate materials since he saved them in his soul. However, he did receive a chaos spiritual material from Wang Wucheng, a chaos flame. After absorbing it into his heart, he felt his chaos flame evolve into something better. It was like he finally added the last missing piece required to complete it. For his blood, Wang Wei absorbed a vitality crystal refined from a tier 10 blood race that Wang Wucheng killed during the previous world collision. Because the blood race absorbed blood to cultivate, they have an abnormal amount of vitality or life energy inside their bodies. So, Wang Wei used it to retemper his blood and elevate its power to a high level. Finally, Wang Wei opened his star acupoints again and nourished them. He still had enough star essence from his exchange with Zhen Bai, and he retrieved some of it from Jin Chaos Cave Heaven after the explosion. Finally, with the pool's energy, he condensed 500 black holes inside his acupoints before forming the blood energy channel he learned from Jin Chaos Martial System. In the pool, Wang Wei admired his perfect naked body with an 8-pack. He clenched his hand to feel the strength in his body. 25,000 dragon elephant force, he muttered. 1 dragon elephant force equaled the power to destroy 1,000 middle thousand worlds, which typically were the size of a galaxy. So, he could now destroy 25 million galaxies with one punch. And that is not taken into account that middle thousand worlds are larger on average than the galaxies from Earth and have their own natural protective force and ability to repair the damage done to them. Visit. For a better user experience, Wang Wei sighed as he felt he was not remotely close to opening the gate he saw in the true Tao power realm. What's more, he was still in the 2nd layer and did not even know how many there were. So, after secretly shaking his head, he focused on his cultivation. In the process of recondensing his fleshly power, he also recultivated. As Wang Wei watched the law altar, law seed, and checked his divine sea, he felt his foundation was slightly better than usual. And he knew one of the main reasons for that is because he used his Transcending Fate Sutra from the beginning, instead of using the origin scripture and switching midway. Additionally, his body was now free from the rough tempering process and all the tear and wears from the life and death battles he had. Many of the previously profound and unremovable hidden dangers were now gone. His body was brand new, refreshed, and perfect. So, he took a black martial robe and boots from his space ring and wore them. He previously blew up his sacred son's robe, so he decided to change his outfit. A mirror appeared in front of him, and he admired his handsome self for a while. "Ancestor, I want to fight an immortal venerable." Wang Wucheng frowned for a moment before giving him a sneering look. "Very well. Follow me." So, he took Wang Wei to another small world where an older man dressed in all green was cultivating. "What is it?" "Li Wen, I need you to teach this youngster the power of immortal," said Wang Wucheng. "Are you sure? He can handle it. However, to be sure, only use one leaf." Li Wen then looked at Wang Wei, who immediately bowed. "Disciple Wang Wei has seen the ancestor." "Interesting," said Li Wen as he could see the fighting intent in this kid's eyes despite his respect. "Alright, you can attack first. It's best to use your strongest attack." "As you wish." Wang Wei immediately transforms into his ancient desolate god form, which is now completely different. The upper torso of his clothes disappeared, and his skin turned red with star-like lines on his chest and waist. Visit. For the best no_vel_read_ng experience, his hand turned black with claws on each finger. He had 2 dragon horns, his eyes turned completely dark, and he grew to a size of 5 meters from 2 meters. Along with his flowing silver hair, he looked like a primordial god incarnate. Additionally, this form can double his strength and boost his defense, stamina, and other physical stats by a few factors. Wang Wei clenched his fist as he mobilized the fate law inside his body and even borrowed power from Jin Chaos True World to bless himself. Then, he punched frowny face Fate Annihilation Fist. The surrounding space in the secret realm turned gray as the power of fate became turbulent, causing chaos and destruction. Additionally, the pure physical force that could destroy millions of worlds exponentially made things worse. Meanwhile, Li Wen calmly looked at everything, and without even standing from his meditation pose, he waved his hand. Then, a bright red dragon made of flame manifested. In an instant, the dragon burned the fate power and the surrounding along with the physical force behind the attack, and it did it without any effort. Then, it proceeded to attack Wang Wei. Boom! Wang Wei lay on the ground with the lower part of his torso missing. His red skin was black while giving a burnout smell. "Not bad, kid. I originally intended to burn everything except your head," said Li Wen. However, Wang Wei could only smile wryly and did not say anything, not that he could since the dragon burned his throat. As he tried to heal, he could sense a terrifying energy inside his body preventing him from healing. "Is this immortal chi?" he thought as he tried to use his Di realm to remove the energy in his body. It did work. However, according to a brief calculation, he might spend a few 100,000 years before removing a small bit. So, he could only look at Li Wen with puppy eyes before the latter removed his power. Then, Wang Wei used the power of time to revert himself to his previous peak state. "Now, do you understand?" asked Wang Wucheng. "Is the gap so vast?" "More than you can imagine. There are classifications between immortal venerables, and Li Wen used the weakest power." "Can you elaborate further?" "Immortal Qi has a purity level. Based on a quasi-emperor realm's fleshly body, spiritual strength, soul quality, divine C, control of energy, understanding of law, and many other factors, they can refine different purity of energy. Visit. For a better user experience, so, immortal venerables are classified based on the purity of their immortal Qi. 1 to 3 leaves are low class, 3 to 6 leaves are middle class, and 7 to 9 leaves are high class. So, it's based on a person's foundation in the quasi-emperor realm, commented Wang Wei. So, how is the difference in strength between each class? Li Wen just used the weakest one-leaf power to defeat you. Meanwhile, 9-leaf immortal venerables can fight some Dao ancestors. So, is the power of high-level energy so magical? Indeed. Some immortal venerables are lucky enough to refine primordial chaos qi, primordial star essence, Dao qi, or other extremely rare energy, turning them into insurgent heaven-chosen capable of fighting great emperors. It seems like people underestimate the immortal path, commented Wang Wei. More than you can imagine, added Li Wen. How so? Asked Wang Wei, who wanted to know more. Not everyone is suited to become Dao ancestors. Just like cultivators need to have a certain Dao heart, state of mind, and willpower to control the grand Dao source, the same applies to Dao ancestors. And their situation is even worse. With the heaven will as protection, cultivators can become pseudo-emperors if they do not meet the requirement. However, Dao ancestors will die instead. It's that dangerous? Yes. So, before someone can refine the Dao source seed, most emperors will test whether a person is qualified. If not, it's best for them not to waste such precious resources. What about immortal venerables? Is there any need for a test? That's the advantage of this path, the threshold is much lower, replied Li Wen. We should mention that some people are more suited for one path than another, added Wang Wucheng. What do you mean? Some people might pass the requirement for the Dao path, however, they fit better with the immortal path. These people usually have a higher chance of refining high-purity immortal qi, or other more powerful energy. Why do I feel like there is a bigger secret behind the immortal path? Visit. For a better user experience. Chapter 500 Immortal Sovereign Wang Wucheng looked at Li Wen for a moment, and they communicated with their eyes before saying, there is a significant advantage of the immortal path over the others, the time needed to cultivate. Although it also takes billions of years, it is not as bad as yuan epochs that the others have to spend. Additionally, the immortal path can be forcefully cultivated to a higher realm with enough resources. Wait, you don't mean? Exactly. One way to counter the overwhelming power of eternal emperors is to cultivate an 11th tier immortal sovereign realm cultivator. Wang Wucheng paused to give him time to process this information. Wang Wei knew that Dao ruler realm was after Dao ancestor and, finally, Dao monarch. When it comes to immortal venerable, it goes immortal sovereign realm, followed by immortal king. So, our sect has this level of powerhouse? Then, some other sects should too? Asked Wang Wei. Wang Wucheng looked in the distance and sighed aloud, they used to. Used to? As in, they're dead? Yes. All of them? That's right. How come? History is more complicated than you can imagine. During both the incense and devil era, a few eternal emperors showed up, threatening to destroy the balance of the world. These eternal emperors always target the emperor lineages with eternal emperors as their foundation. Wang Wei understood that the immortal sovereign should have dealt with these eternal emperors and completely erased them from history. And unfortunately, many probably died in the process. Are eternal emperors so powerful that a tier 11 powerhouse is needed to eliminate them? Wang Wucheng sighed but did not answer. The laws of the lower dimension favor the emperor path above all the others, hence why even immortal sovereigns are so powerless in front of eternal emperors. In the upper dimension, there are too many ways or opportunities for the other paths to make up the gap. Furthermore, all Emperor Sayuro, including Eternal Sayuro, would have to show their respect to an immortal sovereign because the gap in each tier above the 10th is truly tremendous and is significantly more evident in that environment. After seeing Ancestor Wucheng not answer, Wang Wei hurried to ask another question. He knew these old monsters could suddenly use some excuse he was not strong enough to end the conversation and not reveal more information. They could not all be dead, right? The last immortal sovereign of the myriad emperor world died during the heaven-devouring emperor's catastrophe. Wait, I thought eternal emperors were almost unkillable. Does that mean immortal sovereign powerhouses have a way to erase them from existence? No, but eternal emperor lineages have unique artifacts with the power of Dao will. Using them, it is possible to kill some eternal emperors completely. Unfortunately, because of the laws of the lower dimensions, these artifacts all have a specific number of times they can be used. Afterward, they will disappear on their own. Wang Wei nodded as he could deduce a few other pieces of information based on this conversation. For example, there may have been a few other eternal emperor lineages in the myriad emperor world, but they have been extinguished in one of the many catastrophes that ravaged this plane. As such, most information about these lineages has been wiped out along with their eternal emperors. Or some of them might have had an eternal emperor, but once the latter was erased from history, his sect or descendant won't even remember their founder or ancestor was one. Wang Wei sighed, thinking how complex the cultivation world was. Suddenly, he remembered a question he had wanted to ask for some time but forgot. I once saw a world community that used Great Thousand Worlds as a way to basically farm Dao ancestors. Why doesn't our sect, or any other sects in the myriad emperor world, do the same? Asked Wang Wei. Wang Wuqing immediately sneered after hearing this. These people are doing nothing but ruining their sect's chi luck and creating tribulations for themselves. What do you mean? Although Wang Wei had a vague guess, it was best to get the answer from an expert. Immortal tier cultivators are not entirely immune to karma. So, doing something like that, which involves sacrificing trillions upon trillions of mortals, generations after generations, will create karmic debts, debts that will cause karmic tribulations. A perfect example of this law was during the incense and devil era. Both the Buddhist sect and the devil race used to do the same. But their final result? Their eventual extinction. Of course, you could argue this was only one of the many reasons for these factions' downfall. I imagine that the issue of restraining these wild Dao ancestors is an issue as well, added Wang Wei. That's right. Just like what happened to the great Zhou dynasty, the Dao path cultivators created using this method are hard to restrain. Any oaths or soul contracts signed before they ascend to immortality can be removed after a while and with the right method. So, most of them end up leaving to pursue a better cultivation environment. But that doesn't explain why other sects don't do it. I'm sure some people could not resist the temptation? Asked Wang Wei. Wang Wuqing sighed heavily. The sad truth is the myriad emperor world has been going downhill in terms of development for a long time. Hanging catastrophes after another have made most sects conservative, scared even to explore the endless void. This is the reason that all of us have mostly severe contact with other world communities, and even contact with the lower realm. So, I'm sure some sects are secretly doing what you mention, but I doubt many of them are. Wang Wuqing then looked directly into Wang Wei's eyes. Do you know why we're telling you all this? I do. Why? First, do not be too complacent about my strength and let it get over my head, said Wang Wei as he looked at Li Wen with gritted teeth, making the latter smile like a man who takes pleasure in taking candy from babies. 2. When I become an eternal emperor, I must find a way to develop the myriad emperor realm. Finally, and more importantly, before I leave, I must find a way to cultivate an immortal sovereign for the sect's safety. I'm glad you understand, replied Wang Wuqing before handing out a token to him. You can use this token to contact me if you need something. Additionally, it will increase your status and resources in the sect without taking most of these trials. Wang Wei's eyes lit up after hearing this. Then, he quickly told Wang Wuqing about the 9 incarnations he wanted to cultivate. After hearing him, Wang Wuqing's lips almost twitched, then he said, Go ask your father regarding the issue of resources. However, some great thousand worlds have immortal tier powerhouses secretly hiding. I will give you a protective talisman and one that can detect their existence. It's best if you avoid these worlds for your incarnations. Lastly, be mindful of these worlds' heavenly Dao. It's best if you can temporarily seal them or hide your incarnations from them. After saying that, Wang Wuqing remembered something and gave Wang Wei a booklet and sent him away. Once alone, Wang Wuqing spoke out loud. What do you think? This kid is already a monster. If he succeeds, I can't imagine how terrifying he will be. True, but his actions only allows him to catch up with the D clan's heir. We all know he is an anomaly. I'm pretty sure he is older than many of us, replied the voice. With such a foundation, I cannot imagine how powerful an eternal emperor he will become. The voice paused for a moment. Do you think this kid's the one the founders are waiting for? I don't know if he is the one, but I'm sure he can help them out of their situation one day. In that case, let's open the trial for him. Isn't that a little risky? According to their instructions, we can only open it to someone extremely talented and with ample luck. And this kid fit the description. As for the risk, it's worth it. Wang Wuqing pondered for a moment and said, let's wait until he reaches quasi-emperor realm. That way, he can benefit the most, and we can observe further. The voice agreed with him. In the last generation, they thought Wang Tian fit the description. However, when the path of Supreme was cut off, they understood Wang Tian was lacking in the luck department, so he never got access to that trial. So, the voice also wants to observe Wang Wei further and see if something unexpected will happen to him. Meanwhile, Wang Weiyuro, who appeared in the sky of the Secta Euro, looked at the title of the book in his hand, frowny face, a possible explanation of the vast difference between mortals and immortals. He thought it was a cultivation method, however, it appears it was a scholarly article about cultivation to open his mind. Wang Wei was not disappointed since he already had too many cultivation techniques. However, he did not care about this book right now. He rushed home to enter a land of bliss, lust, and depravity with his wife. Everything else can wait. Chapter 501. Su Jinyao. Wang Wei lay naked on a bed with his right arm around Wu Hong's also naked body. Meanwhile, his left hand kept caressing her long legs. He felt refreshed and relaxed while praising himself for increasing his fleshly Buddha strength. Otherwise, he would not last long in this crazy session. So, how do you feel after becoming a Dao overlord? Asked Wu Hong. Freer? I don't know. Somehow, I expect more from the reward. With all the reward you receive, aren't you being too greedy? In that case, I am angry about it. Why does heavenly Dao get to test my worthiness to cultivate Dao? Who gives it the right? Because you're weak, so it can determine your worthiness. Wang Wei almost choked when he heard this. Although it was true, it did not mean he wanted to accept it. Whatever, one day, it will be my puppet anyway. Wu Hong did not comment on this subject further, so she asked, since now you can cultivate all the supreme Daos without any consequences, do you plan to? No, I just want to focus on Fate Dao. That's good. More does not always mean better. Plus, Fate is very versatile and can use the power and abilities of the others. Wang Wei agreed with her. Fate can control all Daos like chaos, and all Daos like destruction, and calculate information, knowledge, and secrets like the Dao of heaven. It can even involve the power of creation if used correctly, not to mention Empyreans seem to have the ability to create life. So, Wang Wei felt it would be best to remain pure and focus on one supreme Dao. Suddenly, he remembered something and asked, do you know someone called Su Jinyao? How do you know her? Asked Wu Hong calmly, but Wang Wei could feel a change in her aura. He scrutinized her, but she just stared at him, seeming to demand how she knew that name. So, he explained the entire situation with his fate line and such. She's only a great emperor, very close to the Empyrean realm, so she should not have such ability. So, who is she exactly? Su Jinyao is considered one of the most beautiful women ever. When she was born, the Grand Dao itself showed up to celebrate her birth and beauty. She is even considered the creature closest to perfection when it comes to beauty. Tempted, aren't you? Of course not. I'm a man of morale and dignity. I bet you are thinking only a person like you with a protagonist's aura would have a fate-love connection with the most beautiful woman in existence? That is pure slander with no proof. I'm innocent, replied Wang Wei as his mind worked trillions of thoughts in less than a nanosecond. Plus, you're the most beautiful woman in existence. What's Su Jinyao? Whoever gave her that title is blind. Wu Hong looked at him directly in the eyes and saw the innocence and purity there. It seems you have gotten better at hiding his thoughts and guilt. What guilt? What's with all the accusations today? Wu Hong ignored him before placing her head on his chest. She sighed slightly before saying, "To be fair, she is a great woman, very kind and nurturing. It's a shame that fate was not kind to her." What Wu Hong did not say was in the previous timeline, two women played an essential role in Wang Wei's life, her and Su Jinyao. Many times, Su Jinyao saved his life or used her connection to protect him. In the end, he owed her so much karma, and after seeing how much she paid for him, he felt he had an obligation to be with her. Wang Wei's thoughts created a lot of conflicts with Empress Wu, the only woman he truly loved. So, he finally decided to make a clone that lived with her in seclusion while the real body continued his relationship with Wu Hong. Wang Wei felt there was more to Su Jinyao than Wu Hong stated, however, he also felt it was unwise to ask anymore. Anyway, once he got the chance, he would cut off their fate connection. It did not matter how beautiful she was. So, Wang Wei decided to change the subject. The booklet ancestor Wucheng flew from his space ring and floated above the bed. Then, the two read it. The book theorized the vast difference between the quasi-emperor realm and the great emperor realm because there should be at least 30 to 40 great cultivation realms between these two tiers. For example, there should be at least 15 great realms, not small stages in a realm, between quasi-emperor and immortal venerable, 25 great realms for Dao venerables, and over 40 realms for a third-class emperor. However, the heaven will allows cultivators to skip all these realms without any repercussions, hence the vast difference in strength between mortal and immortal tier cultivators. Although the author stated all of this was his theory, Wang Wei felt it was a very reasonable theory. "I think he has a point, what do you think?" "He's right," replied Wu Hong. "How so?" "In many ordinary chaos world, it is normal to have a couple of dozens of cultivation realms. Meanwhile, in source chaos worlds, there are always only 12 realms." "Ordinary chaos world? Source chaos world?" Wu Hong then explained to him after seeing his confusion. They were currently in the lower dimension, also called Endless Void, of the Eternal Ascension world. The upper dimension was where all the great emperors ascended to when they disappeared since the environment was more suited for them to cultivate. This was also where Empyreans and Paragons lived or existed. Beyond the Eternal Ascension world was Primordial Chaos, a dark and infinite place where a noble race called Fiend Gods lived and ruled. Primordial Chaos contained many chaos worlds, divided into normal and source worlds. There is nothing special about most normal worlds, whereas source worlds have heaven will so they can give birth to great emperors, Empyreans, and Paragons. Together, all the chaos worlds in existence formed the chaos universe. Interesting, muttered Wang Wei as this information solved a few of the puzzles in his mind. He now understood the Earth was probably located in another chaos world in primordial chaos. Furthermore, the endless space he traveled through after being swallowed by the space crack was probably primordial chaos. However, this begs the question, how did his mortal soul survive in such a dangerous place? Even if the blue spots could increase his soul's strength and quality, would that be enough? He was sure he would meet some creatures during his long voyage, even some fiend gods, so how did he survive? Could it be his soul reached a point that it could compete with these creatures, or did something else happen? Maybe that old fox Hongjun secretly protected me, but why? By now, he knew this reincarnation was not an accident. Most likely, Hongjun is directly involved, or he was caught in an accident that was meant to reincarnate other people from Earth to other chaos worlds. No matter what, he decided not to return to Earth until he was strong enough. From what he learned from reading prehistoric novels, The Conferred God List, and Journey to the West, Hongjun and all the saints are cunning and scheming individuals. So, without sufficient strength, he would be nothing but a pawn in their hands. Of course, if Hongjun truly helped him without scheming against him, even if he had a request, Wang Wei would repay the karma if it was not something outrageous. How strong would someone be to protect a person from one chaos world to another? Asked Wu Hong. What do you mean? Wang Wei suddenly realized he did not tell her in detail about the trial, so he took this opportunity to do so. As long as a paragon has a connection to that world or the coordinate, they can do it. However, to protect you from Grand Daoi because of a taboo, Even a boundless paragon cannot do that. Only power beyond. Wang Wei looked at Wu Hong but did not ask further after seeing she did not continue. Some things cannot be said, nor do they need to be said. By now, he understood this fact extremely well. So, he decided to change the subject. I wonder whether there are other chaos universes? Or better yet, what is beyond primordial chaos and the chaos universe? Could it be Hong? Shoo, don't say anything, said Wu Hong as she quickly closed his mouth with her delicate hands, making him realize he was once again talking about things beyond his weight class. So, after nodding to her, he sighed with slight frustration. It is moments like this that make him realize his weakness and also increase his desire to become free and unfettered. After all, how uncomfortable it is to unable to talk about certain things because of how weak he was. It's all right. Use this frustration as motivation, said Wu Hong. I will. All right, let's talk about something else. What have you been doing during your imprisonment? Chapter 502 Hidden History. Wu Hong ignored the mocking tone Wang Wei used when he said the word imprisonment, as she knew he was bitter for calling him weak in front of Heavenly Dao. Sometimes, he can truly be petty, and sometimes, he is the most open-hearted person you will meet. I did find the disaster's emperor's inheritance before I was imprisoned, she replied calmly. Then, she took a booklet and gave it to him. Wang Wei took it and read the title Frowny Face Human, Earth, and Heaven Tribulation Art. Well, hopefully, this thing can give me some inspiration, he said before putting it away. Anything else? I used the time to create a way for you to discover the Dao burial ground after you prove the Dao. Now, I just need to sneak it inside without alerting some people. Excellent, replied Wang Wei. Although he believed he should be able to find these people with his power of fate, it was good to be cautious. With Wu Hong's method, he had an additional assurance. Suddenly, he remembered his thought about how history was not as it seemed, so he decided to ask her. After hearing his thought, Wu Hong pondered for a moment before explaining. You're completely correct, she said. So, what is the real history? Even I don't know for sure. But I can tell you what I know or heard. Let's start with the ancient emperor era and the human emperor. From what I know, he was a paragon from another source world. Wang Wei's eyes lit up after hearing this. He always believed the human emperor was Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of China and the ruler of the Qin dynasty. And the more he learned about him, Hong Jun, and Earth, the more sure he was. However, the human emperor was a ruthless individual who wanted to become a boundless paragon. So, he went through the process of cutting of his Dao, so that he can recultivate. Dao cutting? What's that? How do I explain this? Said Wu Hong while gathering her thought. Some people want a second chance at proving the Dao. Usually, it is because they do not like their accomplishment the first time. A lot of them want another chance at becoming an eternal emperor. For an emperor or any of the other paths to recultivate, there are two ways they can achieve this. The first one is for them to acquire enough merit before their soul enters reincarnation. With this method, most emperors would leave their original bodies as a backup plan or resources to help them after their second try. Unfortunately, this method has a great flaw. The body will affect the soul even through reincarnation, said Wang Wei. Exactly. Most people who try to prove the Dao a second time usually fail or achieve the same result as their first time because of the original body. And when it comes to trying to become an eternal emperor a second time, the difficulty is 100 times, if not more, and with each attempt, the difficulty will increase exponentially. What about the merit they have to gather? Doesn't that help? The merit is essentially the payment Heavenly Dao requires to give them a second chance in the first place. It usually requires a large amount that most people cannot afford in the first place. Wang Wei understood as he could guess it is not easy to acquire merit in a place like the upper dimension, unless that person had access to another civilization like himself and used the ideas there to acquire merit. However, even then, this method is very dangerous, considering there are powerhouses like paragons. What if one of them became interested in your ideas or even merit? So, what is the second method? Does it involve the human emperor? The second method, called Dao cutting, involved completely stripping oneself of their grand Dao source and return to a mortal. That's the method the human emperor used. He's indeed a scary individual, commented Wang Wei with squinted eyes. To abandon his power as a paragon and start all over again? Not many people have the willpower to do this, especially when there is the chance he could fail and die during his second attempt at proving the Dao. Indeed. But as you know, he did not participate in the Heaven Will battle after cutting his Dao. Wang Wei suddenly thought of something. You mean? Yes, there are rumors the entire Golden Ape Emperor invasion was his secret manipulation. He allegedly injected a small amount of Fiend God bloodline into the Golden Ape Emperor before he proved the Dao, which granted him battle prowess on par if not more powerful than an Eternal Emperor. Then, when the latter went on a rampage to destroy the world and humanity, he appeared as a hero that protected humanity. I'm guessing he did this to use the humans' luck and merit to guarantee he became an Eternal Emperor. Exactly, replied Wu Hong. If that's the case, he must have a way to somewhat restrain the Golden Ape Emperor. Wait, the formation that allowed him to fight across realms, that must be it. However, how could such a formation exist? I don't know the exact detail, said Wu Hong. But I can guess. The human emperor was known for his terrifying puppet called the Terracotta Warriors, some of which were even at the Paragon level. My theory is that he used a few immortal tier puppets as the core to allow him to bear such power. And as you said, he most likely left some ways to restrain the Golden Ape Emperor. Truly a cunning and treacherous ruler, capable of doing anything for power, commented Wang Wei, as he somehow felt threatened by the presence of another transmigrator in this world. Like you're one to talk, said Wu Hong, rolling her eyes. You should be careful when you open the Qin dynasty's treasury. Additionally, you should be wary of Sun Jiaolong. Although the human destiny sword no longer belongs to the human emperor and he should have no control over it, he can still leave some means on it. So, the fact it appeared out of nowhere after so many years and chose Sun Jiaolong, there is a reason for this. I'm guessing the human emperor did become a boundless paragon, right? He did. What is his current status now? Dead, or in limbo. So, there is a high chance that Sun Jiaolong is the vessel he chose to resurrect himself. Very likely. Wang Wei nodded his head, then he asked, why do you call him the human emperor? I thought such a title would cause him problems in the upper dimension, and he would have to change it. It did cause him trouble. However, he later went on to prove he deserved that title. How so? He created the Qin Saint dynasty, the largest and greatest human dynasty in the upper dimension. Plus, you remember how you talk about the devil invasion having some anomalies? Yes. How did the 9 devil gods almost conquer the lower dimension? How could they intervene in your Heaven Will battle with Di Tian and not be punished? That's because they had the support of the devil race in the upper dimension. Apparently, some terrifying true devil appeared in the upper dimension, and his existence could even affect the true heavenly Dao. That true devil created a catastrophe that affected the entire Eternal Ascension world. The human emperor contributed greatly during that era of strife, leading people to acknowledge his title. Do you think he was secretly beyond the true devil catastrophe? He's not capable to that level. And if he were, he would have faced a terrible fate. Wang Wei nodded his head before asking, what about you? What role did you play in the catastrophe? Nothing. Nothing? Yes. By the time I ascended, the Dao opening sect, the Buddhist sect, the Qin Saint Court, and many others had already dealt with the true devil. So, I did not participate despite expecting to. Wang Wei was not surprised to hear his sect's name. He has long predicted his ancestors would create a sect in the upper dimension. And given that they could keep such a grand name as Dao Opening, they must have done well for themselves. I thought you would be responsible for annihilating the devil race in the upper dimension. Wu Hong smiled at him but did not explain. Wang Wei, who was used to her being mysterious, just ignored her before saying, that true devil must greatly have impacted the upper dimension. It did. It started the prelude to a golden era where hundreds of paragons and dozens of boundless paragons existed and competed with each other. Of course, she did not say that the true devil was also the prelude to the ultimate taboo that ended the golden era with the disappearances of all these paragons. Regrettably, Wang Wei has not reached the point where he can know or discuss the ultimate taboo. What about immortal sovereigns? What role did they play in these historical events? Asked Wang Wei. The majority of them grouped together to seal the forbidden lands and prevent them from aggravating the situation, replied Wu Hong as she changed her lying position to become the small spoon. One of the reasons the Myriad Emperor world is so unique in the lower dimension is because of how we, as cultivators, can work together in times of danger and great change. And, of course, how we control and manage immortal tier cultivators. In some heavenward worlds, these people have no restraint as they roam the world freely and do as they pleased. Doesn't heavenly Dao care? Most heavenly Daoists are not as active as ours. As long as these people do not actively destroy the world or allow the mortal population to drop a certain level, they will not care. So, are we lucky or unlucky for having such an active heavenly Dao? Asked Wang Wei with a sneer. I know you don't like it, but you have to give it the credit it deserved for keeping the world in such exemplary order, especially when compared to most other heavenward world. Wang Wei still sneered despite agreeing with her. Chapter 503 Dusk, what are you going to do next? Asked Wu Hong. I have to undergo my void-shattering realm tribulation. Then, it's time I meet the owner of the unseen cube. Then get to it. What about all the things you promised me? Well, take our time, otherwise, you'll injure your kidney. Fine, said Wang Wei with annoyance, especially since he knew she was correct. So, he dressed up before leaving the manor. He saw Wang Ju waiting outside. How did it go? As you expected, young master. After your arrival, a few of the disciples and elders behaved abnormally. After capturing and interrogating them, we discovered they were members of the Sleepers. Were they also reincarnated? No. They seemed to be people selected from this generation. Their background and everything appeared normal on the surface. If they did not explode their souls when we tried to search it, we would not have known they were parts of the Sleepers. Wang Wei pondered briefly. He deduced that Di Tian would be interested in the state of his trial. So, he used his return to draw out some of the Sleepers' members that may have escaped his previous cleanup. It's a shame these guys are incredibly loyal and would detonate their souls not to reveal any information. Alright, how is Project Deep Infiltration? Things are proceeding according to plans. We have infiltrated most of the sects in the Myriad Emperor world using the fate-stealing technique. Some of our members have gained access to the sect's Emperor scripture in some weak Emperor lineages. As for the more powerful one, we are taking our time. Remember always to be cautious and take your time, replied Wang Wei. What about the infiltration of the sea race? Things are even slower there, but there is still some progress. Contact Xiao Songxi and see if you can use his help to accelerate the progress. Would he be willing to help? Asked Wang Ju. He doesn't have to do it voluntarily, replied Wang Wei, to which Wang Ju nodded to display her understanding. You're still in the primordial spirit realm? Young master, I'm not blaming you, said Wang Wei before waving his hand and manifesting a black gem. This is a quasi-emperor tier shadow crystal I recently got. With it, you should be able to enter the void-shattering realm quickly. So, find someone to temporarily take your place so you can enter a seclusion retreat. Wang Ju bowed, thank you, young master. Since you're my person, I won't mistreat you. I will even find an innate spiritual treasure with shadow properties for you. Wang Ju opened her mouth to reject, but thinking about the young master's words, she only thanked him in advance. One last thing, keep an eye on Mu Xingyun, especially on what type of law she cultivates. Is there a reason? The Dao of Devour is an outlaw Dao, yet she is not an outlaw. I doubt her acquired physique is enough to shield her from the trial, so I must know why. After the trial, Wang Wei taught Wang Ju about outlaws, wanting her to gather more information on the topic if possible. Do you think she wants to use the same tactic as Emperor Nine Sons? Hopefully, Things are as simple as this, replied Wang Wei with a slightly serious tone. In that case, I'll have a special agent watch her. Wang Wei nodded before dismissing her. Then, he flew toward the sex exit. Midway through his flight, someone suddenly appeared in front of him. Mom? Why are you here? Where are you going? Asked Yu Yan. I'm going to find a barren place to pass my tribulation. Why don't you use the sex tribulation mountain? I have a feeling my tribulation will be too big. Plus, I have to go see someone afterward. Yu Yan paused, not knowing what to say. Wang Wei held her before saying, You don't have to worry. I'll be back in perfect shape. A few seconds later, Yu Yan sighed before caressing his face. Contact me if something happens. I promise. Yu Yan nodded before flying away. And as Wang Wei watched his mother fly away, he shook his head slightly before flying away. Outside the sex protection array, he opened a tear in space to teleport to a barren domain with nothing but sand in sight for miles. Then, he deactivated the protection of the unseen cube. Immediately, the clouds a few million miles in diameter changed. They turned dark and gloomy, with flames and lightning flashing everywhere. Wang Wei controlled the law seed next to his law altar to fly in the clouds before closing his eyes. A bright orange flame came from the clouds, trying to destroy the law seed. However, a mysterious aura emanated from it as protection. Meanwhile, Wang Wei felt it became easier to understand the laws of heaven and earth. When it comes to passing the void-shattering realm tribulations, there are two ways to pass. There is the orthodox way, which is the method Wang Wei used, and the unorthodox way that requires cultivators to use artifacts, spells, or techniques to defend against the heavenly tribulation. The orthodox ways allowed cultivators to deepen their understanding of the laws, but they had to have a deep foundation, otherwise, the tribulation would destroy their law seed. The same benefit does not apply to the unorthodox method. After the orange flame tried to no avail to destroy Wang Wei's law seed, it dispersed after a few minutes. Then, a green wind descended from heaven to have its try. Unfortunately, it was useless. Following this, it was red lightning. It bombarded the seed for at least an hour before it stopped. And during the entire process, Wang Wei did not move an inch. Once the lightning stopped, the tribulation should have ended, but it did not. So, Wang Wei opened his eyes. His gaze pierced the clouds to see an army of demonic beasts made out of tribulation thunders. He instantly appeared in front of his law seed. His eyes twinkled as he saw this tribulation army. He could feel as long as he defeated these things, his understanding would further increase. So, he sat cross-legged in the air, closed his eyes, opened his mouth, and inhaled. His mouth seemed to have created an endless black hole as he swallowed these creatures without stopping. And to his surprise, this process lasted for 2 hours, that's how many of them there were. However, he was not done yet. A yellow figure appeared in the clouds. The figure only had a humanoid shape and nothing else. Dusk of the gods, said the yellow figure, then the surroundings turned pitch black for a few seconds before returning to normal. Wang Wei, who activated his innate shield, was perfectly fine. However, he could sense that this attack destroyed all matter or energy in the surrounding. An imprint of the Dusk Emperor, he muttered as he analyzed the situation. He remembered reading about a rare form of tribulations where cultivators must fight imprints of past emperors. It seems he was currently undergoing this type of tribulation. Dusk of myriad worlds, said the yellow figure, and with this move, the entire domain they were in began to shake. A black light came from the figure's hand, and from that light, Wang Wei sensed a power that could destroy hundreds of middle thousand worlds. Wang Wei raised his hand to catch the black light before crushing it easily. He shook his head before saying, "If it was the real you, you could give me a little challenge." After saying that, he flicked his finger to create a shockwave so fast that the yellow figure could react in time. So, a hole appeared on its chest, and it slowly began to disperse. Oddly, it did not disperse. Instead, the yellow figure morphed into an extremely beautiful and charming lad dressed in a blue robe. Looking at the person's face, Wang Wei said, "The Dusk Emperor?" I thought you were a man. I can be when I feel like it, they replied with a smile. So, to what do I owe this visit? You don't seem surprised. Well, this is not the first time I have met one of you almighty beings. Given how odd you are, it's understandable. Wang Wei shrugged his shoulder, asking again, what can I do for you? Nothing. I just had a feeling to come here, so I came to check it out. The Dusk Emperor looked up and down at him. You said you wanted a challenge? Of course, said Wang Wei with fighting intent. All right, let's see if you can defend against this attack, Dusk of all devils. Before Wang Wei could react, a black sphere enveloped him for a few seconds before disappearing. And after reappearing, some of his skin was gone before regenerating in an instant. Oh, what a horrifying fleshly body, muttered the Dusk Emperor. Meanwhile, Wang Wei had a pondering look on his face. An attack specially made for true devils like me. No, there is something more. This is not the power of dusk but the Tao of destruction. Didn't you abandon this Tao to pass the outlaw trial? I did. But the Tao of destruction was my pursuit, so I found a way to change my main Tao later on. Is that possible? It is, albeit extremely difficult. I see. Well, I have to go. So soon. I was hoping to talk about the Tao with you. It's unfortunate that I cannot stay here for long. My existence is very threatening to a few cockroaches, and they will not sleep well and bother me if they knew I sent my will here. Wang Wei squinted his eyes after hearing this, but he did not ask any further questions. The Dusk Emperor smiled before waving her hand and condensing a black seed. This is some of my comprehension of the destruction Tao. As a fellow who cultivates one of the hidden supreme Taos, maybe you can learn from it. Wang Wei looked at the seed and said, I don't like to owe people karma. The Dusk Emperor waved his hand to eliminate the karma on the seed before disappearing. Then, Wang Wei accepted her gift without hesitation. Chapter 504 Reveal. Is this what it means for my chi luck to improve after becoming a Tao overlord? Muttered Wang Wei, thinking how unlikely it is for someone to the Tao comprehension of a great emperor. No, someone who is probably higher than a great emperor. No longer focusing on such a thing, Wang Wei closed his eyes to continue his comprehension. After a certain amount of time, his law seed suddenly changed, a new aura manifested on it beside the aura of fate, the aura of time. The second law that Wang Wei understood was the law of time. Technically, it was Jin Chaos law of freedom. However, he needs to understand yin-yang laws to fuse the Tao of fate with the Tao of free will. Finally, he absorbed the law seed back into his law altar. Wang Wei then raised his head to see the sky turned into auspicious signs that spread throughout the myriad emperor world, announcing he was the third person in his generation to reach the void-shattering realm. After 2 more people make the breakthrough, Heavenly Tao will open the path of Supreme for the older generation. It should not be long, muttered Wang Wei before looking in one direction. He could sense someone sending an invitation to him. So, he no longer hesitated and opened a space tier to that location. He saw a small island floating in the sky, surrounded by numerous formations. And when he arrived, the formations opened to allow him entry. So, Wang Wei followed the call's direction to meet the unseen cube's mysterious owner. Soon, he saw someone sitting cross-legged, waiting for him with hot tea. It's you, said Wang Wei, genuinely surprised. Yes, it's me, replied Jin Biu, the 5 elements balance physique and heaven chosen of the 5-element palace. Wang Wei sat next to her while observing her. The changes to her were very noticeable. Jin Biu's previously innocent and pure eyes were now full of wisdom and the impurities of the mortal world. It was as if her previous pure heart talent had disappeared. You look like a completely different person, said Wang Wei. In some ways, I am. Body possession? Said Wang Wei as many thoughts flashed across his mind. No, split personality, to be precise, split souls. That's correct. The other, Bai, and I are 2 sides of the same coin. So, which one is the main soul? What do you think? Replied Jinbiyu with a smile. Interesting. One side is pure of mind and heart, while the other is full of cunningness and is strategically minded. So, you promise to tell me the truth, said Wang Wei before taking out the unseen cube and handing it over to her. Zhenbai looked at the cube in her hand and sighed aloud. I need your help. Wang Wei took a sip of the tea, and his eyes lit up. The tea seemed to be based on the 5 elements, allowing the drinker to experience 5 different tastes that were perfectly harmonized. What an excellent tea. I should ask if she has more once we are done. Do you know that there are some emperors who hide in the lower dimension to cultivate instead of leaving? Asked Jinbiyu. I have heard of them. She paused for a moment as if to remember something, then, a touch of sadness appeared in her eyes. Well, I am a clone of one of them. Wang Wei still did not say anything. The 5-Heart Emperor was a second-class emperor from another world community. However, she did not want to ascend to the higher world for some reason. Instead, she used some method to create countless clones and send them to samsara. And after these clones prove the Tao, she will refine them to increase her understanding of the grand Tao source. Zhenbiyu stopped to look at Wang Wei, waiting for his reaction, but he just took another sip of his tea. How did she escape the sight of heavenly Tao? Her action falls under the category of tempering with the heaven will battle, and I doubt a second class has such profound method. I don't know exactly, but I think she has a unique chaos treasure to help. Wang Wei squinted his eyes at her for a moment before asking another question. As a clone, how could you possibly learn about such a thing? This is my second life, replied Zhenbai. In my past life, I had a fortunate encounter that allowed me to learn the truth. So, I purposely performed horribly in my last heaven will battle, and before my death, I tried to enter samsara to remove my status as a clone. Unfortunately, I failed. What's worse, in this generation, I acquired the 5-element balance physique, which further increases my connection to the main body. So, the 5-Heart Emperor cultivates the 5-element Tao? Yes, along with all the clones. Do you think it is such a coincidence that you can learn the truth about your status? Asked Wang Wei. I'm perfectly aware that someone or something is manipulating me so I can become the karmic backlash of her action. However, I don't care as long as I can get my freedom. So, how strong is she? Based on my last reincarnation, she had ascended to 40% of the Grand Tao source. 40%? Even if you count that not all the clones will prove the Tao in each generation, this is still a high number. So, she must have been in the lower dimension for a very long time. Most definitely. So, what do you want me to do? Asked Wang Wei despite guessing her intention. I cannot prove the Tao in this generation, otherwise, my fate will be the same as the others. So, only an eternal emperor could negotiate with her to grant me my freedom. So, why did you choose me? Not just you. I have secretly helped quite a few individuals hoping one day they can help me. Even Lin Fan's slaughter trial token came indirectly from me. It's a shame he died so quickly before I could even give him some hint about his trial. Zhenbiyu sighed. Because she needs to hide from the main body, this part of her soul has to be in constant sleep, only waking up between intervals. So, she did not have a chance to reveal the truth to Lin Fan and warn him about the trial. Did you invest in D. Tian as well? No. Why not? I don't have a way to help him. Plus, I feel he is one of these cruel people who do not care about repaying karma. Wang Wei did not comment on this statement. He did not know D. Tian well enough to comment on his character. So, he sipped his tea before asking, do you think a single innate treasure is enough to make me the enemy of a powerful emperor? Can you honestly say the cube did not help you in the slightest with passing the trial? She responded. Wang Wei could not deny this fact. He did not know whether Heavenly Tao could foresee his future Buddha self calculations. Nevertheless, he had begun to develop a severe form of paranoia, which the cube dealt with. If it were not for it, his state of mind would not be at his best, and who knows if he could pass the trial in such a condition. He knew for sure Jin Chao would take full advantage of his paranoia during their fight, and who knows if he would be able to react the way he did when he met Empyrean Blackheart. I cannot give you an answer for now. That's fine, replied Jinbiyu before handing him a talisman to personally contact her when he made a decision. So, after asking her for some more tea and briefly chatting with her, Wang Wei left. On his journey home, he felt the power of tribulation from where he came from, so Wang Wei knew Jinbiyu underwent her void-shattering realm tribulation not long after he left. Back home, Wang Wei went to see his mother before returning to his mountain. Did you meet the Dusk Emperor? Asked Wu Hong the moment she laid eyes on him. I did. How did you know? I sensed their presence. Did you know them? Yes, she replied with a slight reminisce. The Dusk Emperor is the only person who became a boundless paragon without first becoming an eternal emperor or an everlasting empyrean. That sounds amazing. But why do I feel you knew them on a more personal level? I did. The cultivation world is still male-dominated despite how cultivation can level the playing field. So, many of the female emperors grouped together to protect each other. So, when I first ascended, the Dusk Emperor, your ancestor, the Sword Empress, and many others protected me to allow me to grow. Back then, although the true devil was eradicated, there were still a few of his remains. And these people did not like what I did to the devil race in the lower dimension. Luckily, the ladies protected me, or my life would have been more miserable. It's good to have any form of support in this cold and cruel world of cultivation, said Wang Wei before hugging her. Then, he changed the subject by telling her about the conversation with Jinbiyu. What do you think? Chapter 505 Resources. As long as you become an eternal emperor, you should be able to defeat that Emperor Five-Heart, replied Wu Hong. How come? The strength of eternal emperor is different. Based on my calculation, after you temper your body to the peak, the baptizement from the Grand Tao source will further strengthen your fleshly body, giving you an additional 5% strength. And if your 9 incarnation plan succeeds, the boost will be another 5%, so after you become an eternal emperor, you should be able to fight emperors with 30% comprehension. Is that how it works? And that's not the end, continued Wu Hong. Your paragon quality soul will give you another 10% boost, your willpower, if you can control it, another 10%, and your control of the Grand Tao source and your Tao will should give you another 2 to 3%. So, by calculation, after proving the Tao, you will be on par with 53% ascended emperor. Damn, you're going to be OP, said Wu Hong with some frustration in her voice. Hee hee, said Wang Wei with a smirk. And that's not even the last of it. If you can create the heavenly Tao level of your force control skill, it should give you another 5%. Furthermore, if you can find some better materials for your proving Tao artifact, it should grant you a few more percentages. I can't believe you will almost be on par with an empyrean right after becoming an eternal emperor. The color of envy suits you very well, said Wang Wei. Do you want me to suppress and seal you for a few years? Don't get mad at me for the ugliness in your heart. Wu Hong rolled her eyes and decided to ignore him. So, what percentage to become an empyrean? 70% for empyrean, and 90% for paragon. That's it? I just need to comprehend the Grand Tao source? Of course not. There are a few other steps to become an empyrean, especially if you want to become an everlasting one. I see, replied Wang Wei without asking anything else regarding this topic. These things were a little too far for him for now. So, he asked something else. What was your battle strength after becoming an eternal emperor? After I seal and absorb the Devil Prince to sublimate my foundation, it gave me an additional 5%. My soul was also exceptional, and after absorbing his spiritual strength, it reached a higher level in quality, which granted me another 5%. Then, there was my Proving Tao artifact. I used at least 10 chaos treasures as the base, so it granted another 5% increase. And after I sealed and absorbed the devil gods, my foundation again sublimated, which gave me another 5%. A total of 40%. 10 chaos treasures? How rich were you? I was the son of the era, so of course, I was rich. Plus, these treasures were technically heavenly Daoist reward for all the things it made me go through. True, nodded Wang Wei. I thought chaos treasures were on par with Eternal Emperor's artifacts. With 10 of them, shouldn't your increase be way more exaggerated? Wu Hong shook his head. The people in the lower dimension tend to overestimate the power of innate and chaos treasures. The classification for these treasures referred to their effectiveness to great emperors or immortal tier powerhouses, not the actual strength. The advantage of these types of treasures is that there is no backlash to using them, even to a mortal. And since even cultivators in the quasi-emperor realm cannot bring the full power of emperor artifacts, it is normal for innate or chaos treasures to be on par with them in a clash. Things do not seem that simple, added Wang Wei. You're right. The actual value of innate and chaos treasures is that they can be turned into innate supreme treasures or chaos supreme treasures in the upper dimension. These are the real treasures born from heaven and earth that can compete with Empyrean or Paragon's artifacts. Some are extremely powerful or have bizarre and terrifying abilities. Wang Wei's eyes lit up thinking about when he returned the world's innate chi. Then he could take a bunch of innate and possibly chaos treasures and turn them into supreme treasures after ascending. I know what you're thinking, but turning these things into supreme treasures is difficult. It usually takes a lot of time and the right opportunity. Wang Wei predicted this much, but this did not change his decision. Plus, he even had some ideas on how to accelerate the process. Although he did not know if it would work, he was satisfied with having a basic plan. Do you think the other known eternal emperors could also fight above their level? He continued asking. I don't know about that, but based on the Sword Empress and the absolute beginning emperor's accomplishment, they should at least have the battle powers of 30% or more. I see, said Wang Wei as he nodded. Then, he finally asked the crucial question, so, do you think I should accept Jin Baiyu's proposition? Well, it's up to you. I am interested in the Emperor Five Hearts treasure that could hide from heavenly Tao and even intervening in the Heavenwell battle. Do you think it might reach the level of innate or chaos supreme treasure? It might be, or at the very least, very close. Wang Wei chatted with her for a while before entering 1 month of seclusion. He wanted to settle down and plan out his future in detail. Once finished, he walked out of his seclusion with a stack of papers in his hand and went straight to Wu Hong. I've been thinking about our last conversation. You said it was normal for ordinary source worlds to have dozens of cultivation realms, right? That's right. Wait, do you want to create a cultivation method to ascend to immortality similar to these source worlds? Yes. Unfortunately, it's impossible. Why? A lot of people have had the same ideas as you. However, they all failed, replied Wu Hong, reading a book. Normally, I would not underestimate your ability to achieve things other people could not do, but in this case, it's simply impossible, unless you have the power to rewrite the entire laws of the eternal Ascensian world. That's something even I could not do at my peak. Wang Wei frowned. So what happened to these people's attempts? Most of the great realms they created turned into small realms that sublimated the 9 great mortal realms of source worlds. Furthermore, some realms became useless or could not even be achieved. It was like they were nonsense written by mortals for a story. So, after many trials and errors, these people understood that the laws of source world only allows for the 9 mortal great realms and the 3 immortal realms. Nothing more, nothing else. Wang Wei pondered briefly before crossing out something from the paper in his hand. I guess this plan is useless. Alright, I have to go see my father. So, he kissed Wu Hong's cheeks before flying away to Tianwei Peak to see his father and handing over the stack of paper. Why don't you use talisman for information? I like the feel of paper. Wang Tian shook his head before using his divine sense to read this document of over 1,000 pages in just a few seconds. His lips twitched after he finished, so he reread a few times to ensure he was correct. He then looked at his son and said, "The answer is no." What do you mean? Are you insane? Don't you understand what you're asking? You want me to give you all the resources to cultivate your 9 incarnations. You basically want the sect to raise 10 of you. So? Do you know how expensive one of you is? Said Wang Tian, with veins almost popping on his forehead. You want all innate treasures to temper your incarnation's body. That's 8 innate treasures for each incarnation. And if you add the star essence to open and nurture your acupoints, that's another innate level resource. You're asking for 9 innate treasures for each incarnation for a total of 81. On top of that, you want to place time formation to surround all the great 1,000 worlds where your incarnations will grow. If I don't do that, they will not reach the quasi-emperor realm in time, argued Wang Wei. I am sure they won't, but this won't change how expensive one of these formations is, let alone to surround an entire world. Do you think our family has trees where heavenly resources keep falling, and we can just pick them up as we please? But I know we have the resources. We do, but not all of it can be used on you. What if I have this? Replied Wang Wei as he handed Wang Wuqing's token. After inspecting it, Wang Tian said, even so, you can only get the resources for 3 of the incarnations. Wang Wei smacked his lips. You're making being a second-generation rich young master not fun anymore. Watch how you behave. Even if you're now stronger than me, I'm still your father, and I can still give you a family beating. Alright, I am sorry. That's better. And you better not show this nonsense to your mother. The Yu clan does not have the financial capability of our sect, and if she knew about it, she could probably force them to support one of your incarnations at the price of ruining their foundations. I know. Anyways, I still have a rich wife. Wang Tian exhaled deeply to calm down. You need to prepare for the sect master ceremony very soon. So soon? Aren't you perfectly fine? The path of Supreme will be opened soon, and I need to enter mortal dust. After thinking about it, I think you should take your position sooner rather than later. Alright, I'll be ready. Wang Tian nodded before shooing him away. So, Wang Wei returned to his mansion to ask Wu Hong for resources. He had no shame in smoothing on his wife. I can only give you the resources for 2 incarnations, she replied calmly. Why? I never had the need for much resources, so that's all I have on me. Plus, you can't be too over-reliant on me. ED2, Wu Hong. What happened to you raising me as your boy toy? Wu Hong ignored him as she focused on her novel. It was getting to the good part, so she had no time for his drama. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was thinking about when he visited America for a business trip. He remembered the slight culture shock he received after learning about the concept of sugar mommy. He also remembered how he secretly wished he had one of these, and until now, he thought he did. But no, apparently, her financial support was limited. Fine, I'll find the remaining resources on my own, said Wang Wei as he already had an idea how, his soul network ability. Chapter 506 Release. After refining Jin Chaos Soul, Wang Wei discovered his soul network had now access to the world community, where the latter lived the longest and even became the young sect master of the martial origin sect. He closed his eyes to activate the ability, and he could see 2 squared in his mind. Upon focus, he could see 2 names on these squares, Myriad Emperor World Community and Martial Supreme World Community. So, the name of each world community is based on the Heavenwell world that served as its center? That's convenient. He focused on the Martial Supreme World Community before seeing a purple orb which indicated the Martial Supreme World, along with a few other colors. However, Wang Wei realized there were not as many worlds in this community as the Myriad Emperor. To be precise, it was more complex and longer for him to search for other worlds in the Martial Supreme World Community than his own. Nevertheless, he had time and plenty of spiritual strength, so he did not mind. I wonder what is the criteria to gain access to these world communities, thought Wang Wei. He knew it had something to do with souls. However, Zhen Chao had previously traveled to 5 other world communities, but Wang Wei only had access to one of them. So, it could be because it was the one Zhen Chao spent the most time with or the one he thought was his home. Or, it could be something else entirely. As Wang Wei looked at these 2 world communities, he began to plan his resource-gathering scheme. His main target will be people with great luck, sons of destiny, or people in desperate need. He will contact these people when in dire need before exploiting them for high-level resources. Additionally, he can connect to some powerful heaven chosens to exchange resources from their world community while also exchanging their understanding of the Tao. However, if I want my plan to succeed, I will need access to more world communities, Wang Wei muttered, thinking about how he could expand his soul network. Then, the power of fate flashed across his eyes as he divined the answer he wanted. Something will allow me to expand the soul network. A secret realm that involved numerous heaven chosens from other world communities. Unfortunately, this was all the information he could get. So, he calculated the opening time of this secret realm and nodded in satisfaction when he realized he still had some time. Is this another manifestation of my luck as a Dao overlord? He thought. Nevertheless, he did not focus too much on this subject as he was just glad not to have to rely on the Qin dynasty's treasury to get the resources needed. He did not trust the human emperor, especially with the recent revelations about him. Additionally, Wang Wei did not want to open the treasury now. All the myriad emperor world sects knew about it, and they knew he had the key to open it, the human destiny sword. So, it is impossible for the Dao opening sect to take all the resources inside for themselves. Otherwise, all these sects will revolt and besiege them together. So, Wang Wei plans to wait after the heaven will battle to open the treasury. Truth be told, most sects have the same idea as him. To them, the heaven will battle will determine the sword and the treasury's final owner. So, after making a preliminary plan, Wang Wei decided to create a few of the incarnations first. Then, he looked at his wife, who was enthralled in some cheap novel he inscribed from his memories back on Earth. After shaking his head, he went to his mother again before entering seclusion. Myriad Emperor World's moon, the ancient clan's small world, a middle-aged man entered a room while holding a jade talisman that emanated bright light. As he walked deeper into a dark corridor, thousands of bugs scattered because of the light. Furthermore, the deeper the man went, the more bugs there were. After a few minutes, the middle-aged man reached a large room where he gazed at a person hanging by two chains attached to their wrists. The imprisoned person had long hair reaching the floor, tattered clothes, and some of their flesh exposed. Some parts showed the muscles underneath, while others showed the bones as white as the purest of jade. That person's stomach had a few holes where their organs could be seen from the outside. The middle-aged man looked at the person in front of him and sighed before calling, "Young lady, young lady, young lady." Only after the third call that he receives a response. Huafeng Wang raised her head to look at this person. Her once still intact eye was cold, indifferent, and extremely calm. Meanwhile, the other one only had the socket with nothing inside. "The Elder Council has ordered your release." She did not immediately respond. Instead took a few minutes. Why the sudden change? Her voice was hoarser than gravel. After all, she had not spoken for a few thousand years while also having her larynx constantly munched on by these bugs before regenerating. Wang Wei recently showed up with the aura of a Dao overlord. Huafeng Wang squinted her eye as she remembered what occurred almost 10,000 years ago. She used Wang Wei's danger to justify her action of breaking the clan's taboo and taking Yi-Bus White Tiger bloodline. At first, things proceeded accordingly. Even though the Yi clan objected vehemently, the council generally agreed with her approach. Then, someone came into the meeting and whispered something to the Yi clan patriarch. With a sneer, the latter broke the news that Wang Wei was a supreme outlaw and would not live long. Then, the council took a quick turn against her, even wanting to abolish her cultivation with some advocating for her execution. Luckily, her father had a lot of power and used a lot of resources to maintain her life. Nevertheless, she was still imprisoned in this heaven-forsaken place. "So, he did survive," said Huafeng Wang calmly. She did not use Wang Wei's name in vain to gain the support of the council. She picked him because she genuinely believed he was the most threatening to her emperor path. And even after learning about the outlaw trial, she argued he would survive and become even more dangerous. Many people felt she was just trying to save her life, but she had an intuition that it would be the case. The middle-aged man took out another talisman, and after activating it, it removed the chains binding Huafeng Wang. He then proceeded to give her a bag full of pills. Without hesitation, she swallowed them. Immediately afterward, all her injuries healed. Her missing muscles, bones, organs, and skins regrew, even her eyes regenerated. Then, a powerful aura emanated from her body, shaking the entire room and scaring all the bugs. Although she suffered tremendously in the past 1,000 years, it was also the perfect opportunity to temper her fleshly body and willpower. "So, what happens next?" asked Huafeng Huang. "During your absence, a new heaven chosen took your heaven chosen position." "Who was it?" "Xuan Wuqiabai." "Him?" "From what I remember, his black tortoise bloodline was mediocre at best. After your capture, he had a fortunate encounter that purified his bloodline, and he acquired the Qilin bloodline." Huafeng Huang immediately sneered at such a coincidence. "I'm guessing the Elder Council wants us to fight, and the final winner can absorb the other's bloodline?" The middle-aged man nodded his head but did not comment, so Huafeng Huang ignored him as she pondered. As long as she absorbed Xuan Wuqiabai, she will have all 5 sacred beasts' bloodlines as she wanted to. By then, she can cultivate the Tao of Immortal Flame, Phoenix, Tao of Slaughter/Killing, White Tiger, Tao of Yin Yang, Black Tortoise, and Tao of Sovereign Water, Azure Dragon, and the Tao of Fortune/Luck, Qilin. Moreover, each of these bloodlines will grant her fleshly body an incredible boost. She could see that she would enter the true Tao realm after absorbing all of them and even reach the first or second layer, and maybe even the third. The only downside is the dragon bloodline I got from that secret realm was only an ordinary water dragon. I need something else to sublimate to the Azure Dragon bloodline. Unfortunately, there is no ancient clan with that bloodline, and the ones with dragon bloodlines are only ordinary." "What realm is he in now?" asked Huafeng Huang. "Young Master Xuanwu has just entered the law comprehension realm." "Do I have to fight him now?" "No, the council has stated you can use the time's secret realm to catch up before your battle." Huafeng Huang nodded. Although she looked perfectly fine, this was only on the surface. She could feel many hidden dangers in her fleshly body, so she wanted to take some time to recuperate. Additionally, even though she was confident to fight across realm to defeat Xuan Wuqiabai, there was no point in taking such risks. In the same realm, she feared no one. "Alright, let's go." Huafeng Huang walked out of prison, her body exuding immense confidence. Chapter 507 Endless Void Politics. A young-looking man walked into an inn in the central continent. He had a serious look, so the shopkeepers did not dare to say anything to him and even looked down after seeing him. The man ignored the people around him before walking to one of the luxurious rooms of the inn. He used a spell to indicate his identity before the invisible formation surrounding the room allowed him entry. As soon as he entered, he saw an older man dressed in a blue martial robe floating in the air with his eyes closed. What was odd about this person was that he did not have long hair on a bun. His white hair was short, quite similar to a modern person. "Elder Red Fist," bowed the young man. "What did you find?" "The situation is worse than we expected. The Tao opening sect has 9 emperors, 2 of which were eternal emperors, and they are the most powerful sect in this plane." "One sect, 2 eternals," muttered Elder Red Fist before sighing loudly. "In that case, we will have to use diplomatic means." The young man squinted his eyes slightly but did not say anything. "Do you have a different opinion?" asked Red Fist. No. If you want to say something, don't hesitate." "Elder, I still think our sect does not need to fear them." "Why is that?" "It is common knowledge that the Myriad Emperor world has been in decline for quite some time. So, with our background, they will back down as long as we come forward strongly." Elder Red Fist paused for a moment and looked at the young man. The Myriad Emperor world has been in decline, yet they are still second when considering the amount of eternal emperors their planes have cultivated. Furthermore, many people know the top spot would have gone to them if not for many of their eternal emperors dying and being erased from history. But, Elder Red Fist raised his hand to stop him. The Myriad Emperor world has significantly impacted the Endless Void. Many worlds envy or hate them, but no one has invaded them. Be because of their strength and background? That's one reason. However, there are planes full of madmen who will not care about such a thing. Then, I don't know. According to the order of heaven and earth, everything has a peak and a low, which will fluctuate. Things will rise to the peak before falling to their lowest, then repeat the process. During the innate acquired war, and even the first 2 eras of the myriad emperor world, their world has reached an unimaginable peak. However, from then on, they slowly fell to their lowest point in the subsequent 3 eras. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? You mean the rise of the myriad emperor world is approaching? Yes, and many world communities know this and have been prepared. Some want to resist, some want to take this opportunity to rise, and some only want to survive this upcoming turmoil. The young man frowned after hearing this. If that's the case, why don't they try to stop the arrival of this new era? There are many reasons. Some believe the myriad emperor world will never reach its previous peak but will only stop its decline. However, the main reason is that they feared their actions would be the catalyst that began this plane's rise, just like a person trying to stop a prophecy that resulted in it being accomplished because of their involvement in the first place. Of course, some people did try. Some people tried? Asked the young man before his eyes lit up. He did thorough research on this plane before reporting back. You mean the heaven-devouring emperor? Yes. A few heaven will world grouped together, gathered enough resources and destiny, and chose to secretly support a devil cultivator to rise and become emperor. Finally, they lured him with a secret inside the swallowed zone to become enemies with the world. One of the forbidden lands? What exactly is inside that attracted an eternal emperor so much? Not something you should know, calmly replied Elder Red Fist. Truth be told, even he did not know. The young man smiled wryly before quickly changing the subject. Their plans seemed to work. Yes, but it worked too well. Their original intention was to cultivate a first-class emperor, if lucky, a pseudo-eternal emperor who is extremely cunning. His purpose was to hide inside the myriad emperor world and secretly slow down its development. Unfortunately, they underestimate the talent of the heaven-devouring emperor and his greed. After proving the Tao, he became an eternal emperor. And the first thing he did was counterattack these worlds who schemed against him before focusing on the myriad emperor world. Their plan did work nevertheless, added the young man. Yes. The myriad emperor world's development was delayed by another era, but their original intention was for the delay to be longer. So, is this era the time they will rise again? Based on the current situation, very likely. Yichen pondered for a moment as he realized many things. The elder knew this world better than he did, so he sent him to search for information to explore and open his mind before coming to a conclusion. As the newly chosen young sect master of the martial origin sect, he has to have a vision that can see the entire endless void, especially if he can prove the Tao in this generation. After all his decisions will affect the sect and the entire world. Thank you, Elder, for your teaching, but I have one last question, said Yichen while cupping his hand. Why is the myriad emperor world so special? What makes it so unique? Many people have pondered the same question and created many theories to explain this phenomenon. However, the most prominent one is luck or destiny. Yichen was a little confused, so Elder Red Fist continued. Of all the heaven will worlds in the endless void, the myriad emperor world is the plane with the most luck or destiny, hence its uniqueness. Now, there are arguments to explain this amount of destiny. Some say it is because they have cultivated so many great emperors who later became unparalleled beings, which in turn blessed their planes. However, some believe the myriad emperor world's destiny was innate. At the beginning of time, when each heaven will world was first born, it was granted the most destiny. I personally believe in the former. After all, although heaven and earth are unfair, it has its rule and regulation, it has its order. Yichen frowned after hearing this, countless thoughts flashing across his mind. Then, he asked, if this generation is the beginning of the myriad emperor world's resurgence, how should our plane treat them? How should I treat them as the sect master? Elder Red Fist did not immediately answer him. Instead, he stood up from his floating position before walking to the wooden window in the room and opening it. While looking in the distance, he said, Do you know a heaven will world can be demoted? Demoted? As in they turn into greater thousand worlds? Exactly. How is that possible? Although rare, some scary individuals can destroy a heavenly world. However, the usual method of demotion is when too many immortal tier powerhouses constantly fight inside the world, thus overdrafting the world source and weakening the world to the level of great thousand worlds. Normally, these heavenly worlds will return to their peak after countless generations of recuperation. However, another great thousand world can be chosen to replace them instead. Who has the power and right to choose the status of heavenly worlds? Elder Red Fist turned around, looked at him, and said, "Heaven and earth have their own odor and operation method. But that's not the point of me telling you all this." "I see. I will make sure that nothing happens to our world and sect, even if it means my death," Yi Chen said with determination. Elder Red Fist walked to him before patting his shoulder. "That's the spirit. Go prepare. Tomorrow, we will officially visit the Dao opening sect." Yi Chen cupped his hands and bowed before leaving the room. As Elder Red Fist watched him exit, he secretly shook his head. He did not think Yi Chen had any chance at proving the Dao in this generation, especially when compared to Jin Chao. He was too far in terms of strength, strategy, vision, and a list of other things. Unfortunately, he was currently the best the martial origin sect had in his generation unless they woke up a sleeping heaven chosen. "I hope this information can bring some pressure on him and brings out his hidden potential," thought Elder Red Fist. Nevertheless, he was not that hopeful. He only did all this because the sect master instructed him to do so. Thinking of the current political state of the martial origin sect, Red Fist could not help but shake his head. Chapter 5084 and visit Elder Red Fist and Yi Chen walked to the mountain entrance of the Dao opening sect. "Stopped," said two Saint Realm cultivators who guarded the entrance. "Who are you, people? Please, identify yourself." "We are from the martial origin sect, and we came for an official visit," replied Elder Red Fist with an amiable smile. "Martial origin sect," muttered the two guards before looking at each other since they'd never heard of this sect. Nevertheless, they did not immediately force this person away. "Did you send an early notice arrival?" Yi Chen frowned after hearing this and wanted to say something, but he quickly controlled himself. Meanwhile, Elder Red Fist realized he had made a social blunder. In the martial supreme world, martial artists are more easygoing and not restricted by things like etiquette. So, it is normal for one sect to suddenly visit the others to chat or have a sparring session. So, early notice arrival is usually for rare and grandiose occasions. Unfortunately, the Myriad Emperor world's culture is heavily influenced by Daoist culture, so formal etiquette is prevalent worldwide. After realizing his blunder, Elder Red Fist hesitated on his following action. Should he return to the inn and send a notice? Or should he just find a way to have a visit now? He did not immediately make a decision. Instead, he contacted the Dao ancestors sent to secretly protect them on this trip. "Wait," was the message he received, and Red Fist understood their existence was already detected. And he was correct. Before the guards became suspicious and asked other questions, someone flew from the direction of the sect with orders to bring these people to see the sect master. Someone brought Red Fist and Yi Chen to Tianwei Peak to see Wang Tian. The moment the elder laid eyes on him, his first thought was this person could kill him in a few slashes, despite being 1 realm and a half above him. What a peerless swordsman, was his second thought. Red Fist has seen fellow Daoist. "There is no need for restraint, please sit down," said Wang Tian to the cushions in front of them before offering tea. "I'm assuming you are here for your sect's 3 emperor artifacts?" "Yes, and we would also like to know what happened to our young sect master." "He had a confrontation with my son and unfortunately died in the process," Wang Tian replied calmly. "Sigh, it's the worst outcome I feared," Red Fist thought. He deeply investigated the Dao opening sect, so he knew of their heaven chosen. He hoped that someone else, someone of lower status, had killed Jin Chao. That way, their sect would have more leeway for negotiations. He hoped it was not someone vital so they could have a chance to pressure the Dao opening sect and take some advantage during the negotiation. Honestly, he knew this outcome was unlikely since not anyone could kill Xianxia, but that did not stop him from hoping. To be honest, it's hard for us to believe that someone in the younger generation could kill our young sect master. I can assure you it was a vendetta between the younger generations, replied Wang Tian, ignoring the latter's implications. My senior brother was a pinnacle heaven chosen, suppressing almost all his peers. How could someone from the same generation kill him, retorted Yi Chen. Your pinnacle is not the same as ours, replied Wang Tian. Elder Red Fist placed his hand on Yi Chen's shoulder to prevent him from speaking before saying with a smile, forgive the younger generation, it is our fault for not raising him properly. However, he has a point. If you do not mind, could we see the young man who defeated our young sect master? He's currently in RETR. Wang Tian frowned before taking out a talisman. He seems to want to see you. A few seconds later, a phantom manifested in the room, releasing an oppressive aura that enveloped both Red Fist and Yi Chen. For a brief moment, they felt their soul, energy, and the worlds inside their bodies suppressed by that aura. Sorry about that, I just had a small breakthrough, so it is difficult to control my strength, said Wang Wei. Meanwhile, Elder Red Fist had an ugly expression on his face. If he felt he could withstand a few swords from the swordsmen, he knew he could not survive one attack from this young man. Not to mention he could tell this was nothing but a projection that had such strength. Nevertheless, Red Fist was still an old fox who had lived for a long time, so he quickly controlled his emotion before contacting Yi Chen with his divine sense to soothe the latter's fear and prevent the possibility of having Heart Demon from this encounter. This must be young Master Wang Wei, your reputation is not in vain, said Elder Red Fist. Wang Wei looked at him before saying, I don't want to waste time, so I will be direct. You can exchange your Sex Emperor artifacts for other artifacts or resources of the same value. What? What about all the other things my senior brother had? Wang Wei looked at Yi Chen, and with a glance, he instantly read his fate line and learned everything about him. He knew everything that occurred to him from birth to now, except for some special cultivation techniques blocked by Emperor-grade seals. He knew of this Yi Chen from Jin Chaos memories. He was the secret bastard child of the martial origin sect master. His talent was excellent but not the best. However, with his father's resources, he could barely defeat all his opponents in the sect to become the heir, until Xianxia appeared with the martial ancestors token. Then, all the people who were not happy with Yi Chen as the next sect master quickly supported Xianxia, even the sect madam, who could not have children and did not want a bastard to become the next heir of the sect. What's more, Xianxia was cunning and even convinced Yi Chen to support him and treated him as a well-loved junior brother. Interesting, thought Wang Wei after getting to the conversation he had with Elder Red Fist yesterday. Those are my spoil of war, replied Wang Wei. Red Fist had to stop Yi Chen again as he analyzed the situation. He realized this method was the best way for each party. The artifacts connected to the sect's chi luck cannot be lost. So, no matter what, even if they have to exchange it with foreign emperor artifacts, they must bring them back. Furthermore, it appeared that the Dao opening sect had no intention of spitting out what they had already swallowed. Unless the sect wants to start a transplanter war for the artifacts, this is the best outcome. But, young master, is it possible to bring our young master's body back to the sect? We would like to bury him and honor all his achievements for the sake. There is no need to play some meaningless scheme. You and I both know the value of a fateless, so the answer is no, replied Wang Wei, making Red Fist sigh. Very well. We would like to report to the sect before making a decision. As you wish, added Wang Tian. Please send a notice the next time you arrive. Red Fist smiled without shame and bowed to everyone before leaving with Yi Chen. Why are you here? I thought you were in retreat. I was, but I suddenly felt something important would happen if I came here, so I came. Did it? Yes, replied Wang Wei before explaining the conversation Yi Chen and Elder Red Fist had. Based on records, the Heaven Devourer Emperor immediately visited the Swallowed Land after proving the Tao. Then, he left for the Endless Void before visiting a second time. After that, he started his mad conquest, so this information does track. Back then, the Emperor Enlightening Academy was in charge of dealing with the heaven-devouring emperor, not the Dao-opening sect. The sect took a backseat to not suffer too much in this calamity and weakened the academy. Their plan worked as the only immortal sovereign the academy managed to cultivate after an entire era was killed. It was a great strategy despite being so obvious. If the academy cultivated their ninth emperor, and with an immortal sovereign backing them, they could destroy the Dao-opening sect with some difficulty. As for the reasons the academy had to stop the heaven-devouring emperor, it's because they had the spirit of epoch and had an obligation to do so, otherwise, it would be stripped from them and force them to suffer a backlash. Additionally, the heaven-devourer emperor was once their student, and he even competed for the position of headmaster, so he had significant karmic ties with them. Since the sect was in a semi-closed-off state, they did not have as much information about this calamity as others, despite offering some help during the process to prevent other sects from using this excuse to besiege them. We should probably watch out to prevent these other planes from doing the same thing again, said Wang Wei. I was thinking the same thing, replied Wang Tian before contacting his shadow and asking it to look out for any sects or factions that have connections with foreign planes. Meanwhile, Wang Wei's projection went to see Wu Hong and asked her about the swallowing zone. Chapter 509 Fateless Abilities. Elder Red Fist returned to his inn, where a muscular man waited for him. Supreme Elder, quickly bowed Elder Red Fist and Yi Chen. I'm guessing the negotiations did not go as planned, asked the Supreme Elder. Unfortunately, no, replied Elder Red Fist before explaining the situation. The Supreme Elder pondered briefly before answering, in that case, let's just accept their terms. But, what about Jin Chaos body? It's probably refined by now, replied the Supreme Elder, sighing with some sadness. He was of the few people who knew of Jin Chaos being part of someone else's outlaw trial. He knew that Jin Chaos' heart demon was the death of his family, and only by killing the man responsible would his mind sublimate, and he could reach the best version of himself. So, the higher-ups of the martial origin sect agreed to let him fight and even let him borrow 3 of the sect's emperor artifacts. In their mind, they never dreamt of Jin Chaos' failure, especially with that chaos treasure and how strategically minded the latter was. Supreme Elder, why did Jin Chao fight with the Dao-opening sect's heir? The muscular elder looked at Red Fist and did not hide anything from him regarding the outlaw trial and the karmic ties between these two individuals. Then, Red Fist sighed then said, "It is a shame to lose a Fateless like this." That's true. Fateless are people born with no limitations. To be precise, they are people born with higher limitations than others. As such, once a Fateless proves the Tao, they can naturally stay longer in the source chi space to gather energy to create immortal venerables. It is also easier for them to refine Tao source seeds. Furthermore, they are not affected by karmas even more than typical great emperors. So, they can cut off the karma for more people without backlash and could technically stay longer in the lower dimension without receiving punishment. Fateless can do more inhuman things in the lower dimension, like destroying great thousand worlds and refining all the people inside for their spiritual strength, blood energy, and vitality. Ordinary emperors will suffer consequences after destroying a few hundred worlds, and even a few thousands or more, if they are eternal emperors or their main Tao is karma. The same rules would apply to fateless beings even if they were lowly third-class emperors. These are the advantages they will receive after proving the Tao, but they also have other benefits in the mortal stage. For example, they do not have to go through heavenly tribulations if they do not want to. Across all worlds in the endless void, as long as cultivators, martial artists, gods, or practitioners, in general, reach a certain cultivation stage, they have to undergo heavenly tribulations, except for fateless beings. The only exception to this rule is that fateless can still suffer from heart demon, affecting their minds. However, it will never show up in the form that Wang Wei experienced, where the physical manifestation of his heart demon appeared to tempt him. I should have guessed something was wrong with Xin Chao when I saw the incredible amount of chi luck he had. That was abnormal. Fateless do not have chi luck, or at least, they have a normal one when people observe their luck. However, all fateless usually have fortunate encounters as great most geniuses with multicolored luck, and sometimes, on the level of sons of destiny. The reason for that is their ability to passively absorb the luck of the people around them, while their chi luck looks ordinary. Heaven and earth is fair, and there is no absolute. Although fateless are people who escape fate at birth, this fact is not absolute. 99% of fateless beings will be born in ordinary mortal families and spend the rest of their lives without knowing their status. And once they die and enter samsara, they will lose their title. Because of their ability to absorb luck, the families of fateless will leave a life full of fortune and wealth without suffering any calamities. The only way for fateless to activate their powers and reap the benefit is to want to pursue cultivation and go out of their way to search for it. Elder Red Fist shook his head after thinking about this. Jin Chaos Chi luck concerned the sect, and many people who opposed him used this excuse to invalidate his status. However, after many tests, the sect discovered he was indeed a fateless, but one who was blessed with incredible luck by someone. Some people concluded it might have been their founder, the martial ancestor. Now, Elder Red Fist understood that the Qi luck was a restrained heavenly Tao placed on Jin Chao so that he could be calculated and controlled. After all, no matter how special or unique fateless beings are, it does not change the fact they are mortal. Immortal tier cultivators have ways to not only detect their presence but also control and dictate their fate. So, most of them have three outcomes: live a mortal life and die, be controlled/another cultivator to absorb and refine their souls, or walk on the path of cultivation to achieve true freedom. 95% of them fall on the first two outcomes, with only 5% walking on the path of cultivation. And even then, if they do not prove the Tao, these fateless will also die and enter samsara. However, some with high cultivation and intelligence have found ways to keep their status in their next life. The Supreme Elder looked at the quiet Yichen. What's wrong? Yichen gritted his teeth. Supreme Elder, I want to be stronger. He could not help but think of the fear and powerlessness he felt in front of that aura. He did not want to feel that way anymore. Maybe this kid is not as hopeless as most people believed. He has his strength, thought the Supreme Elder. When we get back to the sect, I will open some of the secret realms left by the founder for you. Whether you can pass and become stronger will be up to you. Thank you, Supreme Elder. I will not let you down. The Supreme Elder nodded before looking in the Tao opening sect's direction. During this visit, he was also suppressed by some terrifying auras, allowing him to know how deep the foundation of a sect with two eternal emperors was. Alright, let's go. Now? It's best to leave quickly unless something unexpected occurs. After pondering for a moment, Elder Red Fist immediately realized the latter's intention. This world was not a safe one since many sects secretly competed and plotted against each other. So, one of them can send immortal tier powerhouses to kill them. And since they last visited the Tao opening sect, the latter would be the main suspect. Going further, if the situation is not appropriately resolved, the martial origin sect and the Tao opening sect might become enemies and begin an Emperor Tao war across planes. So, the Supreme Elder took these two outside of the myriad Emperor world, hopped into his magic treasure, and rushed back home. A wise decision since not long after, a few immortal tier powerhouses appeared where he left. Unfortunately for these powerhouses, the people from the Tao opening sect also showed up. Then, a small battle occurred, injuring these people before they ran away. These devil cultivators are real madmen, they can do anything, said Wang Wucheng while standing in the void. Nothing new, replied another voice. I'm more surprised the people from the Tai Profound Gate showed up, said a third person. Am not. These Taoist priests like people to believe they practice, in action, and disdain to interfere with the world's conflict, but when it comes to doing sneaky things, no one is better than them, commented Wang Wucheng. True. Anyway, we have injured a few of them, so they should quiet down for a while. Wang Wucheng nodded before asking something else. Did you guys receive the news from the sect master? Yes. We had always suspected the Mo family and the Heaven Devourer Emperor had connections to foreign planes. We just never had confirmation. I remember back then, the academy chased after him because he killed one of the teachers. Could it be the teacher found proof of his connection to foreigners? Very likely. I don't care about this. What I want to know is, why do the people of the martial origin sect know such a secret? Many people investigated the cause of his madness in the endless void, even briefly venturing into the swallowing zone, but nothing was found. So, how did they know? It could be that their plane was part of the groups who supported the Heaven Devourer Emperor. That could explain it. Then, the void became quiet for a moment. We should gather all the other sects and do a better job at preventing outside influence. We all know that a new era is coming in this generation, so it's in our best interest to be prudent and protect it from foreign forces before it even begins. Agree. Agree. In that case, I'll contact the other sects, said Wang Wucheng. Chapter 5 10-second incarnation. Wang Wei's projection appeared in his manner where he saw his wife still reading these shoddy romance novels. Ahem, coughed Wang Wei lightly to catch her attention. However, she ignored him and continued reading. I know you can sense my existence. I just realized something, said Wu Hong. And what is that? You don't treat me as well as you should. Excuse me, asked Wang Wei with bewilderment. Sure, you love me very well, but I cannot feel your adoration. Look at these novel protagonists, they all treat their women as if they were the rarest and most fantastic individuals in the world. They used grand and romantic gestures to display their love and affection. They treat each day with their partner as if this was the first time they had fallen in love. I adore you plenty, replied Wang Wei. At least, I think I do. When was the last time you gave me a gift? Wang Wei's lips twitched as he suddenly regretted giving her these romantic books. They are now long-lived species, so how could their partnership be like mortals that only have a few decades together? After all, in their relationship, it will become common to not see each for millions if not billions of years once one enters seclusion. So, it is not feasible to always be romantic and do lovey-dovey couple things. Nevertheless, Wang Wei knew it would be stupid to argue with her in this current situation. Furthermore, she has a point, maybe, he should treat her better. You're right. From now on, I will make an effort to treat you better. You deserve nothing more than the best. Wu Hong looked at him and smiled. That's all I ask for. So, what brings you here? I want to ask if you know what's inside the swallowing zone. I do, but I won't tell you. Why not? You can find out for yourself. Wang Wei did not know whether to laugh, cry, or be angry. Can't you at least give me a hint? It is incomplete, hence the reason the Heaven Devourer Emperor wanted to swallow the world's source. Second, this thing is even rare in the upper dimensions, and once one shows up, even paragons will fight for them if the quality is high enough. So, it's another thing I need to get my hands on. Basically. So, why didn't you get it in your time? As I said, it was incomplete. So, I plan to get after dealing with the devil race. Even some of the other forbidden lands I plan to deal with. Unfortunately, well, you know what happened to me. Wang Wei nodded his head before dismissing his projection. In his seclusion room, which was surrounded by formations, his actual body was in the process of refining a golden orb the size of an egg. The power of time emanated from the orb for a moment before Wang Wei added the power of space, which is the law he recently understood and fused with the laws of time. In a world of science and technology, space and time are essentially the same. But in the cultivation world, they are two different Daoists, albeit with some connection. With the time innate treasure he had, it only took him 10 years to comprehend the laws of space after analyzing his fleshly Buddhist divine ability to break the space and use his understanding of the correlation between space and time from Earth. And only a month passed on the outside. After walking out, he saw his wife drinking tea and looking at the sky. No more novels? I've read all the ones you gave me. Why don't you try the ones from this world? I did. They are terrible, they all mostly portray women as damsel in distress, and the romance is subpar and lacks imagination. She looked at him. Don't you have more? Those were all the ones I read or heard about. With your comprehension, I bet you could create more. Wang Wei stood, flabbergasted, wondering where his powerful and domineering wife went. After sighing, he finally closed his eyes to access his future Buddha self, and all the calculating powers of his spirit particles. Then, he created numerous novels by copying the style, voice, tone, and diction of all the authors he had read. It was as if those authors themselves wrote these novels. Of course, Wang Wei also created a few originals. Subsequently, although they were all romance novels, he also wrote in different genres like fantasy, sci-fi, thriller, xianxia, wuxia, etc. Then, he waved his hand to manifest piles of romance novels. Immediately, Wu Hong picked one and quickly flipped through it. Her eyes lit up before giving a kiss on the cheek and returning to her reading. Did I just turn my wife into an otaku? A web novel addict? He shook his head before going to see his mother. Then, he left the sect and the entire myriad emperor world. In his short seclusion, he used the soul network and divination to search for a great thousand world where no immortal powerhouses are hiding and the optimal place for his time incarnation. Then, he hopped on his golden chariot before heading to his destination, which only took a few hours. Upon his arrival, he spent a few days in a cave deep in the mountains to adapt to the laws of this world. Then, Wang Wei took out a jade talisman from ancestor Wuqing that allowed him to detect whether immortal tier powerhouses were in this world. Although his divination gave him a positive answer, he wanted to be extra careful when dealing with cultivators of that level. So, after being reassured, Wang Wei spread his divine sense to secretly cover the entire world. In just a few minutes, he learned most of this entire world's secrets. There is something wrong with this world's branch of the River of Time, thought Wang Wei as he closed his eyes to sense the situation better. There seem to be some small flaws in how the River of Time operates, he muttered. This flaw may not mean anything to the world as a whole or 999% of cultivators, but it means a lot for him. He can exploit these flaws to deepen his understanding of spacetime Tao. Wang Wei smiled as he understood his divination led him to this world because of this flaw. Finally, he began to take action. Using the map he created, he laid 2 formations. He secretly moved many of the spiritual mountains in this universe as the formation flag for the first formation. He saved a lot of resources with this method, but it took him some effort to move these things without alerting heavenly Tao. The first formation was a heaven sealing array he learned from Wuhong to prevent this world's heavenly Tao from creating a Tao ancestor once his incarnations start causing trouble. He even used a talisman with her power as the array's core. The second formation was the time acceleration formation he needed so his incarnations could have plenty of time to reach the quasi-emperor world. For this array, he had to refine array flags imbued with time energy and used a very rare time crystal as the formation's core. Furthermore, he had to place it in specific and connected positions worldwide to create complex divine runes. And given the fact some of these flags were billions of light years away from each other, it was not an easy task. During the process, Wang Wei could feel his understanding of array elevate, and he understood that real-life applications and practice were an excellent way for array master to practice. Finally, he activated these 2 arrays simultaneously but ensured that no one noticed the anomalies. He also left his power in these mountains to prevent people from destroying them and ruining his array. After finishing the preparations, he proceeded to the last step. He teleported to a small village next to a mountain range. While invisible, he looked at a teenager between 14 and 16. It's you, he thought before sending the golden orb into his body. Suddenly, the child's face changed to that of Wang Wei with black hair. Oddly though, the people did not notice this change as if this child's face had always been as such. Furthermore, if someone could observe this person's fate line, they would notice an abnormal change. In the process of absorbing the golden orb, the child passes out, making the villagers bring him back home and contact the only doctor in this village. A few minutes later, the child opened his eyes. Where am I? Xiao Wei, are you okay? Asked the older doctor. I'm fine, just feeling lightheaded. You passed out because of the heat. Take a break and drink a lot of water. The child nodded while trying to hide his confusion. So, after reassuring the doctor, he watched the latter leave. Then, the child focused on the memories in his mind. I was reincarnated. And it seems my name is also Wang Wei in this life. He reviewed all the memories of this body. He was nothing but a peasant, and his family died early because of famine, leaving only him. Wait, this world has cultivation? He suddenly remembered a particular memory where some people dressed in nice and clean clothes came to the village to test for people with talent. Leakless body? So, I don't have any talent for cultivation? Chapter 5:11 Karma and Causality. Wang Wei remembered that the cultivator who tested his talent looked at him with disdain and told him he did not have a leakless body, so he couldn't walk the path of cultivation. Thinking about the situation, Wang Wei did not know what to do. Since he reincarnated in this world, could he spend the rest of his life as an ordinary person? Maybe he could use his knowledge from Earth to make a fortune in this ancient world. But it did not change the fact he would die after a few short decades. Not to mention that wealth had little value in this world. At any point in his life, some cultivator could decide he did not like how he walked and decided to kill and destroy everything he values in this world. And he would be powerless to do anything. No matter what, I must find a way to cultivate, thought Wang Wei as he decided. He wanted to know all the secrets of the world and reach the pinnacle of the cultivation world. And if possible, he wanted to return to Earth and see his family again. There must be some treasure that could change my fate and allow me to walk the path of cultivation. As soon as this thought appeared in his mind, a map suddenly appeared in Wang Wei's mind with a green dot. He was first surprised before thinking about something. Is this my golden finger? He muttered before checking the map and realizing it was deep inside the mountain near the village. Could this map show me what I desire? Then, are there ways for me to increase my strength? The map changed to display many dots with different intensities, making Wang Wei excited. With this ability, it was only a matter of time before he rose in the cultivation world and took a spot at the top. So, he wanted to go collect these fortunate encounters immediately, but he quickly remembered that demonic beasts devoured this Buddha's parents. He would not survive long deep in the mountains with his thin arms and legs. Then, he had an idea. Map, can you show me the demonic beasts in the mountain? And as he expected, the map changed to show red dots all over the mountain, making Wang Wei almost die of a heart attack. He quickly changed the map to show both the demonic beasts and the fortunate encounters that could strengthen his body. After comparison, he only found one place not protected by demonic beasts. So, Wang Wei realized it would not be easy to change his fate to walk the path of cultivation. So, he pondered whether there was an alternative solution. I could become a wealthy man and hire low-level cultivators to fetch the things in the mountain for me. However, he quickly denied that idea. It would take him too long to gather mortal wealth and reach the point it could be exchanged for cultivation resources. Additionally, he could not trust these cultivators to abide by the agreement and instead steal the things he wanted. He even did a few tests and asked his map what thing could make him rich. The map showed him most of the things that could strengthen him. So, he guessed he could sell these fortunate encounters for wealth. Additionally, it showed him where some of the neighbors hid their money, along with a few buried treasure accounting for a few silver, which was relatively high for Wang Wei's current situation. Unfortunately, the other buried treasures were also deep in the mountain. Then, Wang Wei asked for something like a contract that could bind cultivators and not betray him. Regrettably, the map showed him a blank page, so he guessed such a thing did not exist in the current range of the map. Maybe in the future, when he becomes stronger, he can see all the fortunate encounters of the entire world. As of now, the nearby mountain range was his limit. Wang Wei sighed as he prepared to go into the mountains. He would first get the easy fortunate encounter to strengthen his strength. Then, he would find ways to deal with the demonic beasts. Anyways, he did not have to defeat them head-on. He could use traps, poisons, or schemes to force them to fight each other. Meanwhile, as Wang Wei watched his incarnation walk deep into the mountain with determination, he smiled. He planned for most of his incarnations to have two things in common: their memories of the Dao opening sect will be temporarily sealed, and they will all have some form of misfortune curse placed on them. As such, their cultivation paths will be full of danger, every step they take will be challenging, and they have to rely on their wit and intelligence to survive. Some of them will even have to start from a low thousand world and climb their way up to great thousand world. Wang Wei did this to temper his state of mind, willpower, and Dao heart through these incarnations and to make up for the lack of experience he had compared to Di Tian. Furthermore, they will not have a leakless body and must endure tremendous effort and hardship to reverse their fate. Wang Wei did this as a ceremony to use the power of fate to baptize these incarnations. The incarnations will not get their memories back until they reach the peak of the Supreme Realm. So, he has planted spiritual hints inside their souls to tell them which law to cultivate and give them some missions they have to accomplish. He hesitated whether not to give them hints not to have relationships with other women. However, he soon realized Wu Hong would never believe his excuse that his actions were not technically cheating. She can beat him if she feels like it or until he tells the truth. So, he can only apologize to these incarnations. Anyway, keeping their primordial yang intact for 1,000,000 years is excellent for cultivation and body refining. Finally, he hopped on his golden chariot to return home. Before leaving, he left some powerful puppets to protect this world from possible foreign invasions. He also had these puppets build transplanter teleportation arrays, so he could instantly arrive in case something occurred. Back home, Wang Wei went to see his family and friends before entering seclusion inside the time innate treasure. First, he developed the time technique that would allow his future Buddha self to bring back comprehension from the future. After an unknown amount of time, he succeeded. With the time innate treasure, he condensed a total of 108 future Buddha self, and with this technique, 1 year of cultivation or comprehension for other people equaled 108 years for him. And with more time and energy, he can condense more future Buddha selves and increase the number of years. Afterward, Wang Wei took out the Karma Protection Lotus. While comprehending the karma laws inside, he also absorbed this innate treasure to turn his pseudo-karma unbound physique into a full one. The lotus disappeared inside his body before Wang Wei opened his eyes. The laws of karma flashed across his body before they condensed into his law seed. So, there is a difference between karma and causality, muttered Wang Wei as he remembered something he once read online back on Earth. It was the power of causality manipulation and law manipulation. Causality manipulation allows the user to manipulate the relationship between cause and effect and decide what happens to reality and what doesn't. There is no need for an explanation. At the highest level, causality manipulators have the power of absolute wishes where they can grant themselves or others any wishes they desire without consequences or any limit on the number of wishes. Another advanced form is system manipulation, which allows them to control the very concept of logic itself. As for karma manipulation, it mainly involves the individual's actions and the consequences of said actions. With this retreat, Wang Wei understood the subtle differences and connections between karma and causality. Causality manipulation is one of the ways fate can control all the other Daos, muttered Wang Wei, thinking about how powerful he will be when he can bend all reality to his will through the Dao of fate or causality manipulation. However, he quickly removed these ideas from his mind as he was too far away from this kind of power. He focused on his current change. He felt an invisible aura protecting him from all types of karma. From now on, 95% of all forms of karma will not affect him. As for the remaining 5%, his karma unbound physique will drastically reduce the bing it has on him. Furthermore, Wang Wei could feel it became easier to understand karmic laws, and he knew it would be easier to cut off people's karma for them after he proved the Tao. With this accomplishment, Wang Wei felt he took a small step forward toward his goal of attaining ultimate freedom. Nevertheless, he did not immediately leave his retreat. Instead, he took advantage of the time dilation to comprehend all the laws he needed for his incarnations. Once he finished, Wang Wei immediately entered the law foundation stage of the void-shattering realm. In this stage, he has to choose his primary law or Dao. However, now was not the time, so he exited his retreat. Chapter 5:12 Sect Master. After walking out of his cultivation retreat, Wang Wei immediately felt something was different. Heaven and earth have changed, it seems easier to cultivate. Could it be the path of Supreme has opened? Then, Wang Wei calculated how long had passed. 500 years passed outside, but 2,000 years passed inside the time innate treasure. After calculating the time, he walked to the living room where Wu Hong was and found her still reading. He walked behind to hug her. I thought you would finish these books long ago. I control myself not to finish them in one go. Plus, I reread many of them. Really? I hate rereading novels. After one go, that's it for me. Really? What if you really enjoyed the first read? Wouldn't it become even better the second time? No. I fear the novel will not be as good as I made it out to be, so that a second read would ruin my first experience, replied Wang Wei. Plus, there is no suspense anymore since I already know what happened. Your reading habits are weird, she commented before reading the last paragraph, placing the book away before turning around and hugging him as well. How was your retreat? Excellent. I can see that. But why do I sense destruction law from your body? Oh, I was using the Dusk Emperor's comprehension and figured I might as well comprehend it to the level of law. However, it will not be one of my main laws. Wu Hong nodded as she understood that cultivators could comprehend countless laws in the law comprehension stage. However, in the law foundation stage, they have to establish one law as the main one, while the others are secondary laws. The primary law is the main Dao cultivator will cultivate, and the one that the heaven will allow them to comprehend to the level of Grand Dao Source. Father-in-law is waiting for you. Wang Wei kissed her cheeks before flying to Tianwei Peak to see his father. You're here. How long since the path of Supreme opened up? Asked Wang Wei. Did I delay you? It's only been 20 years, so not that much delay. You don't seem to care that much. I thought you wanted to be the first person in your generation to become a true monarch. I only wanted to do that for merit, replied Wang Tian. But now, our sect does not lack merit. Plus, some people immediately made their breakthrough once Heavenly Dao removed the blockage. They did not even undergo through mortal dust. After being stuck in the Saint Realm for so many years, the foundation of these people is extremely solid. So, mortal dust is only the tip of the iceberg for them. Even then, are you still going through with it? Of course, but before that, I have to take care of your ceremony to become sect master. Pick an auspicious day in the next month to hold the ceremony. Do we have to invite the other sects? Except for the Eternal Dreams sect and the Yu clan, we only need to notify the others, unless you want a lavish ceremony? No need, replied Wang Wei. As he usually liked these occasions to be low-key, he believed these types of celebrating events should be more intimate with friends and family. So, the two negotiated how things would go for a few hours before Wang Wei went to see his mother and Li Jun. Then, a month later, the entire Dao opening sect was in a festive mood. All the disciples and elders were excited since they knew a new sect master would be sworn in today. Wang Zhe's job has been to maintain Wang Wei's high reputation amongst the disciples so that they support him when he becomes the sect master. And given the fact that Wang Wei is currently acknowledged by the world as the most powerful heaven chosen, especially since Di Tian has not shown up for 10,000 years, it is relatively easy to maintain his reputation. On the fateful day, sect master Tang Zichen and Saintess Guan showed up, and Wang Tian received them. Sect master Wang Tian, you're lucky to find such a successor. Indeed, I am. **** My poor disciple, it's a shame she is not ready yet. Guan lowered her head in embarrassment. Many sects or factions have passed down the leadership position to geniuses and heaven chosens of this generation. However, a few others believed their chosen successors were not yet ready for the task. "It's good to take your time," replied Wang Tian with a smile. "To be honest, a part of me is doubting whether I should place this burden on him so soon. In the end, the young eagle has to leave the nest eventually." "That's true," replied Tang Zichen as she caressed her disciple's head. The source of this content is Freewebble.com. The Yu clan arrived next, and Yu Yan received them. By now, her relationship with her sister had eased, so she chatted happily with her and her nephew. After the visitors arrived, Wang Wei showed up to meet with everybody. He met and talked to all the elders and even met the branch patriarchs. The Wang, Yan, and Li family have small worlds where most of their family members reside, and these people are the branch members of the clan. And each branch has a leader. After socializing with everyone, the ceremony began. Wang Wei and Wang Tian stood in front of an altar while everybody watched them from behind. In front of the altar, Wang Wei had to take an oath to protect and develop the sect to the best of his ability. When Wang Wei finished his oath, the clouds above the sect changed as auspicious clouds surrounded the entire domain to announce to the world the new change in leadership. After the ceremony ended, the guest had a small dinner before Wang Wei dismissed himself to have a separate dinner with his family and friends. The next day, he met with his father, his shadow, and Wang Ju. "This is for you," said Wang Tian as he handed him a talisman. "This contains all the information you need to know as sect master. Although I don't need to remind you, I still will. This is only for your eyes." Wang Wei nodded as he took it. Then, Wang Tian looked at Wang Ju. "According to the sect's rules, as the shadow leader, you have the right to challenge the sect master if you feel you are more qualified than him. If you succeed, you will become the sect master instead. So, will you challenge him?" "No," hurriedly said Wang Ju, who knew she inherited this position not because of her strength but because of her loyalty. She did not become confused because of the power she had. "All right," said Wang Tian before handing out 2 booklets to the 2 of them. Wang Wei read the title, Lord's Shadow. He quickly read through it before a slight surprise shone in his eyes. This technique allowed him to refine Wang Ju as his shadow. As such, she can gain access to his strength based on their close bond. According to this scripture, she can access 95% of his strength if she is loyal enough. Moreover, she is incapable of betraying him after she becomes his shadow, and her life will be in his hand. Wang Wei will only suffer a slight backlash if something happens to her. However, if he were to die, she would die as well. This technique is unique because it applies even if he proved the Tao. Is this an insurgent technique? Yes. After you prove the Tao, as long as Wang Ju becomes a Tao ancestor or immortal venerable, she will be able to access some of your strengths, making her an insurgent heaven chosen. Wang Wei sighed. It's a shame the Shadow Ruler Emperor was our 8th emperor. Otherwise, we would have so much more insurgents. With this technique, the sect could probably only cultivate 2 insurgent heaven chosens unless other insurgents produced by other emperors could use this technique. If they could refine a shadow who can borrow their strength, it would create a cycle. However, Wang Wei guessed there should be some limitations. "So, what's your decision?" asked Wang Wei toward Wang Ju. "It would be my honor, young master." "No, sect master." She understood what kind of opportunity this was. She believed with only 70% of the sect master's strength, she would be able to suppress all the heaven chosens of this generation except for the D clan heir. So, how could she reject such an offer? "It's good you accepted. But this technique should not be easy to cultivate, and the price of failure is death. So, wait until I find the shadow innate treasure to increase your success rate." "Thank you, sect master." Wang Tian smiled after seeing this interaction. "Is something wrong?" Wang Wei asked. "No, it's just weird not being the one called sect master. You can slowly adapt." Wang Tian nodded before looking at his shadow, who proceeded to hand another talisman to Wang Ju. With his voice that seemed like both woman and man, the shadow said, "According to the rules, all the informants in my hands will now be under your control. You can slowly incorporate them into your Fate Shadow Guard. The power transfer process went smoothly without any problems, so Wang Ju and the Shadow excused themselves. Then, Wang Tian told his son many of his experiences and the things he must watch out for during his reign. Then, the father and son talked about other topics. Do you know what you'll do for your mortal dust? I do, and the same for your mother. When are you leaving? Tomorrow. So soon. You'll be fine. If you don't understand something, you can ask your grandfather. All right. Be safe. Wang Tian patted his shoulder before leaving. Meanwhile, Wang Wei closed his eyes to sense the Qi luck advantage brought the status of Sect Master. Chapter 5:13 The sect's future direction. Wang Wei could feel the previous connection his Qi luck had to the sect had further strengthened. As the new sect master, the boost in comprehension the sect's Qi luck gave him was noticeable even to someone like him. Wang Wei had never worried about his comprehension, but he also welcomed any improvement since he knew he would need it when comprehending his Grand Dao source. Another benefit of the sect's Qi luck blessing is that Wang Wei's immunity to curses drastically increased, especially curses of misfortune. It's a shame that protection is not the main effect of Qi luck, so high-level curses are still effective against the sect master. After checking these things, Wang Wei took the talisman gave him and used his divine sense to read and process all the information contained inside. And Wang Wei had to admit he was shocked. Although he knew the sect was wealthy and had ample resources, he did not know precisely how much. For example, he knew the sect had the resources to raise more than 30 of his incarnations, which was an estimate on the low end. Should I embezzle some resources? If I do it properly, no one will notice for some time. By then, I will have raised all my incarnations and promised to repay the sect. For a brief moment, Wang Wei felt some temptation to commit corruption before quickly removing this idea from his mind. Nevertheless, he wanted to know if he could find some more resources for his incarnations now that he was the sect master. Regrettably, the price of 3 incarnations his father gave him took into account his position as the sect master. So, he could not do anything about it. So, after smiling wryly, Wang Wei began to visit and check the secret realm, trial spaces, and overall secrets of the Dao opening sect that only the sect master can know. He was genuinely amazed at the sect's foundation. Although he did not have other sects or factions to compare, he honestly doubted whether any other sects had such a deep foundation, even the Enlightened Emperor Academy. Moreover, Wang Wei knew the information he learned was mostly not the whole truth. Some knowledge or information is only passed down from mouth to mouth, and some even the sect master cannot know unless they become immortal tier powerhouses. After checking these things, Wang Wei's last step to becoming sect master was to refine the token that allows him to summon the sect's emperor arrays and artifacts. A few days later, after all the guests had left and the ceremony officially ended, Wang Wei met in Tianwei Peak with all the new generation elders who replaced the older ones. The first to show up were Li Jun, Yan Liling, Wang Ju, and Tai Gang. Li Jun was now the elder of the Punishing Hall, replacing Great Elder Yan Mei. Yan Liling replaced Great Elder Li Jian as the leader of the Alchemy Hall. Wang Ju replaced Li Jun's father as the elder of the Resources Hall, but that is only one of her position on the surface. As for Tai Gang, he took over the Sword Hall that previously housed Wang Tian's army from his generation. The hall is now known as the Military Hall, and most of Wang Wei's army in this generation falls under the jurisdiction of this hall. The 4 of them chatted about many things, Li Jun and Wang Wei's dream training art. In the past thousands of years of retreat, Wang Wei never stopped battling different opponents, mostly Di Tian, day after day without missing a moment. And after his retreat, he would receive all the memories of the battle to increase his battle IQ. They talked about Yan Liling's automated pill cauldron. In the past few hundred years, she improved the cauldron to refine a few more heaven-tier pills, but the quality and number are still subpar. So, Wang Wei gave her his understanding of array, including the new type of array he recently created, microarray. Instead of using large divine runes to move the power of heaven and earth, array masters can use multiple micro-size arrays. This method increases the power of any arrays between 3 to 10 times, is more versatile, and is more difficult to detect. Yan Liling was excited by this method. She was confident that she would soon be able to optimize the cauldron to make saint-tier pills. The only downside was her talent for array making was not as good as her pill refining talent, so it would take a lot longer to learn this method. However, Wang Wei did not mind waiting. Her cauldron is very important to his plan after proving the Tao. And given he did not have the time or interest to refine the cauldron, he was glad that someone else was. Furthermore, it was good for his team members to have goals and ambitions. So, he even lent her his time innate treasure since he would not be using it anytime soon. As for Tai Gang, he had become a military man, focusing on training his soldiers to be the best they could be. And Wang Wei respected his dedication and never stopped supporting him as he knew he would need a large army for his plans. Then, Wang Wei remembered something, so he asked Wang Ju, "Did you check on the Warring Kingdom world as I instructed?" "I did, and it disappeared." "How come?" "According to our conclusion, someone or something moved the entire world from its original position." Wang Wei frowned as the power of fate and karma flashed across his eyes. Then, he smiled. "This girl is quite ambitious," he muttered before looking in one direction. His eyes penetrated a considerable distance to see a young woman drinking tea in front of a small cottage and looking at the sun. She had a peaceful temperament surrounding her. It was like her the strifes and complications of the cultivation world had nothing to her. She appeared to be someone dedicated slowly to cultivation, and nothing else mattered to her. And given that she was at the peak of the primordial spirit realm and very close to comprehending the law, she was successful in her cultivation journey for her age. This woman was Yu Siu, Dong Lifen's master. Before leaving the Warring Kingdom world, he brought her back to the sect while Dong Lifen stayed in the lower realm. Wang Wei looked at the woman's chi luck and found an anomaly. With her talent and foundation, she should not be able to keep up with the heaven-chosens of this world. However, she had such achievement because of her temperament suited for cultivation, hard work and dedication, and a powerful chi luck blessing not coming from the sect. Wang Wei smiled and no longer paid attention to her. Not long after, the other elders arrived. They were all younger generation members and very close to entering the void-shattering realm, so Wang Wei quickly recognized most of them. Most were from the three families, and Wang Wei remembered interacting with some of them as a child. For the rest were the contemporary sacred sons who once competed for him for the position. "Welcome, fellow elders," said Wang Wei with a smile before going over the things they need to oversee to ensure the sect keeps functioning correctly. Regarding management, Wang Wei did not have to make many changes. After a few tips from his past life, he increased the productivity of the sect by 35%, which was not much but enough to be noticeable. Regarding discipline and corruption, Li Jun has been in his position far longer than Wang Wei, and knowing how he did things, he took care of the issue by removing some cancers in the sect. Wang Wei's father and grandfather might be a little lenient regarding some small stuff regarding the clan members' behavior, but this was not the case for Wang Wei. So, Li Jun was extremely tough on these people and punished them according to their crimes. The revenue of the sect has been drastically increasing in the past few thousand years. And that was because of Wang Wei's idea of standardizing the portions in pill and weapon refining formulas. The result of this change is the increase in the number of low-level alchemists and weapon refiners the sect could cultivate. And with such a large quantity, they managed to increase their control and the market share of low-level pills and weapons in the entire myriad emperor world. Wang Wei's idea of recreating certain modern creations to benefit mortals has been going well in the domains controlled by the sect. And after 10,000 years, numerous generations have passed, and these things have become common in these domains. Because of the environment, some mortals in the Tao opening sect have evolved. Quite a few of them were born with high spiritual strength, so a new profession was born, spiritual refiners. These mortals did not have any cultivation, and most did not even have the talent to do so. However, with their spiritual strength, they have developed ways to craft magical weapons as long as they have origin stones. Many sect members worried about these mortals, so Wang Wei explained to them that this development was nothing but them evolving so that they no longer rely on cultivators to refine the constructs like the train, dragon roaming construct, or the plan, phoenix soaring construct. These mortals had now entered the stage of self-reliance, which was not necessarily bad. So, after Wang Wei explained these mortals were a great talent pool for the sect, and given that these evolved mortals had a lifespan of only 120 years, the sect decided to leave them alone and develop. Near the end of the meeting, after reviewing everything needed to check, Wang Wei said, "I only have a few changes I will make. First, I will reinstate uniforms for outer and inner disciples. It is a great way to strengthen the unity of the disciples. The sect used to have uniforms, but in his grandfather's generation, he abolished them. And his father did not dare or care to reinstate them. Just to ensure, core disciples do not have to wear uniforms?" "That's correct," replied Wang Wei. The sect divided disciples into outer and inner disciples based on their cultivation. Then, the top 10 most powerful inner disciples have the title or position of contemporary sacred son and compete for the sect's position as heaven chosen. Once someone acquires the title, the others will become core disciples. The core disciples are trained as elders and great elders of the sect, so the number of spots is limited. Wang Wei then showed them the uniforms he had designed for them. After reading so many webtoons in his past life, he could design a uniform mostly with ancient style while adding a touch of modern concepts. The second change is regarding the emergency drills. We have to train our disciples better to react to danger. The others nodded, especially since they had experienced the world collision. So, they understood the benefit of fast reactions in times of crisis. The third change is a decrease in the prices of resources. Many people immediately frowned after hearing this. The Dao opening sect has a sect point system, so if any disciple or elders want specific resources, they have to use sect points or contributions to exchange them. There is a mission system that allows disciples to acquire sect points. The disciples and elders can exchange sect points by accomplishing these missions or exchanging resources they acquire from outside. There are a variety of missions, from the ones involving using strength to the ones focusing on the different professions. Additionally, the exchange hall forms a perfect system with the mission hall and the resources hall. As long as a disciple exchanges something valuable to the sect, even something as rumors or information, they can acquire sect points. And with said points, they can exchange resources, which prices have been precisely calculated. So, if the prices suddenly decreased, there would be a few troubles. Sect Master, we know that lowering the prices will motivate the disciples and increase their strength. However, there is the issue of a decrease in the sect's overall resources. If the disciples consumed more resources than we can replenish, the sect's foundation would be ruined after a few thousand generations. "I'm perfectly aware of this," replied Wang Wei. "Hence the reason for my last change. We will not focus more on other worlds in our world community." Everyone became serious after hearing this as they knew real changes would occur. Our sect controls a few worlds with some rare resources. But this is far from enough, continued Wang Wei. From now on, we will establish branches of the sect in many low and middle thousand worlds. We will recruit talented individuals all over these worlds and gather resources. If some of them are talented enough, they can be immediately brought back to the Myriad Emperor world. At the same time, we will establish a system that after the lower realm disciples reach a certain standard, they can come here to cultivate. "That's a great idea," said Yan Liling. "This method will drastically increase our sect's talent pool while also gathering resources from multiple sources." "True, as long as the number of people entering the branches is not too large," said another elder. "That's obvious. Many people from the lower realm cannot improve because of the environment. So, we can make a rule that as long as these people are loyal and devote themselves to our sect, they can exchange their sect points to come to the main world after a certain period." "Great idea, but another problem is finding other worlds will be an issue." Wang Wei waved his hand to show them a map of all the worlds his soul network found, lighting these elders' eyes up. "Sect Master, what about Great Thousand World? Are we going to set up branches there as well?" "We will, but not now. We will wait for success in the other worlds and until the previous generations enter the Supreme Realm. Are we conquering these worlds? Asked Tai Gang. Unless something special occurs, we will use a more peaceful approach for now. However, I foresee that some worlds will not allow foreign influences, so you should be prepared to deploy and deal with any issues. If we want this plan to succeed, the refining hall has to build more void boats, commented Li Jun, and the array hall has to prepare more array master to build transplanter teleportation arrays. The resources hall has to give us the things we need to do these things, said the elder of the refining hall, and Wang Ju nodded before saying, there is no problem, but you people tend to report way above what you truly need. Plus, don't hesitate to take from your hall's private resource pool. The heads of the profession halls were slightly embarrassed but quickly controlled their emotions. After that, the sex discussion continued to iron out the small detail, then everyone dispersed. Chapter 5:14 Perfect Foundation. After the meeting ended, Wang Wei took a few more minutes to talk to his team, especially Li Jun, to learn about his nephew's current status. After knowing the baby was fine since the sect used the best sealing method to protect it and the mother, Wang Wei felt relieved. Finally, when he was alone, he took out his chaos treasure, the Oracle Mirror. He injected his origin essence to activate while focusing on Di Tian to label him as the primary target. He focused on their karma, mainly because he almost killed him in the heavenly abode world. After a few minutes, Wang Wei frowned as he muttered, only 50%? That's not nearly enough. He closed his eyes as much information appeared in his mind. Previously, he gathered some information from Di Tian's memory and knew he had lived for at least 9 lives and fought in many different heavenward battles. But today, he finally experienced these battles through the mirror. He saw the latter's battle with his ancestor, the Qiyuan Emperor, and the Sword Empress. He even saw the latter's battle with the Absolute Beginning Emperor. Additionally, Wang Wei learned some techniques that Di Tian used, even glimpsing at how he condensed his cultivation seed. This information might help him when he finally fused with his incarnations. Lastly, Wang Wei learned some information about the sleepers, how they were created and operated. Wang Wei opened his eyes before muttering, "This is not enough. There is too much I don't know." With the information he acquired, he has a better profile of Di Tian as a whole, but it was not nearly enough to plan how to defeat him. So, he needed to find ways to increase the karmic ties between them. I could kill his family, Wang Wei thought calmly. It would not be wise to start a war with the entire Di clan. However, with the proper excuse and opportunity, killing Di Tian's parents is not a problem. The only issue is that his dad is the current patriarch, but Wang Wei could scheme his downfall to remove him from power. After thinking about it for a moment, he shook his head and decided otherwise. It was not because of morality or something of the sort. It's because he realized Di Tian's connection to his family might not be as significant as he thought. To him, the Di clan is probably only his protection in the early stages of his reincarnations. He might not even rely on them for his cultivation resources. After living for so long, Wang Wei doubted Di Tian had any affection for his family. And since the latter has such a mastery of karma, he might not have any bond or connection to the Di clan whatsoever. Based on what I know about him, he should only care about 2 things, his wife and the sleepers, since they are individuals who probably know him from his first life. I could probably increase my karmic ties with him by systematically eradicating the sleepers. However, the greatest increase would probably be with his wife. Numerous thoughts flashed across Wang Wei's mind before deciding to visit her. Hopefully, she was still in that small sect in the Eastern Azure Dragon continent. So, after delegating some of his work, Wang Wei left the sect and opened a space tear to the Eastern continent to meet Xiao Ning. However, after landing not far from his destination, he suddenly stopped as he realized some things. First, he could not calculate this woman through the karma he has with her. After meeting twice, he should be able to use the karmic threads connecting them to find her. But he could not. Then, Wang Wei pondered deeply and realized some things. As once a perfect being, or one close to it, she should have died in Di Tian's outlaw trial. By now, Wang Wei understood that perfection was another taboo, so this fact should have boosted Di Tian's trial and made things a little more complicated, just like Wu Hong's existence and his paragon's soul did for him. And yet, despite this, she managed to survive the trial, even in the form of a ghost or spirit. No matter how he thought of the situation, he could not understand how she pulled off such a feat. This woman is not simple, he thought. And after coming to this conclusion, he decided to discard whatever plan he had to meet her and return home. So, he turned around. "Damn it," Wang Wei said suddenly. "You almost stopped my heart." "Is that so?" said Xiao Ning. Wang Wei placed his right hand on his chest. "Even with my powerful and sexy body, I can't withstand this kind of scare." "You're quite humorous, aren't you?" "Well, in my short life, I learned that humor is a great way to hide other emotions and get close to others. So, Lady Qiao, what do I owe this unexpected visit? Aren't you the one looking for me? So, here I am. I think you've made a mistake. I came here to personally check some information my subordinate had just received." Xiao Ning looked at him up and down. "You truly resembled the old him, comical, confident, composed, and shameless to the core." "I am a man of many faces, so it's normal to resemble other people," replied Wang Wei with a smile. "But I guarantee you, I am unique." "I'm sure you are," she replied before looking at the stars in the sky. For a brief moment, she seemed to have blended into the darkness of the night. She was one with the world. Xiao Ning looked at Wang Wei and said, "I know why you're here, and I can help you. If that's true, then you should understand why I would be prudent in receiving your help. If it would help, you can ask me anything. The main question is, why are you helping me, knowing it would be detrimental to your husband?" Xiao Ning sighed heavily. "The truth of the matter is I'm running away from something, from a truth." "And what would that be?" "I fear that after he revives me and realizes that I am not the perfect creation he once fell in love with, he will not accept the outcome. He will not accept me. By then, what do you think he will do?" "I want to say he would love and care for you because of his deep love for you that transcends time and reincarnation," replied Wang Wei. "However, I'm not so sure about this answer." "So am I," replied Xiao Ning. "And I've been dreading the arrival of this day for many years. But, what does this have to do with you helping me?" "I am preparing for the future," she replied. "I will help you with two conditions. If you win the Heaven Will battle, I want you to give him another chance at life. To be clear, I'm not asking you to go easy on him, not that you would have that luxury. I'm just asking you to allow him to enter reincarnation again. And if you lose, all you have to do is give him some ideas on how to revive me. Although these ideas will be useless, they can give him a sense of purpose and prevent him from descending into madness and despair." Wang Wei frowned after hearing her explanation. "Aren't you looking at me a little too high?" "No, I know you can do these things. But, is your help truly worth all you're asking for?" "I guarantee you that it will," said Xiao Ning before condensing a crystal talisman with a wave of her hand. She then waved her hand to block the surrounding. "This is all the knowledge I have on perfection. One time, I had the idea of creating the perfect foundation. However, I failed because of my low cultivation level. Now, even to a talented individual such as yourself, this thing is not worth much since you have not seen the pinnacle of cultivation. However, in your wife's hands, this thing is simply invaluable." As Wang Wei looked at the crystal, he could feel the massive karmic weight behind it. It was so poignant that even his karma-unbound physique could not help him reduce the weight. At the same time, his intuition was going crazy, telling him to take it no matter what. It was so bad that it took a great deal of willpower not to snatch this crystal like an alcoholic who started to exude withdrawal symptoms. After calming down, Wang Wei thought of the pros and cons of doing so. Then, he accepted her help. The moment he took the crystal, he could feel his connection to Di Tian increase to 80%, but he did not care about this for now. He bowed politely to Xiao Ning before rushing home and giving the crystal to Wu Hong, who was slightly surprised at how excited he seemed. She used her divine sense to read the information in the crystal, and for a moment, Wu Hong had a blank look on her face. Perfect foundation, the foundation of detachment, of transcendence. She could not help but think of the implication. Such a thing would benefit even her real body, let alone Wang Wei. So, she took a deep breath to calm down. Her direction is wrong, and many of her assumptions are also wrong. However, she has a lot of information about perfection, so I can succeed where she fails. The problem is such a method would require a place where great Tao cannot sense or does not have control to cultivate. She could think of a few places such as this, but they were where she would not dare to go when she was a boundless paragon with 100% understanding of the Grand Tao source. Now is not time to ponder this issue, Wu Hong thought before focusing on Wang Wei. Did you tell anyone else about this? No, I came directly to see you after she gave it to me. Don't ever tell a second soul about this. It is that serious? Think of it that way. If your paragon's soul will make you the enemy of all the paragons of the eternal ascension world, this information is enough to make you an enemy to all paragons, fiend gods, Tao monarchs, and immortal kings across all chaos worlds. In another world, the enemy of the entire chaos universe. These people will do anything to get this information. Chapter 5:15. Wang Wei frowned after hearing this and realizing the severity of the situation, so he replied, I understand the severity of the situation. So, when can I establish the perfect foundation? Can I incorporate it into my incarnations? Don't think about it. From my guess, you would have to be at least an Empyrean before you can accomplish such a task. What's more, with the current political landscape of the eternal ascension world, you may have no choice but to wait until you've become a paragon. Wang Wei frowned slightly before realizing he did not completely understand what this perfect foundation is or what it does. So, he asked her. Wu Hong did not say anything out loud but used her divine sense to communicate directly to his soul. All I can tell you is that it involves the realm after paragon, and you need a place outside of the reach of Grand Tao to succeed in establishing a perfect foundation. Wang Wei took a moment to process this information, then asked, could I use the science and technology world as a place? You could, but I would not recommend it. Why not? Do you know about taboos and the differences between them? Wang Wei shook his head. There are two types of taboos, things that are unexplainable or detrimental to cultivators no matter their cultivation level. And things that Grand Tao forbid. I see. Nothingness belongs to the first kind, while science and technology belong to the second type. Exactly, said Wu Hong. And the same goes for perfection. So, if you try to achieve perfection in a taboo world, I doubt this Hongjun could protect you from Grand Tao's wrath. Grand Tao would never allow two such taboos to exist in one place or person. I see, but do you know a place we can use? Wu Hong knew a few places that would work. However, in the eternal ascension world, only one place would work. Unfortunately, because of her missing memories, she only had an intuition that this place would work, but there was no conclusive evidence. Visit. For a better user experience under normal circumstances, she would not recommend this place since there were others. However, because of these 7 parasites, the current eternal ascension world has become a prison. So, that dangerous and uncertain place might be the only viable choice for a long time. We will talk about this later. I have to go into a retreat to perfect this method first. Seclusion? How long will that take? Not long, about a couple 10,000 years. How is this not long? Couple 10,000 years is not even a short nap. Woman, I'm only 10,000 years old. Yes, I forgot how young you are. Does that make me a MILF? No, I believe the word you used was a cougar. Focus. I don't see the issue. It will probably take 20 to 30,000 years for you to enter the Saint Realm. So, it's not as long as you think. You have a point, but I'm used to seeing your beautiful face and smile after exiting a retreat. It warms my soul. Wu Hong smiled after hearing this. On account of your sweet talking, I will send a clone to see you once in a while. Deal. One last thing, said Wu Hong before condensing a talisman. This is sealing method to hide the taboo auras emanating from your body. Cultivate it as soon as possible. Visit. For a better user experience, Wang Wei took the talisman before hugging and kissing her. Then, after having a passionate week, Wu Hong entered seclusion. Meanwhile, Wang Wei once again used the oracle mirror to gather information on Di Tian. A few hours later, he opened his eyes, full of wisdom and intelligence. This guy's understanding, control, and use of samsara law are truly superb, muttered Wang Wei as he processed the information he received. An innate body refining cultivation technique? That's the first time I've heard of this. He just learned that back in the beginning Emperor era, there were not only innate spiritual hers, ores, and treasures, but also innate cultivation techniques, which were techniques created by heaven and earth themselves. However, these cultivation techniques were rare even in ancient times, let alone now. Unfortunately, no matter how rare they were, Di Tian still got his hands on one called Myriad World Body. This technique allowed him to condense imaginary worlds or universes in each of his acupoints for a total of 1962 worlds. Although these worlds are imaginary or illusions, they have the same power as real worlds. And that's what makes this technique brilliant. The user has to understand the concept of real and unreal, truth and illusion, and baptize their bodies, similar to how Wang Wei had to understand nothingness for his fleshly body. Then, the body refiner can convert these illusion worlds into real worlds to increase their strength and fighting prowess. With his method, they gain the power of an entire universe without using countless resources to nurture a real universe. The only downside of this technique is that a lot of high-level illusion-based resources are needed to condition the body before condensing the fantasy universes, and its use has to have a high understanding of the laws of illusion and truth. When it comes to resources, Di Tian never lacked this in his era. As for law comprehension, one of the many aspects of the Tao of creation is the Tao of illusion and truth and the conversion of these two concepts. Of course, this technique became even more powerful and unique. After acquiring the ancient desolate bot refining scripture, Di Tian combined the two so he could have 269 million illusion worlds inside his body. Wang Wei did not become discouraged after hearing this fact. In fact, it was the opposite, as he discovered for the first time, a genuine advantage he had over Di Tian. He already planned to nurture his black holes to go beyond supermassive in size. He wanted each of them to be as large as any world or universe. This is one of the reasons his father complained about the resources for his incarnations. After all, he wanted all of them to have this level of black holes inside his body to ensure he became extremely powerful after the final fusion. The latest _AP_SODIs are on the website. Now, when it comes to Di Tian, he only acquired the ancient desolate bot refining scripture in his 5th reincarnation, meaning the other 4s only had 1962 worlds inside their bodies. Meanwhile, all of Wang Wei's incarnations will have millions of black holes inside their bodies, giving him an advantage in the fleshly body in their final confrontation during the Heaven Will battle. Of course, Wang Wei knew the latter had found other ways to make up for that gap in his 5th and above reincarnations, but Wang Wei calculated he would still have the advantage based on the information he knew. Now, my only worry is whether he will find a way to break the limit and reach the 10th reincarnation before I do, he muttered. While thinking about this, he took out an orb from his space ring. With his divine sense, he checked the science and technology world. At first, he worried about these people revolting against him. But after discovering that the power of Grand Tao will annihilate all genetic warriors who leave the world, he was relieved. Since only mortals, even with knowledge of science and technology, can leave this place, he did not worry too much about them. Nevertheless, he still left some things inside to monitor these people and ensure he could deal with them in case of a revolt. With the clone he left inside, Wang Wei quickly learned about all the technological development. Because of time dilation, a couple of thousand years passed since Wang Wei left the world. And recently, a scientist developed the first 7th-stage genetic warrior by studying the blood of a void-shattering realm cultivator. This level of genetic warrior can control matter and energy on an atomic level, granting them unimaginable destructive powers. This new development is not perfect yet, so many scientists have continued working on the project to complete it. And amongst the leading ones in this project is one of Wang Wei's clones. After observing for a while, Wang Wei could already predict the development of the genetic warrior path. The 10th stage genetic warrior, or the Emperor Level 1, will most likely be quantum lifeforms. Nevertheless, he did not know whether science and technology could create such a species, how long it would take, or if it could help him with his 10th incarnations. Furthermore, there is the issue of Grand Dao, and whether if he used this method to break the limit, Hunjin's protection would still apply to him. It seems I have to start to ponder possible other solutions for the 10th incarnation, thought Wang Wei. However, his intuition told him that this was his best chance. After checking on these scientists' progress and leaving some blood of Saint Realm cultivators for them, Wang Wei placed the orb away. He looked in the distance while calculating something. It's about time for that secret realm to show up. However, I still have time to send all the incarnations in their world of growth, he muttered before taking a week to cultivate the sealing method Wu Hong gave him and hide the taboo auras surrounding him. The latest _AP_SODIs are on the website. Then, he left the sect and myriad emperor world for the endless void. Chapter 5:16 The other incarnations. While inside his golden chariot and heading to the next great thousand world, Wang Wei closed his eyes to check the progress of the spacetime incarnation. Oh, already in the void-shattering realm, he muttered. Because of the time acceleration formation, in the short few hundred years that passed in the myriad emperor world, 15,000 years had passed in that world. And in that period, the incarnation had become a void-shattering realm cultivator. However, his life has not been easy. The first fortunate encounter Wang Wei left for him without any trouble was a basic martial art technique that allowed him to strengthen his body. However, this technique would barely enable him to survive in the hands of demonic beasts in the first layer of body refining. Despite this, the spacetime incarnation did not give up as he slowly began to hunt the other fortunate encounters in the mountain. He would use traps, poisons, and strategies to kill anyone who stood in his way. And during most of his encounters, he would end up in a battered state or on the verge of death. But he never gave up and persisted. As such, it took him 2 months to get the final reward, a jade cordyceps. It was a quasi-emperor tier spiritual herb that washed away a person's body and increased their talents. And the primary purpose of this herb is to grant people a leakless body and allow them to cultivate. In these 2 months, the incarnation tempered his willpower, state of mind, and Dao heart. Regrettably, this was the end of the incarnation's suffering. He soon realized that he was a person with zero to little luck. And in the world of cultivation, chi luck is sometimes way more important than talent or the ability to cultivate. What's more, he seemed to be cursed with misfortune. So, the incarnation began to befriend people he deemed to have higher chi luck to benefit from them. Although he suffered a lot of humiliation as many of these arrogant geniuses would look down, scold, or even beat him down, he did not mind. Some were quite nice, became friends, and even helped him occasionally. Of course, the incarnation did not do this because of resources and such a thing. No, his only purpose was to use these people to understand the concept of chi luck and develop a way to counter his bad luck. Regrettably, this method soon proved useless since Wang Wei was the one who placed the curse on him. Without knowing this fact, the incarnation concluded that his lousy luck resulted from his transmigration and the price he had to pay. So, he decided to become stronger to deal with it in the future or reach the point where no one could threaten him. So, he started gathering the resources he needed with his map since it was his cheat/golden finger. Unfortunately, every time he tried to gather some of these fortunate encounters, something would occur where some powerful sect would also discover them at the same time. So, he had to fight these powerful sects every time he wanted some resources. And these sects were shameless since they had no scruple about using higher realm cultivators to bully the incarnation or using their large number to besiege him. In addition to the fact that Wang Wei also gave the incarnation a spiritual hint to not temper his body, the latter spent most of his cultivation time running away from these sects or trying to break through their encirclement. As Wang Wei relieved the life of the space-time incarnation, he felt a slight sublimation of his state of mind and Dao heart. Having to experience another life was genuinely beneficial to his cultivating journey. Is this what it would be if fate did not grant me a high background, a lot of resources, or any chi luck whatsoever? The environment is very significant to cultivators, along with their innate conditions. So, in some ways, I owe fate a lot for many of my accomplishments. After muttering these words, Dao Rhyme flashed across Wang Wei's body as he entered a state of epiphany to deepen his understanding of fate. The process lasted for an hour before he woke up. His law seed shone brightly and became more vivid as more Dao rhymes belonging to fate appeared on it. After waking up, Wang Wei looked at the space-time incarnation and muttered, "It's about time to start cultivating the fleshly body. The incarnation is very close to entering the saint realm." By then, with his ability to fight one realm above his strength, very few people could pose a threat to him in that world. By then, all the sects chasing after him will suffer a catastrophe of destruction, and the curse will have little to no effect on him. So, the incarnation can start tempering his body. Wang Wei had already left a secret realm with all the resources needed to temper his body to condense all the millions of black holes. Wang Wei stopped checking on the space-time incarnation and focused on the free will incarnation. After refining him into an incarnation, Xianxia had turned into Wang Wei's facial features and built, just like the space-time incarnation. This incarnation was already in the saint realm and condensed 20 black holes inside its acupoints. It was easier to cultivate than the others since Xianxia was in a realm similar to the saint realm in another cultivation system. Furthermore, his fleshly body was already powerful, so Wang Wei did not have to worry about the early stages of body tempering. He only had to make up for the deficiency he noticed and absorb the innate materials. One thing Wang Wei noticed was that this incarnation awakened the same divine ability he did from the ancient desolate body scripture, at each stage. He did not have to understand other concepts at the blood tempering stage since the power of nothingness appeared on him. Wang Wei was slightly disappointed despite expecting this outcome. He was expecting new divine abilities and even new innate talents. Additionally, he expects similar things to happen to the other incarnations with a slight chance that they would be different. He closed his eyes to try to borrow the power of the free will incarnation and immediately felt a slight pain in his law seed because of the conflict between the Tao of fate and the Tao of freedom. He stopped before trying to borrow the power of the space-time incarnation and felt succeeded. He felt his understanding and use of space-time laws drastically improved. The yin-yang incarnation is more important than I thought. Wang Wei expected this outcome, so the yin-yang one was the third incarnation to come to life. Not long afterward, he arrived at the chosen world for the incarnation. He repeated the same process for the space-time incarnation and sealed heavenly Tao before placing a time acceleration formation on the entire world. Then, he chose the people to become his incarnation. For this world, he chose 2 people, twins, 1 girl, and 1 boy. An accident separated these twins at birth, leading them to 2 different paths. A wealthy family adopted the girl, so she grew up living a life of luxury full of warmth. She was exceptionally talented, and because of her environment, she became a chivalrous person. Her goal after starting to cultivate is to help people in need. Meanwhile, her brother, whom she did not even know existed, lived a life of misery. He had to beg on the street to survive, not having any love or companionship. Furthermore, at the age of 10, he was captured and sold to become a slave for mining. He had 0 cultivation talent, and his heart was full of hatred for the world. Wang Wei placed the incarnation orb into the dirtiest child body and watched him turn into his face. And just like previously, he watched his confusion as he realized he had just reincarnated from Earth. Heaven devouring system? Yes, this world should pay for what it did to me, said the Yang incarnation after fusing the memories of Wang Wei's life back on Earth and this child. The real Wang Wei teleported away before placing the other orb into the other twin. Reincarnated? Great, I knew I would one day be a protagonist. Why is my chest so heavy? After checking, Wang Hua's face became ugly as she rushed to find a mirror. She looked at her beautiful face, her large breasts and curve. Am a woman? No. He spent the next few hours freaking out before calming down. At least I'm beautiful, he comforted himself. Since this world has cultivation, are there techniques like the sunflower method to reverse yin and yang? This might be my best chance. Meanwhile, the real Wang Wei was laughing uncontrollably as he watched this. Luckily, he placed a barrier around him, or the whole world would have heard his uncontrollable laughter. He took a deep breath to calm down and looked at his yin incarnation. He had to admit, the female version of him was truly beautiful, even more so than his wife. And it had gray-colored hair like him, and she would be even more divine. I cannot wait to see the yin-yang clash between you two, the clash of good and evil, poor and the rich, day and night, the immortal and the devil. Unfortunately, in the end, your fate is destined to become one. As for the yin incarnation's desire to turn back to a man, he would not intervene as such an accomplishment would deepen his understanding of yin and yang. Of course, he would not make it easy as well. As for the fact that one of his incarnations was a woman, he also did not care. As a person who pursues ultimate freedom, he should not be shackled by things like gender or sex. The next incarnation was luck. For this one, Wang Wei placed a unique formation around the world to bless this incarnation with the utmost luck possible. This incarnation could just be shopping, and a saint-tier treasure will fall from the sky in his hand. He wanted to know what kind of man he would be if everything were handed to him. What if he could acquire everything in life without working for it? The fifth incarnation was karma, and this one was also special. Wang Wei granted him a physique that could attract karma. He was burdened by positive and negative karma everywhere this incarnation went. For example, even if he buys a piece of bread from a vendor, he will form some karma to that vendor that he has to pay. He could accidentally step on an ant and form negative karma with it, leading to it becoming a demonic beast and returning to avenge the karma. With such a physique, this incarnation's every move in his cultivation journey will be a hassle or nuisance, and he has to ponder them deeply. Otherwise, he will be buried under the weight of the world's karma. The sixth incarnation is order and disorder. This one has to start from a low thousand world and ascend to the great thousand world. And every time he reaches the peak of a world, he has a mission to accomplish before ascending. The seventh incarnation is life and death, samsara. This one is normal, with only a specific mission like the others. The eighth incarnation is destiny, and also a normal one, except he had a book of destiny in his sea of consciousness with blank pages that he had to write. Wang Wei dropped all these incarnations into different worlds he divined that were perfect for their growth. Then, he left the resources he gathered from the sect and his wife to 5 of them. As for the remaining ones, he did not even set up time acceleration formation in their world since he did not want them to catch up to his cultivation or surpass him since they did not have the proper resources to temper their bodies. Finally, Wang Wei headed to another world for the 9th incarnation, fate. However, he had a feeling that something would go wrong. Chapter 5:17 Overlord's luck. After arriving at his destination, Wang Wei did not waste any time. He summoned the great thousand worlds river of fate and entered. Then, he took out the fate law fruit, and using it, he started gathering the power of fate to condense what looked like a fetus. A few hours later, the fetus changed into Wang Wei's face and build, growing into a teenager about 16. Wang Wei looked at his sleeping incarnation, and his eyes turned completely gray, with noticeable strings flashing across them. It took him a few minutes before sighing loudly, full of disappointment. I knew it. In the 9th incarnation, he muttered. Based on his calculation, his real body was the real ninth incarnation, or the first if he wanted to be technical. As for this one he created, he technically could not fuse with him after reaching the quasi-emperor realm as part of the incarnation. And if this clone also cultivated the ancient desolate body refining scripture, Wang Wei knew he would explode and die if he tried to fuse with it along with the other clones. In other words, he could only have 8 incarnations, plus himself, for a total of 9. 9 is the extreme, he muttered with a wry smile as his shoddy attempt at reaching the power of 10 incarnations failed. He took a few seconds to compose himself since he had already expected this. Furthermore, it was not as if the fate incarnation was useless. Having another clone help him understand the law of fate will help him achieve a golden law tree like Di Tian or come close to it. Clone techniques that can help cultivators increase their understanding are valuable in the myriad emperor world and across all world communities. And that is because most clone techniques cannot do this. Otherwise, a person like Suya would be terrifying. When it comes to her scripture, Wang Wei believed it could help with comprehension, but not all her clones were functional. A large portion of them should be useful, while most were useless. So, Suya would have been quite the competitor once she reached the void-shattering realm. Wang Wei also wanted to use a large number of clones for his comprehension. Unfortunately, there are restrictions from heaven and earth for these techniques for people with high-quality souls like himself. Luckily, his spirit particles and future Buddha self are more than enough for him. He looked at the fate incarnation one last time before leaving. This incarnation's purpose will be to comprehend the law of fate. Wang Wei connected the incarnation's soul to the river of fate to grant it a long lifespan, at the price of not being able to cultivate and never leaving the river of fate. As such, it will spend all its life comprehending laws for him. After ensuring everything was normal, Wang Wei hopped inside his golden chariot and returned home. He had been traveling in the endless void for more than a month. On his journey home, he sensed something nearby, so he changed direction. And after traveling for a while, he discovered a great thousand world. Feeling the excitement of his Chi-Luck dragon, he used his divine sense to look inside that world. As soon as he entered, he sensed something not far away where he saw a powerful sect. All the disciples and elders seemed to be on guard and activated the sect's protecting formation. It took Wang Wei a few minutes to find the flaws in the many supreme tier arrays before seeing what the fuss was about. In one of the mountains, a middle-aged man sat cross-legged with closed eyes. A strange fluctuation emanated from his body, and his face contorted with immense pain. His face was pale, and sweats kept dropping from his forehead. After secretly observing for a while, Wang Wei's eyes lit up as he understood what was happening. This person was attempting to subdue this world's heavenly Tao with his willpower to force it to condense a Tao source seed for him. In other words, he was trying to become a Tao ancestor. It seems like he is not going to make it, thought Wang Wei. Then, an idea came to his mind. He controlled his divine sense to contact this person without disturbing his concentration. This task required great control of the soul and spiritual power. "Hello, fellow Daoist," said Wang Wei after entering this man's sea of consciousness, where he saw his primordial spirit sitting in the same position as him, fighting a cloud-like entity. "Hello, how can I help you, fellow Daoist?" replied Daoist Red Cloud, who immediately realized something was wrong. Not only did this person invade his sea of consciousness without noticing, but he could also talk to him without affecting his focus on the battle against heavenly Tao. "There is no need to be on guard," replied Wang Wei. "I will be succinct. I've come to make a deal with you." Daoist Red Cloud rapidly assessed the situation. Even at his peak, he might not be the opponent of this person. And in his current situation, he was vulnerable to the slightest disturbance. So, it would be best to be prudent in dealing with the situation. Furthermore, this person was kind enough to use a method that would not disturb him, so he should reciprocate the same level of respect. "Please elaborate, fellow Daoist. Do you have any innate treasures of the 5 elements, healing properties, or ores? Please, answer truthfully." Daoist Red Cloud briefly pondered before saying, "I have 2 innate herbs of the 5 elements and 1 of the shadow element. These 3 herbs are one of the main reasons he could reach the current step and are thus considered his greatest secret. Nevertheless, he went on a whim and decided to tell the truth. Excellent, Wang Wei replied with a smile. I will help you with your current tribulation. But I want the herbs in exchange. Daoist Red Cloud immediately frowned. Fellow Daoist, it's not that I don't want to, but there is no way for foreign aid in my current situation. Wang Wei did not say anything further before raising his hand. He accessed a small portion of his willpower and condensed it into an amulet. He then removed his imprints and connection to it, along with all his karmic connections. When Daoist Red Cloud saw the talisman, his eyes lit up as he understood how this cultivator could help him. By absorbing this talisman, his willpower will be momentarily boosted, thus granting him the strength to conquer heavenly Dao and pass the Dao ancestor tribulation. Thinking about how immortality was so close to him, Daoist Red Cloud instantly became excited to the point of losing control. Luckily, he is a man with a high enough state of mind, so he quickly controlled himself. Wang Wei secretly nodded his head after seeing this. Heavenly Dao will assess their Dao heart, cultivation, and state of mind for any true monarchs trying to become Dao ancestors in the lower realm. If someone does not meet the requirements, the willpower tribulation will not even appear. I accept your deal, said Daoist Red Cloud after briefly pondering. He waved his hand, and 3 glowing herbs appeared in the sea of consciousness, and without saying anything else, he gave them to Wang Wei. Admiring the latter's trust, Wang Wei gave him the talisman without doing anything sneaky. Red Cloud did not hesitate to absorb the talisman, and he immediately felt the boost in his willpower. Since this boost came in the form of a treasure, it is technically counted as using foreign aid like treasure, so it was acceptable for the tribulation. Meanwhile, Wang Wei opened his eyes in the golden chariot to look at the 3 herbs in front of him. Is this what it feels like to be a Dao overlord? It's better than I anticipated. With these 2 elemental herbs, he was now only short of 8 other innate treasure for another incarnation. As for the shadow herb, it was perfect for Wang Ju to become his shadow. With a smile on his face, Wang Wei activated the golden chariot to its full strength to rush home. He did not want to stay here in case this Daoist suddenly changed his mind after becoming a Dao ancestor. A few minutes later, he finally arrived home and entered the Myriad Emperor world. Unfortunately for him, the moment he arrived, something occurred. The clouds above him changed by turning red. Immortal annihilation thunder, muttered Wang Wei as he looked at the sky. Then, his face became ugly as he calculated what was going on. His action broke some rules by intervening in another person's immortal tribulation. So, Heavenly Dao is going to punish him. According to his divination, Wang Wei knew if he were not now a fateless, his action would have brought out the divine punishment thunder instead of the immortal annihilation thunder, which was reserved for immortal tier cultivators. Wang Wei acted quickly and took out a talisman from his space ring. Ancestor Wucheng, save me. He then relaxed after sending the talisman. Luck is truly a double-edged sword, Wang Wei muttered. When the first red lightning bolt descended from the sky, an enormous hand covering the entire domain came out of nowhere to block it. As Wang Wei looked at the hand, he could not help but shake his head. The domain he was in was small, but it was the size of a couple of dozens of galaxies by the standard of Earth from his previous life. But now, a hand was the same size. Sometimes, Wang Wei has to shake his head at how absurd the cultivation world can be. Common sense and logic seemed to be a joke to them. A few minutes later, the sky returned to normal, and Wang Wucheng appeared in front of the chariot. Kid, you know how to make trouble. What exactly did you do this time? Wang Wei put away his chariot before answering. I only helped someone pass their Dao ancestor trial. Well, I think he should pass. Wang Wucheng gave him a strange look. Kid, do you not realize how serious it is to have such an ability? Wang Wei pondered for a moment. I see. Most emperors, even eternals, have a limit to the number of immortal powerhouses they can create. But with this method, I can theoretically surpass this limit and even ignore it as long as I can withstand the backlash. It's good that you understand. Well, it doesn't matter. Oh, why? If my plans succeed, after becoming an emperor, immortal tier powerhouses will become extremely common in the myriad emperor world. Chapter 518 Sword 1 Wang Wucheng squinted his eyes as he remembered someone reporting this kid's plans to him. However, it was not fully detailed, so he did not know how to accomplish such a feat. Big words, kid. So, how exactly are you going to do such a thing? Wang Wei smiled before using his divine sense to communicate his plans. Wang Wucheng became more serious the more he listened. Your plan might work, but are you prepared to be the enemy of the entire endless void? It won't be that bad, replied Wang Wei. I'm sure I can convince many people to be on my side, and everyone can benefit. Wang Wucheng shook his head. You give cultivators too much credit. Most worlds are xenophobic, including great emperors, so they won't let outsiders intervene in their plane, even if it benefits them. So, I must take into account greater resistance, dully noted. As long you understand, replied Wang Wucheng before disappearing, making Wang Wei's mouth twitch. You could have given me a ride home, he muttered before also teleporting home. Back in his secret realm, as soon as Wang Wucheng arrived, the voice asked him, what did he do this time? So, Wang Wucheng explained the situation. This kid is like a gift that keeps on giving. The voice knew what this ability meant for any sect. If a true monarch meets the requirement, the sect can send them to the lower realm to take the Dao ancestor tribulation, and Wang Wei can help them pass the trial. This method will continue to be effective if he can withstand the backlash, or maybe until true heavenly Dao intervenes. Do you think we should ask him to test it out now? The voice asked. Cultivators in their realm cannot intervene in another person's tribulation, or their punishment will come directly from true heavenly Dao. And one of the reasons Wang Wei can achieve such a feat is his unnatural willpower and his status as a fateless, which shield him greatly from heavenly Dao's detection and punishment. No, replied Wang Wucheng. If you're worried about his safety, we will protect him at all cost. We don't know whether doing so will have any negative effects, and it's not wise to risk a few more Dao ancestors for a possible eternal emperor. Indeed, muttered the voice. If their actions negatively affected the kid before the heaven will battle, the benefit would not be worth it. Plus, the kid is far more valuable and cunning than we expected, added Wang Wucheng before explaining the plan Wang Wei had told him about. The voice became silent for a few minutes. In that case, we need to prepare in advance to give us a head start. Wang Wucheng frowned. What are you worried about? The other sections. I'm not following. I've observed this kid, and he is a little too open-minded. I wish he were a little more selfish. Are you worried he will give the other sects a chance to compete with us? Yes, as long as we prepare in advance, we will benefit most. Wang Wucheng shook his head. If his plan were to succeed, he would need to display a certain level of impartiality, especially to leave a precedent for future emperors. However, that's only on the surface. The kid will take good care of us. You're probably right, but there is nothing wrong with being a little cautious. Wang Wucheng did not say anything more since he knew this was how that person operated. The sect has survived many catastrophes without injuring the foundation and even thrived because of their cautions. Since the kid has shown its value, we should do the same, said the voice. Do you want to give him more resources for his incarnations? There is no need. Oh, why not? As our future leader, we have tested this kid in most categories, and he has far surpassed our requirements. We could not even grade him with some criteria because of how excellent he was. However, we never tested his ability to gather resources. I think this is a great opportunity. You want to copy the ancient clans method? The voice asked. The ancient clans and some emperor lineages have other ways to test their heaven chosen. They would send their genius out of the sect after they reached the age of cultivation. These geniuses can only return to the sect after reaching a specific cultivation realm, usually the supernatural or divine body realm. During this time of their cultivation, these heaven chosens have to find resources for themselves, relying on their luck, intelligence, commerce, joining other sects, or even robbing others. The clans only provided them with cultivation techniques and a Dao protector. In some factions, even cultivation techniques will not be provided. The factions do this as a way to temper these heaven chosens. Or at least, some of them do. The ancient clans mainly do this because of their lack of resources. Most of the ancient clans' branch members are the ones sent out to the world to acquire resources, but the main members chosen as potential heaven chosens will be cultivated by the clan's resources. Yes, something similar, replied Wang Wucheng. New novel chapters are published on Freewebble, CM, that's fine. But, I feel we still have to reward him with something. I remember his father once reported to me that he asked if the sect has the great emperor's blood. Emperor's blood? We ran out a long time ago. That's unfortunate. In that case, I'll ask Sword One if she could get some for him. Sword One likes to dote on the talented younger generation, unlike Origin One, who is more strict and responsible for his duties. The only downside is she has strict requirements. In the past few generations, only Wang Tian received her aid in the form of instruction through his dream. He owed her a lot of his achievements in the Tao of the Sword. The voice disappeared before traveling to another secret realm of the sect. It was a world where the earth, the clouds, the air, the grass, the trees, and everything in existence were made of swords. At the very center of this secret realm lay a coffin with 2 swords inserted into it. Sir, I have something to report. A few seconds later, a melodious voice responded, what is it this time? Then the voice explained everything about Wang Wei's recent events, plans for the future, and requests for Emperor's blood. A hand as white as jade pushed out the coffin before a slightly voluptuous woman walked out. A single glance and people would immediately think she was an unparalleled beauty. Unfortunately, they would not be able to know for sure as she had a plain silver mask on, which made people wonder what she was hiding, her beauty, some sort of deformation, or was she just a woman of many secrets? Sword One had heard of this junior from the recent world collision and planned to contact him if he passed his outlaw trial. She looked into the distance, her eyes ignoring the concept of space itself. She saw Wang Wei having dinner with his family. The Nine Extremity Foundation? This thing is real? Sword One could not believe such a thing was real, and she even found someone trying to accomplish it. There seems to be another one. She looked in the western continent, where she saw Di Tian cultivating inside the seal. This one already succeeded. Sai, this generation is something else. Sir, what is your decision? Asked the voice. I'll go to the endless void to get the blood for him. Even better, I'll see if I can find an emperor who cultivates the Tao of fate or some aspect of it. Most aspects of fate are outlaw Daos, so I doubt you'll find something. Any person who can cultivate outlaw Daos to the emperor realm is not an ordinary person, and the chances of any of them staying in the lower dimension are close to none. I know, so my goal is those people who cultivate fate Tao as their secondary Daos, not their main ones. It is common for emperors and Tao ancestors to cultivate a secondary grand Tao source after proving the Tao. But there are restrictions between the primary and secondary Tao. Even then, it should be rare, commented the voice. If I don't find what I want, I'll go into the Tao burial ground. Sir, isn't that too dangerous? I'll act swiftly and behead a third-class emperor before the others react. It should be fine. The voice was momentarily speechless. What if the Eternal Emperors decide to counterattack? These rats know better not to intervene in a generation where a glorious age is occurring. Plus, they would not dare to come out with that kid's wife present. The voice understood why she wanted to take the risk. It was a calculated move. Even so, as I said, I will look in the endless void first, said Sword One. Sir, can I ask something? Are you wondering why I'm going to such length? Yes. Everyone knows a new era is coming. But based on what you told me, I hope this kid is the one who began this era. In his hand, it might be the greatest time of prosperity the myriad emperor world has ever seen. No, maybe, even the entire endless void. The voice did not know what to say. He did not expect such a high evaluation for the kid. But he did not doubt Sword One's words. As one of the sect's oldest and most powerful cultivators, as someone who has lived since the ancient emperor era, her vision and experience is not something he can compare. All right, I'm leaving. Tell Origin One to keep things safe for me. After saying that, she took the two swords from her coffin before disappearing. And as soon as she did so, many ancient existences sleeping or hiding in the myriad emperor world detected it and wondered what this mad woman would do. Nevertheless, a lot of them prayed her target was not them. Chapter 519 Devil Whisper. Wang Wei had dinner with his family before preparing to relax in the next few days, waiting for the opening of the secret realm he divined would help him in his resources gathering. Then, he took out a special jug from his space ring, and immediately after opening it, an enchanting wine smell spread out from his mountain throughout the entire sect. Many disciples and elders looked in his direction while swallowing their saliva. They could feel that this wine would be delicious and highly beneficial for cultivation. Wang Wei took a sip before closing his eyes in intoxication. After a few sips, he could feel his gourmet cell talent activated and his fleshly Buddha's strength increased by 5 dragon force. He used state-of-the-art modern technology to brew this wine before adding innate qi in the final process. Then, he used the innate time treasure to age this wine by at least 250,000 years. Not bad, but let's wait how you will taste after 500,000 years and more. He looked in the distance to see Li Jun flying over to his mountain and waving his hand to activate the mountain's formation. He won't share it with anyone today. Ignoring Li Jun's cry of unfairness or his attempt to contact him through a talisman, Wang Wei took a few more sips and increased his fleshly Buddha's power. Then, when he prepared to put the wine away, he suddenly stopped as he sensed something. He activated his soul network divine ability and went straight to the martial supreme world community. Did I find something? Finally. Wang Wei has been using his ability to search for people in the martial supreme world who could give him a few more innate treasures. He targeted people from an emperor lineage since they are more likely to access such a treasure level. His focus was not on heaven chosens but on people who failed to acquire the position. The only downside is he has to wait for these people to leave the confinement of their sect since his ability cannot access their souls when protected by immortal tier arrays. Inside the mind palace that he created for the soul network ability, he focused on a particular soul. Song Jinyuan, second son of the Song family, a martial art clan with 4 great emperors. He previously lost the title of first son to an unparalleled genius that appeared from the branch clan. Nevertheless, he refuses to accept defeat and constantly challenges the first son. But after too many defeats, the latter has become his heart demon. Perfect. Where is this? Muttered Song Jinyuan as he looked around with vigilance. One moment he was waiting for the beginning of the Sword City Martial Art Conference, the next, his soul was forcibly called to this place. He looked around to notice he was in this dark place, sitting on a cushion with an older man sitting opposite him. He immediately frowned as he could not detect any aura or cultivation from the man opposite him. However, since the latter could draw his soul into this place under the nose of his Dao protector and the city lord of Sword City, he might be an immortal powerhouse, or at the very least, a quasi-emperor. Junior Song Jinyuan has seen senior. Calm and collected, not bad, replied Wang Wei in an old-fashioned way of speaking, as if seizing out a junior. I won't beat around the bush. Do you want to beat Song Dushan? Senior, what do you mean? I will temporarily give you the power to defeat him. Song Jinyuan frowned before hesitating. Senior, what do you want from this junior? It's good to talk to smart people. I want innate spiritual herbs. Song Jinyuan looked shocked. He did not expect this senior to be so straightforward. Hey, lad, you don't understand how hard it is for us loose immortal cultivators. Without background, we must find our own resources, Wang Wei said with a sad sigh. A look of understanding flashed across Song Jinyuan's face. Then, he smiled embarrassedly. Senior, I know you cannot access innate resources as the second son. Song Jinyuan clenched his fists after hearing this. Herace, what will do? I will lend 3 of them to you. Then you challenge the first son for 3 innate treasures as a bargaining price. After you use my power to defeat him, you will return them. I accept, said Song Jinyuan, without hesitation. Oh, don't you want to think it over for a while? I don't mind waiting. No need. He did think of buying some time to tell his family about this encounter, especially since the latter is nothing but a loose cultivator. However, he decided otherwise after thinking about how even the immortal supreme elders in the clan are now on Song Dushing's side. All that matters is to defeat his enemy and deal with the current heart demon. Excellent. Sign the contract, and we can begin. Song Jinyuan was not surprised he needed to have some restrictions placed on him. So, he read every detail of the contract before signing it with his soul. How do you want to defeat Song Dushing? Senior, what do you mean? Do you want to use an invincible power and defeat him with one punch? Or, have a hearty battle with him before defeating him at the last minute? Better yet, suppress him throughout the entire battle. Song Jinyuan instinctively wanted to choose the first option. But he realized that doing so would invite more questions from his family. So, he decided to select the second one. However, thinking about all the misery and suffering he endured in the past 1,000 years, he said, I choose the third option. Wang Wei smiled before waving his hand to condense 2 things, a talisman and a drop of blood. Senior, this is? Both will give you the power to defeat your opponent. If you choose the talisman, your family will know it was the result of outside aid. They will label your victory as the result of a fortunate encounter. However, if you choose the blood and absorb it, they will think it is your strength. Song Jinyuna clenched his teeth. He knew the correct answer was the talisman, but he could not remove his eyes from the blood. I choose the blood. Young lad, think wisely. The power is only temporarily. Senior, I have made my choice. As you wish. The blood drop floated before him, and Song Jinyuna swallowed it. Senior, can I only use the power one time? That's correct. Could you make it so I can use it multiple times? Why? Song Dushing will participate in the upcoming martial art conference, and I want to defeat him in front of everyone during the final. However, I know I don't have the strength to reach the final, while he has a great chance. I see. I will allow the blood to release some power whenever you face an opponent beyond your means. This should allow you to reach the final. Wang Wei paused before waving his hand and condensing another talisman. This is a luck manipulation talisman. Wearing it will prevent you from meeting Song Dushing before the final. It will even allow all the most powerful competitors to meet in advance, forcing them to eliminate one another. Song Jinyuan excitedly took the talisman before bowing to the senior and leaving this space. When he opened his eyes, he found himself in the residence allocated to the Song clan. He sensed the power rushing through his veins and felt intoxicated for a moment. Song Dasheng, you wait for me. Then, Song Jinyuan watched the competition unfold with awe. All the famous heaven chosens or seeded player of this competition would miraculously pick each other as opponents. Meanwhile, he and Song Dashing would also pick powerful opponents, but not ones they could not defeat after some efforts. Then, the two finally reached the final, which surprised all the older generations watching. According to the plan, Song Jinyuan taunted his opponent before asking to raise the stake for 3 innate treasures. Song Dashing, with the utmost confidence in himself, readily accepted the offer and even signed the contract. Then, Song Jinyuan maltreated him during this fight. With the drop of blood containing 70% of Wang Wei's strength, he gave his opponent a beating he would never forget in his entire life. Song Jinyuan gave back all the pain and suffering he endured in the past 1,000 years. If a Song clan elder did not remind him, he might have tried to kill Song Dashing. After winning the competition, Song Jinyuan received his prize before his clan's elder interrogated him about his sudden strength gain. He only said he had a fortunate encounter recently that improved his strength. No one doubted him as this was common. Although the strength gain was quite significant, it was not out of the realm of acceptance. Then, a slight issue arose about the 3 innate treasures that Song Dashing promised. A few elders argued there was no need to abide by the agreement since this was a battle between juniors. However, under Song Jinyuan's insistence and threatening to destroy Song Dashing's soul according to the contract, the clan finally agreed. Of course, the main reason for his success is that some of the elders who did not like that a branch member was this generation's heaven-chosen intervened and took his side. Senior, here are the innate treasures. Wang Wei smiled before receiving his reward. He checked the 3 new ones. 2 of them could be used to temper his incarnation's skin and muscle. However, the 3rd one was of the thunder attribute. It doesn't matter. I can exchange with the sect for one of the 5 elements. You seem distraught. What's the issue? Asked Wang Wei. I think some of the supreme elders are suspicious of my strength. Senior, please help me. Wang Wei frowned slightly after hearing this. He did not think his method could hide from an immortal powerhouse. However, he also understood the concept of returning customers. As such, although he could abandon Song Jinyuan since he already got what he wanted, it could come in handy in the future to help him now. Alright, I'll help you one last time. He gave him another drop of blood which would temporarily fuse with his body and make it look as if Song Jinyuan had acquired a new bloodline, hence the reason for his sudden strength gain. Then, he took out the talisman Wu Hong gave him and used his power to seal and remove any trace that this power was foreign or artificial. So, even if a Dao ancestor checked Song Jinyuan's body, they would not find anything abnormal. Remember, the blood will disappear after your Supreme Elder check. Song Jinyuan nodded, albeit his face was full of disappointment. After bowing, he exited the space. Chapter 520 Chat Group. Wang Wei looked at the innate treasures in his hand and a smile. He decided to use this scheme one more time before stopping. After all, the martial supreme world was a heavenward world. He knew some beings could detect his actions if he continued. While I wait for the customer to return, let's begin with Plan B. He activated his soul network ability again and searched for Sons of Destiny in the martial supreme world. Unfortunately, based on his divination, there might not be one. It was understandable as most Sons of Destiny appeared once a world was in great danger. The ones with this title without accomplishing anything in return are scarce. So, after searching for a few days, Wang Wei decided to take another approach. He searched for individuals with high cultivation talent, willpower, and a decent state of mind but whose luck was terrible. In the world of cultivation, more often than not, luck is more important than even talent. Someone might be talented, but because of their poor luck, they are never discovered by a cultivation sect or faction. Or even after starting cultivation, they encountered a battle between true monarchs and died while going out for the first time outside the sect. Most sects will not give all their resources to someone, so without fortunate encounters, these types of people cannot cultivate peacefully. In most heavenward worlds, emperor lineage, supreme land, and even holy lands will not accept disciples with poor chi luck no matter how talented they are unless the sect is willing to go to extreme lengths to reverse that disciple's fate. After a few hours of searching, Wang Wei found many individuals, but he picked 5, each from a different Great Thousands world. Then, he summoned them to the Mind Palace. An older man with a slight medicinal herb scent appeared in a gray space. Although confused, his years of experience made him quickly calm down before assessing the situation. He found himself sitting on a table with a label, "The Doctor." He frowned slightly before looking around and noticing 4 other people who appeared as confused as him, despite a few trying to hide it. He looked at the label before each of them, the Butcher, the Scholar, the Mad King, and the Assassin. The doctor could analyze some information just by these names or titles. The room remained quiet for a few minutes as everyone secretly observed one another. However, he decided it would be best to ask questions to figure out what was happening. Nevertheless, before he could say anything, he sensed something as he detected another presence. It was a handsome young man with gray hair and eyes. And the moment the doctor laid eyes on him, he seemed to have witnessed his fate and the fate of his entire world. But upon closer look, it was as if nothing occurred. Welcome, you can call me the Lord of Destiny. If any of you do not wish to be here, you can say so, and I will return you to where you came from. No one said anything but looked at each other. Sir Immortal, I mean Lord of Destiny, can you first tell us why we are here? The doctor asked with great courage. No problem. All of you here are people born with great talent, wisdom, willpower, and even cultivated a decent state of mind. Unfortunately, fate did not favor you and did not bless you with any luck. So, you're destined to be ordinary mortals your entire life. The others remained calm, but the Mad King and the Butcher reacted. The latter clenched his hands tightly underneath his chair while the Mad King looked at Wang Wei with uncontrollable madness in his eyes. As you can expect, I will give you a chance to change your fate. However, nothing is free in this world. If you accept my offer, know you will immediately owe me 2 innate treasures. Sir, what if we refuse? Asked the doctor. I will send you out without any memories of today's encounter. Everyone remained quiet, thinking about their decision. I have a more important question, sir. What is an innate treasure? Asked the scholar. I forgot most of you don't know anything about the cultivation world. Wang Wei snapped his finger, and basic knowledge of cultivation appeared in their minds, including the cultivation realms, the classification of treasures, pills, talismans, and arrays, and even the classification of worlds. With this knowledge, these 5 finally understood how high of debt they would undertake. There is the possibility that their entire world did not have a single innate treasure. I agree, said the Mad King, without hesitation. Me as well, added the Butcher. Then, the remaining 3 accepted the offer after a few minutes of pondering. Excellent, commented Wang Wei before waving his hand to hand each of them a contract. And after they signed it, he smiled before giving them a booklet. The core issue that you all face is the lack of luck. This, luck-stealing art, is a secret technique that will allow you to steal the luck of others to supplement yours. After hearing this, the doctor and the scholar frowned, while the others tried to hide their excitement. Sir, do we have to steal other people's luck? Asked the doctor. He has spent his entire life treating people and does not want to harm anyone if he does not have to. Yes, replied Wang Wei. The cultivation world is cruel. If you do not step on others, they will step on you. Now, if you have reservations about using this technique, you can always target criminals. I will warn you, this technique will eventually create a backlash from Heavenly Tao. So, be on the lookout for that and ask for help when necessary. With Wang Wei's understanding of the laws of luck, he realized one of the reasons for Zhou Shu's death back in the heavenly profound continent was the backlash of forcefully becoming the son of destiny. Second warning, this technique is free, but from now on, all techniques or resources exchanged from this place will require karma points, which you can acquire by exchanging resources and techniques from your home world. Wang Wei paused to give them some time to process this information. He also injected into their minds the things they can exchange for karma points, which include luck, lifespan, world source, and other things. Since I am in a good mood, I will personally customize cultivation techniques for each of you. Let's begin with you, Doctor. Do you have any specific requirement? As long as I can continue to save lives. In that case, a technique based on the medicine Tao with the 5 elements at the core. I would add yin and yang, but you can't afford the price. Wang Wei had many cultivation techniques from Zhenchao, so he took one with the 5 elements and modified it to suit the doctor, while also adding a lot to his understanding of the human body and soul. As a powerful body refiner, he was also a great doctor. For this technique, you owe me 16 million karma points. The doctor looked at him, not knowing what to say. New novel chapters are published on Freewebble, CM, don't be like that. I will give you the first 3 chapters, allowing you to cultivate the divine altar realm. After that, you can change to another technique, but you still have to pay the price of the 3 chapters. Next is you, scholar. Any requirement? My dream is to one day be like the ancient sages, suppressing demons with one word and saving all sentient beings. In that case, your technique would involve the literary spirit and righteous qi. Wang Wei also modified a technique for him. His mother had studied the concept of literary spirit for the past 1,000 years to prepare for the plan to become emperor. So, Wang Wei was quite knowledgeable on the subject. As for righteous qi, it was connected to the concept of literary spirit. Furthermore, he learned a little from his battle with Bai Han. Your total is 12.6 million karma points. But like the doctor, you get the first 3 chapters for free. Next is the Mad King. Lord of Destiny, I want the Great Sui dynasty to be the only ruler of my world. I want all these sects to regret treating me like a puppet. So, you want to walk the path of sovereign? That's easy. A total of 5 million karma point. The Mad King frowned after hearing this. Not satisfied? If the price corresponds to the value, then I'm not satisfied, replied the Mad King with determination. Well, who am I to stop you if you want to drown in debt? I will add the ability to summon an undead army only loyal to you, and a body refining techniques that require the use of luck called the Sovereign Golden Body. Now, the price is 23 million karma point. The Mad King smiled before readily accepting his technique. Now, the butcher. What do you want? I want something based on emotions. Oh, since you like to kill people for fun, I thought you would want something related to killing. As soon as he said these words, many people looked at the butcher with weird eyes, especially the doctor, who looked disgusted. What I enjoy is the emotions released by my victims before their death. I don't care much for the act of killing. Very well. Your technique will be based on the 7 emotions and 6 desires. Your total is 18 million karma points. Now, assassin. Sir, what do you recommend? Everyone was slightly surprised by the female voice since assassin covered her face with a hood and had a flat figure. I recommend either shadow or space attribute. Can I have both? If you don't mind the debt. She only nodded her head. Your total is 32 million karma points. The Mad Kind frowned after hearing this. Lord, I want to add more stuff to my technique. Wang Wei's lisp twitched as he realized this king was truly mad. He wanted the most powerful or most expensive technique out of everyone, no matter the price. Fine, it'll add the power of stars acupoints into your technique for a new total of 54 million karma points. The Mad King nodded with a smile while everyone looked at him with weird eyes. But he did not care. Normally, we will not communicate in this manner, but in the form of group chats. Everyone was confused, but Wang Wei waved his hand to dismiss them. The Mad King opened his eyes on his throne with a book in his hand. However, he paid no attention to it as some information had appeared in his mind. He closed his eyes again while concentrating, then, he saw something strange inside his mind, reversing fate group chat. Mad King, hello, my fellow Daoist. Doctor, what a strange method of communicating. Scholar, what's truly fascinating is we are communicating across worlds. Mad King, why aren't the others saying anything? Scholar, they appeared to be online. Mad King, forget them. Is the Lord present? Doctor, if you focus on his name, it said he is offline. Scholar, for some reason, I feel relief. Meanwhile, Wang Wei was watching this chat despite his status. However, he was currently breathing a little harder, with his complexion slightly pale. To appear more mysterious and powerful, he used time laws to create a time dilation to make these people's techniques. So, although it appeared he did it instantly, it took him a few years to modify each technique. Alright, let's see what benefit these people will bring me. I should probably create a fake account to better communicate with them. Chapter 521 Success and Ambitions. Wang Wei took a few pills to recuperate, so his complexion improved after a few hours. My control of time law is not ideal. Otherwise, this technique should not take such a large toll on me. After realizing this issue, he placed on top of his agenda to modify the force-controlling skill to apply to laws, which was initially one of the primary purposes he created in the first place. Then, he checked the conversation of these 5 but quickly lost interest when he realized there was nothing of significance. Nevertheless, he did notice that the soul network ability required a high amount of spiritual power to constantly allow these 5 to communicate across worlds. And since Wang Wei is from another world community very far away, the expenditure on spiritual strength is even higher. Based on his calculation, the spiritual strength of at least 100 quasi-emperors burned every hour. This number was not much for Wang Wei, but the ability would become a burden when he eventually had access to more world communities. Luckily, as long as these 5 are not communicating, the ability can temporarily stop. This might be an issue, Wang Wei muttered before quickly thinking of a solution. He then refined a few quasi-emperor tier soul magical artifacts to store his spiritual strength. The artifact will serve as the energy core of the soul network, and Wang Wei only needs to replenish it when needed. A few days had passed while he refined the artifacts. Now, he began to ponder his next course of action. The techniques he created for these people were, in fact, incomplete. Technically speaking, they can only be used until the primordial spirit realm. Cultivation techniques from the void-shattering realm and above involved law comprehension. They can help teach its user directly how to understand and control a specific law. However, most cultivators who want to reach the quasi-emperor realm know only to use them as references. After all, the comprehension of the predecessors is not necessarily beneficial to another person. Everyone is unique and understands the laws in different ways. The sect has many supreme tier techniques with the 5 element laws, so I can just copy and modify those. My mother created a few cultivation techniques of the same level regarding literary spirit and righteous chi, so the scholar scripture has no problem. I've read the Shadow Ruler's Emperor scripture, so all I have to do is add my understanding of space laws for the assassin. I have a lot of Su Yas understanding of emotions, so it should not take long to make the butcher scripture. The only remaining one is the Mad King's technique, which would take me longer. However, comprehension of sovereign laws should boost my emperor words are law ability. Wang Wei sighed, thinking it is not easy to swindle people. No, he meant to do business in this world. Luckily, he considered the waste of his personal time when charging these people. His eyes then changed as he divined something, 5 years until the secret realm opens. For me, that's a total of 540 years with the future Buddha self. More than enough time. As he prepared to enter a short cultivation seclusion, he felt something before muttering, "So soon?" He closed his eyes to enter the mind palace before calling out Song Jinyuan's soul. "Senior, you have to help me." Wang Wei calmly caressed his beard for a few seconds while looking at him. "Kid, you should have expected this outcome." "I know, and I accept my decision." "Very well. What is the problem?" "After meeting with the Supreme Elder, I used the excuse of entering seclusion to avoid suspicions for a while. However, Song Dashing refused to accept his defeat. He kept spreading rumors throughout the clan that I cheated and challenged me to another duel. So, I released the news I would only accept his challenge if innate treasures are at stake. I thought he would back down for a while. But I don't know how he acquired another innate herb, but he's waiting for my challenge. Since another innate herb is on the line, I will be more than happy to help you. Senior, is there any way you could allow me to use your power for a lower price?" Wang Wei gave him a gentle smile. "There is. You will tell your family that you have acquired a powerful bloodline. However, every time you use it, you lose 200,000 years of lifespan, which is the price for every drop of blood." "What? Senior, isn't that a little too much?" "Not at all. With my power, you could defeat all the heaven chosen of your world to gather resources and destiny. By then, your chances of proving the Tao would drastically increase. Of course, I would not recommend you do that since the chances of being discovered are extremely high." New novel chapters are published on Freewebble, CM. Song Jinyuan's eyes lit up. "Could I use your power during the Heaven Will battle?" Absolutely not. There are strict rules for immortal cultivators intervening in the heaven-will battle of any world community. Song Junyuan was disappointed after hearing this. He thought he had found a way to immortality. However, Wang Wei did not care about his mood. Technically speaking, since he is not an immortal, there should be no problem with him intervening in another community's heaven will. After all, the number of heaven chosen like himself who could use their strength to forcibly alter the result of other communities' heaven will battle could be counted on one hand throughout the entire endless void. Considering his status as fateless, he might truly get away with doing such a thing. However, he did not want to risk it. It would be catastrophic if true heavenly Tao decided to annihilate him or made him suffer backlash right before his heaven will battle. His chances of defeating Di Tian are yet to be determined in peak shape. If he was injured before the battle, he had no chance whatsoever. In that case, I accept your offer. Wang Wei gave him a drop of blood before sending him back. Then, he watched the event unfold. Song Jinyuan made his opponent sign the contract for the innate herb, then explained to the latter the price of his bloodline and why he does not want to fight very often. According to Song Jinyuan, he only had 2 opportunities to use his bloodline without repercussions, and now he was forced to use it on Song Dashing. The elders of the clan believed his explanation. Still, Song Dashing remained skeptical until Song Jinyuan once again beat him an inch to his life without being able to retaliate a single time. Every member of the Song clan was again shocked by Song Jinyuan's fighting prowess and excited at the prospect of cultivating another great emperor in this generation, making the latter guilty of lying. Unfortunately, he knew he was in too deep now and too late to back down. So, he feigned exhaustion before handing the herb to Wang Wei. Let's take some risks, he muttered before finding 3 other people from the Marshal Supreme to scam as he did to Song Jinyuan. It took him a few days to search and divine the right person, but he succeeded. The first 2 were more cunning than Song Jinyuan and chose the talisman. Nevertheless, he still acquired 1 innate herb from each of them for a total of 9. The last individual was special. He was a true monarch with a dying wife and needed a special quasi-emperor tier pill to save her. Unfortunately, after years of trying to save her, he was now poor. He did not have many resources as a loose cultivator, and the herbs required to heal his wife were rare. So, Wang Wei made a deal with him. There is a forbidden land in the Marshal Supreme world full of spiritual herbs. And there are rumors of innate treasures deep inside. So, Wang Wei gave the man the power to reach deep inside. He first searched for the material to refine the pill for his wife before heading into the inner area and taking 2 innate treasures. Unfortunately, an unknown power came out of nowhere and annihilated him soon after. Wang Wei managed to get the 2 herbs and protect a piece of his soul. As a result, he sensed a terrifying gaze that locked him across world communities. But, he acted in time to surround him with ancestor Wucheng and Wuhang's aura, which forced the gaze to ignore him. Then, he refined the pill to save the 3rd candidate's wife while also healing his soul. As for what happens to him afterward, that's for his wife to worry about. Inside his mansion, Wang Wei had a genuine smile on his face. Only 4 of his incarnation had all the resources needed for his cultivation, despite granting the resources to 5 of them. That is because his father counted the resources he used to condense his new body as 1. The upside is that the 9th reincarnation does not need any resources, so he only had to acquire 4 of the incarnation. Now, he finally acquired 10 innate treasures for 1 incarnation to temper their bodies, meaning he only had to gather for the remaining 3. Considering how easy it was, Wang Wei suddenly became dangerously ambitious. He wanted to know if he could absorb more than 1 innate herb for the ancient desolate body refining scripture. Although this approach has not been accomplished before, it was worth trying. And even if it was impossible, he wanted his main body to replace the innate herbs and materials with chaos level ones. And maybe even a few other incarnations. Okay, let's be realistic. I may be able to do so for the main body but not for the incarnation. After forcefully controlling his ambitions, Wang Wei prepared to enter seclusion to make these scriptures and take this opportunity to reach the next stage of the void-shattering realm. And right before he did so, he heard a voice in his mind, "Kid, you really know how to cause trouble. Don't take such risks again. Understand?" "Yes, ancestor," Wang Wei replied out loud before bowing in one direction and entering his seclusion. Meanwhile, Wang Wuqing watched him with a smile. He liked that this kid knew how to take calculated risks and when to retreat. He knew not to be blinded by his greed. You're tuning in to the Carefree Valley YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.